Council of the Russo-British Chamber of Commerce, and the University of Edinburgh made me an honorary professor in the business school after I had left government as energy minister. So this session brings together my geographical interests and my political and economic interests as well. So I'm delighted to have a chance to chair it. As an obscure sideline, I also chair a new orchestra which was set up 2 years ago between Russia and the United Kingdom. We think it's the only binational orchestra in the world. And it was an indication that we should be using culture and music to build goodwill and build bridges between countries. And we're very grateful to BP for the support which they've given us in that venture. We have a very distinguished panel with us today. And with the first session of these three today, we'll be looking at the issue of the energy transition. I particularly want to give a very warm welcome to Vyacheslav Fetisov, who is the UN Goodwill Ambassador and is also a two-time Olympic champion. And towards the end of this session, I shall be asking a question on that and how it relates to issues of climate change. And it is he and his team who have brought us together today. Online, we have Ruslan Argeriev, who is the president of the Russian Federation's envoy for climate change and advisor more generally to the president of the Russian Federation. We have with us in the room David Campbell, president of BP Russia, Fuad Akundov, who is the chairman of the board of Independent Energy Fund. We have from the University of Edinburgh, Gareth Harrison, who is the Burt Whittington Chair of Power Engineering, and also from the University of Edinburgh, Stuart Hazeldine, who is a professor of carbon capture and storage here at the University of Edinburgh. And then additionally online, we have Sergei Korotkov, who is the director of the Center for International Industrial Cooperation for UNIDO in Russia. The issues which we're looking at this morning, I think go to the heart of the debate around COP and the challenges which we're facing. We're seeing a significant amount of work is being done. We're now at the halfway point of the discussions of the COP, and the environment ministers are arriving now for the final few days of discussion and working out how we can actually draw that to some form of conclusion, which meets the challenges facing the world, raises the level of ambition, and puts in place a concrete program for how we're actually going to meet the aspirations. Mr. Fetisov, can I begin with you perhaps? As we are at the midpoint in COP26, we see a lot of discussion about the global energy transition. Can you start this roundtable by focusing on what you believe the world needs to be doing next to reach the Paris climate agreements? And I'm going to ask two questions to each speaker, and perhaps we can have 4 or 5 minutes or thereabouts on each one.
Okay, thank you, Charles. It's a huge honor to me to be here with the honorary speakers, and of course we need to build the bridges. It's time right now, and otherwise it's we're going to lose all the games we're going to play. The energy transition is one of the most important components in tackling the climate change. We will face the new industrial and commercial transformation over the next 10 to 15 years. And a lot in this transformation we will have to do in a new, innovative way, which is, I mean, it's science supposed to play the bigger role right now. We see a lot of calls to all countries of the world to switch to the green energy as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this is mainly populism. It's not possible to immediately shut down all existing energy sources without offering anything in return. We will face a revolution in what and how we will produce, what and how we will consume. To make it happen, we need to see a long-term planning from the government. The energy transition must be addressed by thoughtful and realistic public policy. Otherwise, we will see another supply crisis that we have already facing this year. Different countries must have different strategies for achieving carbon neutrality based on the level of the structure of their economies. Therefore, global cooperation is needed to not only between different countries, but also within individual economic sectors. Business must understand that there's a new economic reality, and it's critical for them to develop anonymous, uniform rules of the game in order in the long term to remain successful and profitable. It's not an immediate transition from the dark brown to light green economy. Industries will need to adapt new technologies and business models that will allow them to become carbon neutral or carbon light. The energy transition will require very large capital investments. No country in the world is capable to solving this problem alone. Only by combined effort of public and private sector, we will solve the problem of climate change. For the creating new technology and technological revolution, we must attract private capital. Consistent and transparent business strategies for this transition to carbon-free economy are becoming decisive. We must be mindful if we will stop financing the existing carbon businesses and will negatively impact the very cash flow that exists today. That is crucial to be invested in the new technologies. Today, the future of the all mankind depend on the position of our leaders, the head of the states. In October 2021, President Putin confirmed that Russia is aiming for the carbon neutrality by 2060. China pledged to carbon neutrality by 2060 also, but US want to carbon neutrality by 2050. There is a huge significant step toward the implementation of the Paris Agreement, both for these countries and for the world as a whole, since we are talking about 3 of the 5 largest emitters of the greenhouse gases. Personal leadership become crucial. It's important to create a club. This is a kind of it's going to be very practical and responsible. It's important to create a club of the countries that will commit themselves to keep the temperature rise within 1.5 degrees. The issue of the climate change is not only about energy transition, it's also about the use and implementation of nature-based solution. Moving toward achieving carbon neutrality, governments and the private sector must be very mindful of using forest, wetland, tundra, steppes, and marine areas. It's very important that UNFCCC at the last COP25 began to address this issue. It's necessary for the nature, for the people, and for the energy sector. Without it, we will not be able to achieve carbon neutrality within the state time frame. That cannot be done without the use of new energy solution, innovative technologies, and opportunities that our common nature support us with. Highly important that we will not leave anyone behind. We must focus on the humanity, not just of the part of humanity that can afford current energy transition or have enough territory to implement nature-based solution. A team gain of the public and the private sector is needed in order to hit the global sustainable development goal. To unite all levels of society in the face of the global challenge, play as one team, assist each other, cooperate and remove artificial barriers, including economic and other sanctions that are jeopardizing the future of our planet. If we will continue to play separately, we will going to lose.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. I think we have seen a striking change in the tone from the Russian Federation, and I was struck at the St. Petersburg Forum this year when President Vladimir Putin was speaking, and about 1/3 of his speech was addressing the issues of climate change, the environment, and low carbon, which was a significant shift, I think, from what we have seen in the past. And so I think there's been a strong international welcome for the steps which the Russian Federation is taking there. Can I delve a little bit deeper as well and ask you, as you look at the technologies which you believe can make a difference, where do you think we should be focusing?
Charles, thanks a lot for your point. President of Russia, they change a lot right now. It's in his speech to the COP15 Ecumene, and lately he said about the 2060. It's probably take away all this political issue from those who was disagree at a certain point. Now it's time to acting for all of us. I think it's a government, this is the parliament, this is the society, this is the business. We have to work close together to achieve what the president now is telling us. And of course, it's biggest territory, biggest source. You have to understand, it's Russian Federation get all these different source of the energy. Just name it, But all conflict now in our country, who is going to take advantage, who is going to take the more percentage of the energy presented to the economy and to the public sector. And of course, this is the big things. It's we need to get more funds to supply our institutions. You have to understand, it's Russia itself, they start thinking about almost more than 200 years ago to build all these institutions for the woods, for the air, for the water. And of course, it's on transition from the Soviet Union to the Russian Federation lost a lot. It's financially in the first place. I know it's all this business who work in Russia, they understand, this is the crucial moment to get all this unnecessary support of the scientific institutions to help the business to make their own plans for transition. And again, I get all this this description of the different type of energy, but maybe it's everything or my colleagues gonna say, but maybe one things are gonna stop and explain, because I think it's very important to describe nuclear energy, one of the biggest source of the carbon neutrality by time it was all going to reach, hopefully in 2050 or 2060. My own experience can tell me, I've been in the last built atomic station in the Russian Federation, is in a Ural Mountain area, and I was amazed, first time to be in the plant, and I see the fantastic technologies almost saved with layers of the which protect from anything, and of course any catastrophe, even an earthquake. And of course this has given me good chance to speak to the people around the world about the safety of this energy. Of course, it's very heavy in money to build these power plants around the world. But of course, if you need to get the neutrality by 2050, we have to take a look. And I hope it's nuclear energy should be included in the UN Sustainable Development Goals until 2050 under the goal for the affordable and the clean energy, UNSDG number 7. And of course, at the same time, we have to understand that in order to maintain the global temperature, it's necessary to build the hundreds. Like I said, it's new nuclear blocks to replace the current non-green generations. Of course, it's not still welcomed by the public opinion. We got all this from the whole time catastrophe in Chernobyl or in Fukushima, but again, it's the country like France, they get almost 80% of the power from their atomic stations. And of course, it's what I see lately been built in Russia. I see this as the could be good presentation for the for the people, for the business, for the governments to see it's how they're going to be safe and very practical. I don't know about the gas and the hydrogen. It's I think it's another perspective, but to compare what's we're going to talk about, different source of the energy. This is the look like out of competition right now, and I hope it's going to continue to present, develop, but I think it's no time right now. And again, it's if you're going to take a look, Russian Federation, they get from the hydro energy, oil, gas, atomic, coal. Coal is another problem. It's I talked to many people, including the John Kerry, when he came to Moscow. We get lunch together about decision of the G7 to not financing this sector of the economy. And of course, for many countries, and Russia is one of them, it's the coal business. This is not only heating the homes or give the energy to the business, but also this is the big sector of the economy, which is the many of the families get living for. And of course, you cannot go like this. You said, okay, now we're going to close all this coal mining and everything was regarding to this energy sector. Yeah, we need respect. We need to make the strategic plan. We need to go step by step, and of course, respect what's was it's useful. And yeah, it's we understand this is the not eco-friendly right now, but we need to understand also how we can transform from the not using at all to the it's step by step. It's diversification of this business and find a job for the people who depend on the coal business. So it's that's what try to sell. For me, it's to sit in front of the gurus of the energy business. It's probably enough to say.
Thank you very much. I think maybe one of the issues we can come back to as well is in a country as vast as Russia, where you haven't got a fully integrated grid across the whole country. You've got many isolated communities. I think there are 80,000 isolated communities in Russia. Then the energy challenges which that brings, particularly in harsh winters, is an additional problem. And let's maybe explore that a little bit later. I'm going to go online now and welcome Ruslan Edelgeriev, and who is the President Putin's special advisor on climate change, who's joining us from Glasgow. Thank you very much indeed that we have a large audience as well online who'll be watching us. So thank you for joining us this morning. I understand you will be speaking in Russian, but with English translation. As we have just heard from Mr. Fetisov, the President of the Russian Federation announced that Russia would be looking to be carbon neutral by 2060. Can you tell us how this is going to be achieved? And indeed, is it a sufficient ambition? Should Russia be looking to move faster towards net zero?
Доброе утро, коллеги. Сразу хочу предупредить, что я до конца сессии быть не смогу, и поэтому, если есть вопросы, сразу после моего доклада хотел бы их услышать, потому что мне придется переходить на другое мероприятие.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Unfortunately, I have to warn you in advance that I have a meeting that will start in some time. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask them right now.
Да, действительно, президент России Владимир Путин недавно объявил, что Российская Федерация не позднее 60-го года должна прийти к углеродной нейтральности. К этому поручению мы шли долго, практически 2 года мы разрабатывали стратегию развития страны до 50-го года с низким выбросом парниковых газов.
Yes, recently Russian President Vladimir Putin announced that our country will go carbon neutral no later than 2060. And that is something that we have been working on for quite a while. And we were developing the low carbon development strategy for 2 years now.
И как раз посредством вот этой реализации этой стратегии мы будем идти к углеродной нейтральности. Я знаю, что не все страны имеют дорожную карту, как они будут идти к углеродной нейтральности. Мы этот пробел решили, и все наши меры будут прописаны в этой стратегии.
Yes, and under this strategy, we are going to achieve carbon neutrality. And as far as I know, not all countries announced that they have a roadmap on how to achieve this carbon neutrality. And this strategy that we in Russia developed will allow us to do that.
В этой стратегии как раз зашиты те мероприятия, которые направлены на повышение энергоэффективности, хотя, учитывая, как Фетисов сказал, в миксе энергобаланса у России 40% низкоуглеродной энергии, но тем не менее наша экономика очень энергоемка, и у нас большие планы достичь большого снижения выброса в рамках энергоэффективности и энергоэкономии.
Yes, and this strategy that we have right now contains some measures in order to decrease our greenhouse gas emissions. And one of these steps that we need to introduce is to increase decrease the energy intensity of our economy. And as Mr. Fetisov told us that Russian energy mix is quite low, is quite low in carbon intensity. That is true. We've got around 40% for low carbon energy sources. And even though our economy is very energy intensive, we need to increase our energy efficiency in order to deal with the greenhouse gas emissions problem.
На начальном этапе у нас будет серьезный обращенный взор на лесной сектор. Уже президентом выделены дополнительные ресурсы финансовые на борьбу с пожарами. Также мы собираемся заниматься интенсификацией лесопроизводства, восстановлением и заниматься облесиванием территорий. И это даст свой первый положительный глобальный эффект.
Initially, we're going to focus on the forest sector, and the Russian President Vladimir Putin recently allocated additional financial resources to deal with the forest fires and increase forest plantations and forest restoration. And this step will allow us to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions.
И здесь я хотел поблагодарить британское правительство, которое организовало вот этот лесной форум, объединило страны, которые заинтересованы в лесном секторе. И тут, я считаю, нужен следующий шаг. Нам надо совместно создать рабочие органы, создать структуры, которые бы отслеживали проведение проектов, которые бы вели надзорную деятельность, чтобы не допустить углеродных перетоков, не допустить утечек, и чтобы добиться стандартов в высоком качестве лесных проектов.
And I also would like to thank the UK government for organizing the forest forum on the margins of the conference of the parties. And they managed to unite those countries that are interested in implementing climate projects in forestry. And right now, I think the next step should be establishment of a supervisory body that would focus their attention on preventing carbon leakage and ensuring that climate projects in the forestry sector really contribute to overall mitigation schemes.
Также в этой стратегии есть мероприятия от от ухода глобального использования угля в энергетике и плавный переход в начальной стадии на газ, но и в последующем, конечно, на более низкоуглеродные источники, но в особенности на мирный атом.
And our strategy also includes steps where we are going to move away from coal in our energy sector and introduce natural gas, and later move to more low carbon energy sources such as nuclear energy.
Спасибо.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much indeed, and we are very conscious of the pressures on your time, and so we're very grateful for you for joining us for the first part of this panel. Can I ask you to go a little bit further in terms of the comments you were saying at the end there, that Russia is well known for the extraordinary wealth of its natural resources, be that hydrocarbons or minerals or indeed forestry. That how do you see the next few years developing and panning out? What are the priorities in that move towards net zero? And how do you manage to reduce the emissions associated with some of those activities in the short term?
Вы знаете, было бы глупо сразу отказаться от ТЭКа, от всего в целом, да, в особенности от углеводородов, потому что это заявлять об этом, сказать, что это будет все происходить скоротечно, было бы немного неправдоподобно, учитывая факт энергетического кризиса, который мы сейчас наблюдаем. Но в целом,
given the energy crisis that we can observe right now and different energy shocks, that would be very unwise to abandon our oil and gas sector right now.
Но в целом мы видим, и наши компании видят, что в целом на первый план будут все-таки выходить потребители, и потребители будут в конечном счете решать. Поэтому, чтобы быть конкурентоспособным, и государство, и компании придерживаются этого тренда и снижают свой углеродный след продукции. При этом уже глобальные компании имеют свои климатические стратегии низкоуглеродные и ведут климатическую отчетность.
But still, overall, both our government and companies understand that people need low carbon development solutions, and that consumers drive these ambitions. And that is why, in order to be competitive on the market, different companies started to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and the carbon footprint of their goods. And they also incorporate different corporate strategies on how to reduce greenhouse gases emissions.
Еще я хотел бы добавить, я упустил с первого вопроса детали по амбициозности. Тут бы я хотел бы добавить, что действительно Российская Федерация может прийти к углеродной нейтральности более ранними темпами, но для этого необходима благоприятная политическая и экономическая мировая конъюнктура. То бишь, если мы будем идти к этим целям вместе коллективными действиями всех стран, а именно это общие углеродные рынки, отсутствие элементов сдерживания, отсутствие барьеров и признание результатов климатических проектов, то действительно, как вы заметили, имеет большой ресурсный потенциал. Российская Федерация в более ранним временных рамках может прийти к углеродной нейтральности. Но, повторюсь, это зависит от всех нас, стран вместе взятых.
And answering to your first question, I omitted your notion on increasing climate ambitions. Yes, indeed, Russia can achieve carbon neutrality even faster if there are favorable political and economical conditions. And here I imply different collective efforts of all countries, and namely the establishment of common carbon markets, carbon pricing systems, that there is no elements of containment, and if all countries recognize mutually climate projects. And in this, under these circumstances, Russia can drive more ambition and achieve carbon neutrality even faster, and additionally unlock its potential.
Еще, пользуясь случаем, что у нас это мероприятие проходит в стенах университета, хотел бы, учитывая, что высокий научный потенциал, хотел бы добавить, что речь идет о результатах климатических проектов. И климатический трек, я также поддерживаю Фетисова, должен быть в несанкционной политике, потому что научная среда, вы университеты, вы это понимаете, что климату все равно, где эти проекты осуществлять, где снижать выбросы. Главное, чтобы эти выбросы снижались, независимо от тех или иных политических соображений. Политики в силу своих тех или иных обязательств электоральных, своих политических конкурентов, в силу той или иной оппозиции, должны всегда вести себя как бы политкорректно и должны раскрывать политические цели. А научное сообщество, именно сейчас вы, да, где мы сейчас ведем мероприятие, вы в деталях, в узких специальностях понимаете, о чем речь идет. И поэтому нужно политику оставить за скобками, и надо осуществлять всем миром климатические проекты и признавать климатические проекты, а не вводить, наоборот, санкции. Поэтому мы должны определиться, что климат вне политики, вне санкционной части.
Yes, and since this event is taking place in the university, I also would like to draw our attention to the scientific potential to drive ambitions. And here I'm referring to climate projects, and that these track and these sectors should be out of sanctions. And universities do understand that it doesn't matter for the climate where climate projects are taking place. It's the final outcome in reducing overall greenhouse gases emissions that matters. And that is why we need to move this this climate track out of sanctions. And politicians always follow their own goals, while scientific community understands the urgency of climate actions. And that is why the world community needs to implement different climate projects and mutually recognize their outcomes. And we should not instead impose sanctions on climate actions, because right now that's the main issue that we need to focus on.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. We recognize that you have many pressures on your time. We're very grateful to you for joining the panel this morning. You're very welcome to stay with us for as long as you can, but we recognize that you may need to leave for your other meetings. I should also say made an apology at the start of this session, which is the gender imbalance in our panel today, and that we did have two female speakers who had been due to participate, who we lost at relatively short notice. And I always feel awkward when it is an all-male panel, recognizing the huge contribution which women are making to tackling the issues which we face as well. So my apologies for that. Let's come to an industry perspective now. David Campbell from BP. BP has announced a fundamental change in its business model, looking to be a very different company in the years to come and be net zero by 2050. But the company is still investing heavily in hydrocarbons. How is this compatible with those goals? And when do you think that we will see BP stopping investing in hydrocarbons?
Well, thank you, Charles, and thank you, Vyacheslav and the university for the invitation to the event. It's actually great to be back in my home capital city, and actually where three of my children have studied at this very university. But you asked about BP. Now, I joined this company back in the 80s and can say that our current plan to transform ourselves is the most comprehensive I've seen in all of that time. That from an integrated oil company model to an integrated energy company. And you're right that we've targeted net zero by 2050 or sooner. And this will still comprise some production of decarbonized oil and particularly gas. Now, one of our aims is to increase investment into our non-oil and gas businesses. We've made low carbon investments this year of about last year of about $750 million. And we expect that to reach about $2 billion this year, $3 to $4 billion the following year, and by 2025 to about $5 billion, which will be a tenfold increase in our investment in those businesses. Our exploration and access spend has already fallen by about 80% from its peak, and we expect it to fall further in the coming years. And as we've said, we will not explore for oil and gas in any new countries. It's also worth remembering that the IEA net zero scenario, which is consistent with the 1.5 degree temperature rise, it said that upstream oil and gas investment will still average about $170 billion a year in that scenario, right, even beyond 2030. And it's also important that the global markets are telling us, just as Vyacheslav said, that the transition has to be done in a sustainable and reliable and predictable way. The recent spikes of gas prices in Europe have shown that consumers still need gas, and gas fits well to serve as a transition fuel to a low carbon future. So we see a role for oil and gas, and we also see hydrocarbons as the engine of our transformation. Importantly, this part of the business provides the cash flow that will allow us to invest into the transition. Now, with this, we intend to build a portfolio that's focused on resilient and hydrocarbons to provide the world with the reliable and affordable and clean energy that it needs. As I lead BP's businesses in Russia, let me also say that Russia is set to play a big part and an important role in this transition. Russia has low cost, high volume, high quality hydrocarbons, and is, of course, it's extremely well positioned between Asia and Europe. And being the strategic partner and a shareholder of Rosneft, we have a truly unique exposure to some of the best opportunities that exist there, including the introduction, again, as Vyacheslav said, of sustainable technologies such as wind, CCUS, forestry credits, and hydrogen. With this, the position that we've established for the past several years in Russia will only contribute more to the delivery of BP's strategy and our goals, our new strategy. So to conclude, Charles, let me note that the world is changing. It's clear that our company and the industry has to change as well. Transformation is irreversible, but transition needs to be planned to minimize energy poverty. BP is committed to change and play our part in the huge task of combating climate change and providing for a more sustainable future for our children's generation.
David, thank you. The oil and gas sector is, of course, currently one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gases. That as you then look at the medium term, so ahead of that longer term objective, what are the steps that the industry can be taking now to reduce those emissions? So we have the methane emissions, which is an associated product very often both in the development and in the transportation. We have issues of flaring in many parts of the world. What steps can be taken now to make it a cleaner industry?
Well, I think there are lots of steps that can be taken and are being taken. I think the first thing to say is that we recognize, and I think the industry recognizes, that the world's carbon budget is finite and it's running out fast. The global economy is providing more greenhouse gas emissions than the planet can sustain. So we admit that the energy sector accounts for a significant volume of that emission, of those emissions. And I believe we also have much to offer. So let me just illustrate that. The oil and gas sector should be seen as part, I think it should be seen as part of the solution. And we're ready to contribute to that transition by, for instance, increasing the energy efficiency of our operations. And actually Russia leads in this. pushed by the government, particularly by reducing, as you've mentioned, gas flaring and methane leakages, and investing much more in new forms of clean energy production, such as electrification, renewables, hydrogen, CCUS, and biofuels. So let me illustrate by what we're doing by way of an example. Last year, BP launched a new strategy, as I've mentioned, and a sustainability framework, and committed to become a net zero company by 2050 or before. We believe that our strategy is consistent with the Paris goals, including pursuing best efforts for 1.5 degrees C. Emissions reduction targets, including carbon pricing, are important elements of a Paris consistent strategy. For instance, we aim to reduce emissions associated with the carbon in our upstream oil and gas production by 35 to 40% by 2030, which is only the end of this decade. And as a result, we expect our upstream oil and gas production will be around 40% lower than in 2019 by 2030, which is, I think, quite unique amongst our oil and gas peers. We strongly believe that as a company, we can do more to meet the demand of a changing world and improve our footprint globally. With this, we're focusing our new strategy on 3 key areas. First of all, low carbon electricity and energy. As the world's changing, we see electrification as a strong trend, and we're building scale in renewables, such as well as other low carbon solutions, including bioenergy and early positions in hydrogen and CCUS. And we'll be looking at those in Russia also. Second element of our strategy is convenience and mobility, putting customers at the heart of what we do, helping to accelerate the global revolution in mobility, redefining the experience of convenience retail, and scaling BP's presence in fuel sales in growing markets. And it's great to see cars being electrified outside right now as I arrived this morning here at the university. And the third part, and it will be continuing to be an important part, Charles, is the resilient hydrocarbons. And our oil and gas portfolio will remain the foundation of our business, as I mentioned in the answer to your first question, but we will decarbonize that sector. So delivering the strategy will see us become a very different company by 2030. Within 10 years, we aim to increase our overall annual low carbon investment tenfold, as I said, to about $5 billion a year. We also, by 2030, aim to have developed about 50 gigawatts of net renewable generating capacity, which is a 20-fold increase from 2019. And for the products that we sell to the market, we'll reduce the carbon intensity of those by 15% or more. And finally, throughout our transformation process, our commitment to safety remains consistent and unwavering. And I see that also in Russia. It is and will remain our core value, permeating everything that we do. I know this industry pretty well after 37 years. Our people care about the environment too. We're used to solving big engineering problems, and we've played a significant role in providing the affordable, reliable energy that's lifted billions out of poverty over the last century. We now see that this energy needs to be cleaner as well. And if included, we can play a pivotal role in solving this problem as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, David. Let's broaden this out now, and I'm keen to bring in Sergei Korotkov, who's joining us from Russia. Sergei heads up the Center for International Industrial Cooperation for UNIDO in Russia. Can I come to you and ask about the commitments which we're seeing now from a lot of corporations, a very high level of ambitions for change, as we've been hearing from David? How can UNIDO help them to make a reality of those ambitions? What are the most promising areas which you see of an innovative initiatives that will really help us to meet the goals and targets that have been set?
Okay, thank you, Charles. It's a great pleasure to participate in such interesting forum, which is dedicated for decarbonization and new developments of new economies. My organization, which I represent here in Russia, is United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. And of course, we usually working in synergy of the development of the fourth industrial revolution. Fourth industrial revolution is clear for everybody, and for us, for UNIDO, main focuses are in the digitalization, decarbonization, and development of the new solutions dedicated to this. Recently, in the middle of this year, UNIDO launched the new program for the development of green hydrogen. And I can tell some data, some figures which was developed by our experts, UNIDO experts. For example, we expect the production of hydrogen from 2020 to 2030 will increase more than twice. Growth of revenue generation from we have in 2020 177.3 billion, and it will be predicted 420 billion by 2030. What are the main challenges for the development of green hydrogen? First, it is a lack of smart and long-term policies, regulations, and financing models. Then, high cost of electrolyzers and fuel cell technologies. Then, safety issues in regard to production, storage, transport, and use of green hydrogen. Lack of qualified local capacity to manage green hydrogen system. I think this is the main challenge which we look forward to overcome together with our partners in industry and in politics. The global program which UNIDO initiated for green hydrogen in industry recognizes the potential of green hydrogen. UNIDO initiated this program to foster the application of green hydrogen in industry in developing and emerging economies, not only for the developed countries, just developed economies, but our task to do it by all the interested parts. And of course, decarbonization, as it was announced in Davos by UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres, I think it is a difficult task, and between words and actions, it's a difference. So how we develop UNIDO, I mean, develop this program. First of all, we have just organized International Center for Hydrogen Energy Technologies. It is located in Turkey. Then International Energy Agency Technology Collaboration Program. Then Global Network of Regional Sustainable Energy Centers. And of course, we are working in partnership with all the representatives of the different industries and different countries. That's what I wanted to tell in general, but of course, criteria for country prioritization in the development of UNIDO hydrogen program and projects. This is presence of the industrial energy projects in the following industrial sectors. We have so-called hard to abate sectors which are most responsible for the carbonization of green gas emission. It is steel, refineries, chemical, ammonia, methanol, cement. Then green hydrogen production. Presence of at least megawatt size, renewables power plants, supplies of renewable energy, presence of projects of natural gas, biogas and biofuels, countries with availability of gas infrastructure. Then of grid energy needs, mini grids or in rural areas and islands where long-term seasonal storage is needed. Local grid stability balancing, presence of electric mobility projects, presence of projects located in port areas, presence of industrial country roadmaps, projects of programs, policies of green hydrogen. So this is in general. I think this is enough, and I want, if it will be some questions, I can respond to the questions. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Let me come back to you with a couple of further points on hydrogen. So the debate is very live about the difference between green hydrogen and blue hydrogen, the hydrogen made by electrolysis from renewables or from gas. And at what point do you think that green hydrogen will be commercially viable and competitive? And the second thing comes directly to the role of your center, which is industrial cooperation on an international level. That we're seeing the Russian Federation setting an ambition to be one of the major hydrogen economies. Germany is doing the same, Denmark, the United Kingdom, we're all setting out the ambition, Saudi Arabia similarly. How important do you think the role of international cooperation is going to be to accelerating the development of the hydrogen economy rather than nation states doing a lot of the work individually?
Okay, so first of all, for the hydrogen cooperation, international cooperation, I would say that it is one of the most important issues. As it was told by Ruslan Edelgiriyev, there should be no sanctions at all, and all of us, all of companies, all of political and technical bodies should work together for the development of the new solutions and a new attitude. I think that really we tried to find some kind of cooperations with some Austrian and German companies here in Russia. We see the lack of legislation and juridical issues which is not developed in Russia yet. We need to make a common rules for all the international community for the development of hydrogen strategy and hydrogen economy. And regarding to the first question, it is really quite expensive to produce by hydrolyzation hydrogen from water. It costs a lot, really. But we have some solutions here in Russia. You know, we have some nuclear stations which are working the 24 hours regime. And of course, consumption of such energy in night time, it is less. So we can use it for the hydrolyzation and producing of the hydrogen. This is, to my mind, the main aspects of the main problems of the development of hydrogen economy and hydrogen industry.
Thank you very much. I now want to bring in one of our university academics and to go first of all to Gareth Harrison, who's a professor of power engineering here at the University of Edinburgh. Gareth, it seems to me that in this transition, that the technology is as important as finding new resources. But one of the challenges we therefore have is how we integrate all of these new sources of generation. In this country, we'll be going from a few dozen power generating stations to hundreds and hundreds, thousands of facilities. How do we integrate those and how do we bring that together so that we have a reliable system, but which brings in the technologies as appropriate?
Okay, so I mean, I come from a very electrical background. That's my own background. I would say that the electrical power system and electricity itself is actually a relatively small part of the problem, but actually we are looking for it to bear the largest burden. So I think long term we're talking there about, certainly in Britain, we are talking about electrification of transport, electrification of heat. And that's extremely challenging. So actually, if anything, the electrical system becomes more important as you move forward. In terms of where we go from now, we're actually well over 1 million individual power plants. I have one on my roof. So it's we're already in the future, if you like. The challenge really, I think, is partly philosophical, it's partly technological. And I think that where we are in Britain at the moment is we are already partway through that shift. We have retained a reasonable number of large thermal power plants, so a mix of nuclear, some but very few coal, and a decent amount of gas. But we've also supplemented that with a huge amount of wind and a surprising amount of solar. If anybody ever looks out the window in Britain, it is surprising, but it is effective. And if you look forward to a lot of the scenarios that have been derived for where Britain needs to go, you're talking about a system which has 40, 50 gigawatts of offshore wind, more solar, and a wide range of other technologies, including new nuclear, potentially carbon capture, and so on. So it's a very different system. And but actually, I think the principles at the moment, in terms of how you operate that system, will be fairly similar. At the moment, we run a system where we rely very much on the system frequency to tell us whether we have a problem. So if you have too much energy or too much power, your frequency goes up. If you have too little, it goes down. And I think that's going to be the dominant control method as you move forward. But there are other ways of doing it, and it's important to look at that. I think where this gets interesting is in terms of things like balancing. So that's probably the core thing that people worry about. Have you got enough power at a particular instant? Because what we know from power systems is that if you get that wrong, you have no power and you have no lights. And if you have a system that's very heavily dependent on electricity, you have no heating or transport. So it's very important that that system is extremely reliable. And I think certainly in the UK and a lot across most of the developed world, it's incredibly reliable. Whether it's as resilient as it needs to be, I think is a different matter. But the balancing is the core function really of the system operator. But we're seeing that responsibility start to move down into distribution systems as well. So balancing is interesting because at the moment what we do is, historically what we did was we had large, very controllable power stations. We predicted demand and then we decided which power stations were going to turn on when to meet demand, and they followed demand across the day. As you start to bring in renewables, you start to change that a little bit. You start to change the fact that you've got some of your power is coming for something that is not quite as predictable, but it's still pretty predictable, but it varies. And that's a very distinctive thing. So you're then having to shift the way that you think about the problem a lot. One of the things about renewables and totally renewables we're used to here is that they are, in addition to variable, they're also very widespread. So one of the big things is that if you go from one power plant, say a wind turbine, to 100 wind plants spread across the country, you've solved some of the problem by spreading the risk. So you diversify your supply. So that's something that's very common in the way that we think about energy. And actually, as you increase the area across which you operate, you help yourself a lot. So for example, across a continent, you will improve that ability to smooth the supply quite drastically. I must say, I've never actually thought too much about Russia, but given that you seem to stretch from about a third way around the globe, you ought to have a decent chance at this. So that's quite a fundamental thing. As you start to shift between different sources, I wasn't going to talk about that, but actually you do get diversification between sources. And so if you have solar and wind, actually you help things massively as well. So one of the effects of renewables is that it tends to nibble away at the energy in the middle of your merit order. So the sort of things that you're turning on and then off during the day. But over time, actually, they will serve to displace much of that energy. What they don't do at the moment is they don't remove the need for capacity at peak. So it might, if you look at Britain, 1 year peak demand time, it will be blowing a gale. Another time it will be a dead calm. But if you're planning a power system, you need to make sure that you can cope with both. So I think the challenge really is making best use of the energy that comes from renewables, but making sure that you have capacity to deal with situations where renewables not there. So a lot of that comes down to flexibility, and you'll hear flexibility used a lot in the press and in academic circles. And really there are four sources for that: flexible generation, flexible storage, flexible interconnection, and also demand side management. And each of those really is taking the power system as it is and giving it a turbocharge. So with flexible generation, what we're talking about there is things which will spend most of the time turned off. So there, what you're talking about is things which don't cost a great deal for the capital. So we already do that at the moment, things like open cycle gas turbines, we use those extensively. So to a large extent, we're trying to shift towards something where we have things sitting doing not a lot, but that they can come on at short notice. The important bit about that, and at the moment we're using gas for that, you will ultimately need to shift towards a completely low carbon solution. So that could be something like carbon capture. The tendency there is to make that nice and cheap, as you want to run that flat out. Nuclear, we tend to think of that as a fairly inflexible technology. Actually, it doesn't need to be. The German nuclear is incredibly flexible. It was designed in at the start. I'm not entirely sure the British have done that this time, but it would be nice to see if that's actually happening. But beyond that, you're really talking about a system which is running predominantly on renewables, but with some sort of low carbon fuel to provide the backup. Now, it could be hydrogen, it could be ammonia, and so on. Storage is something that's much talked about. There are an enormous number of technologies, a lot of which turn electrical power into some sort of chemical, typically to turn it straight back into electricity. They operate in a range of different timescales and capabilities. They're quite good at day-to-day stuff. I think some things like the lithium-ion batteries are pretty good at that. Pumped storage is very good at that. Where they run into trouble is the seasonal stuff. So you'll think in Britain, if you look at our energy consumption in particular, it's an enormous swing between summer and winter, enormous, simply because of the heating. So if you're electrifying that, you've actually then got to deal with that as well. So there are challenges in that, in what you do with that seasonal storage. And I think that's probably where there are opportunities for chemical-based solutions, things like hydrogen, geological storage, and so on, that allow you to operate and have the fuel available when you need it. So interconnection is something that's also very important. It's not terribly sexy. I'm like transmission towers. I think it was one of the first words was pylon. I'm slightly disturbed about that, but there we are. But actually interconnection is really critical, and you want to have nice, strong connections within your country, as well as nice, strong connections between countries. The reason for that is that allows you to exploit the resources. Renewables tend to be in particular places, so you need to get the power from them to the places where you're going to consume. And generally, the larger and stronger your interconnections, the more able to do that, the better. Now, the regulators, certainly in Britain, are very keen that we don't overdevelop our networks, that we don't have excess capacity or gold plating. But one of the interesting bits is if you are not able to get at your resources, you are missing out on potentially quite significant benefits there. Because by and large, the places where you want to build wind farms and so on are places where they are cheapest. So, so there is a downside to operating like that. Equally, you don't want to have too much, because actually, if you look at the production patterns from wind and solar, that variability means that sometimes there's not a lot of them. So you don't want the grid sitting, being only partially used. So there's a balance, I think, to be struck there. One of the ways you can deal with that is actually to overbuild your renewables. And the way that we've been doing it here is to basically curtail them or turn them off or turn them down at times when we have too much to actually ship. You can make use of that. You can use that for other things. Hydrogen, you can store it. So I think there's a whole lot in there. The other aspect is consumers as well, and they are often regarded as just the people who pay the bills. You can make them or their homes active by controlling what they do, allowing them to choose what to do, and what that does, it builds in a lot of flexibility. But it doesn't solve the whole problem. And I think that's really the next question about there is, what's the rest doing?
Very good. Yes, let's go on to that, because the electricity system has tended to be the unsexy part of the system. It's there, it operates, it's reliable. But we're now moving to a situation where it's increasingly critical, and it needs to be fully activated in order to facilitate the transition. As you look around the world, who do you think is doing this best? What are they doing which others should be following?
Well, I think actually Britain's doing pretty well on this. It's the rate of increase in renewables is really quite remarkable. I mean, Scotland runs a lot of the time fairly close to 100% renewables. In fact, its equivalent demand is at 100%. The reason it does that is it's tied to the English grid, which is not. But we're doing pretty well on that. So I think Britain's doing well. I think the way that National Grid are thinking about the problem in terms of the way that they're, to some extent, they're marketizing their procurement of the things that allow the network to operate are going in the right direction. Ireland, I think, is doing extremely well. It's a much smaller system. It does swing about a lot, but they have a similar sort of approach. The Danes, I think, are in a fantastic position, very strongly interconnected, big use of combined heat and power. They operate in a very different way. So I think that probably Denmark for me would be the standout in terms of the way that people are thinking about it. But there are, as many others said, there are lots of ways of doing this. But I think probably those three, they just happen to be in a line east to west.
Okay, Fuad Akundov, can we come to you next? So you're the co-founder of DN Platform, chairman of the board of the Independent Energy Fund. Thank you for joining us today. I want to talk to you particularly about nuclear and to get your understanding of sort of where nuclear fits into this. Nuclear is seen by some people as being green, by others as being not green. So what is your own perspective, and how critical do you think it is to have new nuclear as part of the mix if we're going to meet the net zero objectives?
Thank you, Charles. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this event and for really distinguished event, because at the time when everyone is talking, we have to come up with specific answers. I think that's exactly what we're doing now. First of all, what we expect from COP30, we think that should be COP26, sorry. Usually I'm thinking far ahead. But we really expect that nuclear should be recognized as a green energy, full stop. Without this, I believe that humanity won't be able to reach the goal of 1.5 and 2050. So it's simply unachievable. And I'll try to, within this a few minutes, prove why. First of all, we have 30, before going to nuclear, everyone is predicting what's going to happen, how we should reach this 1.5, keep below 1.5. But, as a businessman coming from the business background, so whatever you do, first of all, you have to measure success. So first we have to come up with few decisions. How we're going to measure this way, because it's 30 years ahead. And for the 30 years, I don't want humanity, I hope that all of us will be around then. We'll come up, let's say, okay, somewhere in 2029, say, oh yeah, we just 35% close to targets, I mean, because we're unable to monitor. So we, within our group of partners, we came up with idea of some sort of gift to the green movement. So it's like new ratio, which will be able to help us to see where we are. We call it carbon-free generation ratio. So it's very simple, straightforward, but it's quite complicated. So it's like 7 types of, let's say, generation. We can't have more than we have already. Of course, some technology is moving ahead, but we have seven basic type of generation. And what we think that this is purely on calculation basis. So the target, in order to reach 1.5 degree per kilowatt hour electricity generated, we should have 15 gram CO2. That's what we need. And today, there are only 3 types of generations which are matching this criteria, and it's solar, this wind, and nuclear. So nuclear generates 4 gram CO2 per kilowatt hour. This is the lowest one. So this is like, so the first type is, yes, nuclear should be considered green. Nuclear is the basic answer to reach this CFG rate, which is currently, we measured entire 7,000 gigawatt installed capacity in the world, electricity generation. So based on capacity, the structure of world generation, so CFG rate at the moment is 23, and the target should be 87. So in order to reach this, we have to develop at least 3 types of generations, but I don't want to talk about the renewables and the solar and the wind, but clearly they won't be able to come up with, they won't be able to settle this challenge. So the nuclear is the answer, but nuclear itself, so the IAEA predicts that within this nuclear renaissance, which we expect, this is official numbers of IAEA, so there should be 500 gigawatt of the installed capacity to be developed. We think that its number should be much higher. In our estimation, roughly within 50 years, so it should be at least 2,000 gigawatt nuclear power plants should be installed, again, in order to reach the goals. I mean, so if we don't want to reach the goals, okay, we don't want to do this. But, and then it brings us to the number of 1,800 nuclear units to be built within 50 years. So, and now here's the answer, even within the current technology, which is quite good. I don't want to go in depth into detail, 3G plus technology, passive defense system, etc. Simply don't have time for it. But in order to build this 1,800 within 15 years units, we simply, at the moment, we don't have capacity of doing this because it's like few companies in the world. It's heavily regulated, heavily understand that security, safety is a prime concern, but under umbrella of safety, the sector is dying under this pressure of regulation, monopoly, when we have few players, because again, penetration level for this business is too high, cost is too high, but although, and the current vendors, unfortunately, they are not too much interested in reducing the cost, and I don't want to touch this issue, but it's completely, it's true. So the idea is that in order to reach the goal, we have to have at least multiply the number of participants. So what do we mean by number of participants? So make, let's say, David's BP interested in building nuclear power plant, and it's possible. It is possible. Now it looks like something like crazy idea, but maybe in 2 years, 3 years time, they will adopt strategy of coming, because the smaller, let's say, energy companies, like the idea is not only giants like BP, but middle-sized companies. We have experience of bringing medium-sized energy companies in different countries to interested in nuclear. So that's why we created this DN platform. Basically, the DN platform is some instrument. It's a tool which helps those companies who maybe they don't understand or don't realize now that they will be part of it. We think that they will be part of it because once the nuclear renaissance is here, and we bet on it that it's going to come, and based on our calculations, what number of units should be built, etc., we expect hundreds of companies interested in this business. So that's why we create a specific DN platform. This is again tool which gives the companies from stage of main decision support. We call it MDS. You guys, have you ever thought about nuclear? Take a look. That's what you have to know, and that's what we can do for you. And that not only we, this is what you should do. Then once you decided, let's say design stage, or vendor selection, or financing model, or we do even have a virtual owner engineer for these companies, where once you start to build, we have like 500 whatever tasks you have to decide to solve during this process. So this is quite sophisticated. It's coming from huge experience from our experts in different countries in nuclear sector. We're giving this on open access to anyone. And the idea is that once the nuclear renaissance is here, and we hope it will be here, so we want to have more participants. Then that's the answer. Thanks.
Very good. Well, I think we need to come back to David at some point and ask how he feels about this new career change coming forward. But can we just sort of pick up on some of the nuclear technologies? Because if there is this constraint on the capacity to build, to what extent do you think that the small modular reactors are the way forward on that, and perhaps a sort of sixth of the size of the traditional nuclear power plant, but they can be built in a factory essentially and then shipped and put together in the final location, rather than what is a very cumbersome, slow process for the large reactors? The UK started its sort of nuclear renaissance journey in 2007, and 14 years later, we're only halfway through building, well, that's optimistic, halfway through building the first one. An EDF building it have never yet finished that design anywhere in the world. So there are challenges with the big designs. Do you think the SMRs offer the way forward?
Yes, and actually I'm very glad that let's say major countries like the United States, which basically operates more than 100 units in the world, the biggest fleet of the nuclear reactors, basically they already put like specific funding to develop small reactors, which could be the huge answer, particularly when with the countries with the undeveloped grid. It could be challenging to pay for if we install the basic upload a few gigawatts for the small countries. Yes, this is his answer. But Charles, I will rather challenge this idea. I know the Hinkley Point's experience, but there are other experience. Let's say in the UAE, they built for 5 years. And it's up and running, the nuclear power plant. The same is experienced in Turkey. We expect in Turkey 2023, they will start generation, and the construction started in 2014, which is fairly enough for 9 years, but in Korea, they built for 6 years. So actually it is possible. And we believe that once there will be new players, once, let's say it's now this, we have, let's say up to 10 credible vendors capable of building nuclear power plants. Once it's going to be 100 vendors, definitely the price will go down. And we know how to do it. And we have approved methods which basically allows us to reduce the cost substantially. So it is possible even with existing technologies, but small reactors could be the breakthrough.
Very good. Okay, well, let's move to a different sector again, to Stuart Hazeldine. So one of the country's leading experts on carbon capture, utilization and storage. Stuart, is this, how relevant is CCUS to us in the issues which we're trying to address? That we hear the debate now of people saying, well, actually, we're moving away from fossil fuels, so maybe we don't need CCUS at all. And then on the other hand, we hear people saying we can't possibly meet our climate objectives without it. And from your independent perspective, where do you think the truth lies?
Well, there are elements of truth in all of that. I think to reiterate where we started off the whole meeting conversation, we're in the partway through a major transition. It is an industrial revolution. Our entire wealth really has been founded on fossil fuel, whether it be coal or oil or gas. And we now recognize that there are adverse consequences of the use of those coal, oil or gas. And I think this fundamental change, we should also recognize that we're between 30 years and 50 years late in starting it, which is why we're always at a last minute decision. And the COP this week will be talking about the last minute decisions again. And it's partly then a question whether we carry on using fossil hydrocarbons to power our industries, power our houses and drive our vehicles. Partly depends on the pace of change from oil companies like BP, partly depends on the legislative constraints produced by countries such as the UK, and partly depends on the rate and the development of innovation to install different methods of operating. And I think I don't want to be too optimistic on this either, because I think we have to realize how really complicated and difficult this change is. So people keeping 1.5 alive is a slogan for this COP and COP26. But to keep 1.5 alive means we need to decrease our global carbon emissions by 10% every year after year after year after year for the next 15 years or more. And that seems extraordinarily unlikely to me, unfortunately. So I suspect we will pass through the 1.5 degrees
temperature global limit around 2032, and that will mean we have more and more problems about surviving in the way we've become accustomed to. So how can we actually continue to use the wealth and the benefits of fossil hydrocarbons, but separate the disbenefits? And of course, carbon capture and storage, or carbon storage in general, offers that type of opportunity. And as we might, I'll outline a couple of thoughts about that, but we also have to recognize it's being extremely slow to develop. And there's an increasing debate at the moment between should we use carbon capture and storage as a technological solution for a technological problem, or should we try and use nature-based solutions to try and develop our natural ecosystems and try and gain benefits from those. And both of those, I think, do have a role, but we also need to recognize that although nature-based solutions, in my opinion, nature-based solutions are very popular. Everybody loves to get their arms around a tree effectively, but they don't actually produce the required storage in the long duration at the scale which is necessary. Forestry, peatland, soil are very good at capturing carbon at very low cost, but they're not good at storing carbon for the 10,000 years which is needed in the future, into the future, for the climate to return to its normal pre-industrial condition. So we have to be cautious about what we're actually purchasing, what we're buying. We may be buying habitat restoration, we may be buying wildlife conservation, but we're not buying climate change remediation with a lot of those types of approach. So the technologies which are available for carbon capture and storage have been available for decades. They work in many places around the world. Those technologies, they're applied routinely in hydrocarbon industries, in oil refinery, in methane gas production and cleanup. There are plants running around the world which are literally separating 4 or 5 million tons a year in a single plant of carbon dioxide, and routinely doing that year after year. And that's not newsworthy because it doesn't break. And so the carbon capture and storage can manifestly be a hidden technology which can enable civilization to decarbonize its carbon use and obtain the benefits without the disbenefits of carbon emissions. But we have to go through this transition. We have to work out how we're going to incentivize, how we're going to speed up the pace of this transition and make this become business as usual. And so there are many targets. There are targets for 2050 net zero. There are targets for 2060 net zero. I'm sure there will be targets for 2070 net zero. But those targets don't really mean anything, in my opinion. It's the targets in 2025, which means something. It's the targets in 2030, which means something. So it's acting now is important. So it's very easy for presidential politicians and prime ministers to talk about faraway targets in the full knowledge that they can promise that, but they will have nothing to do with delivering that. And we don't need that as an ordinary citizen. We need to engage with what's going to happen starting from now. We are late, well, later than late, and we need to have definitive action by 2025. And the UK is in the process of going from zero to hero in that, I think. So the UK has changed its attitude away from trying to fit carbon capture and storage on coal-fueled power plant, and even in many ways on fitting carbon capture and storage on electricity generation, because as we've heard, the rise of renewable wind power onshore and offshore, the rise of solar PV has greatly cheapened and reduced the cost of electricity. So the application of carbon capture and storage is no longer its primary application, but its applications are in decarbonizing our industries, because we have something like 20% of our emissions are related to industry. In this country, maybe another 25–30% emissions are related to heat for houses. In other countries around the world, emissions may be related to cooling of houses and buildings. But those are our major emissions, and in transport, where hydrocarbons are a really convenient way of storing energy in a dense fuel which is easy to transport. So it's very seductive to carry on using that. But we have ways of decarbonizing that. We know how to do that. And it's now a question of getting all those sectors of buildings, heating, transport, all those sectors to be decarbonized fast enough. And that can be done, but it needs incentives, it needs mandate from the government. And I fear that many governments are really just tinkering around the edges with gradational change, where we actually need revolutionary change. And that revolutionary change is really difficult for big companies and big organizations and nation states to cope with, because it does mean changing the way which we've done it, which our parents have done it, which our grandparents have done it. That needs to change in a way which our children and their children will be doing that. And that's a difficult thing to do very, very fast. But nonetheless, we're an innovative species. We know from past records of technology change that we can change technologies very fast in only a few years, when the conditions are right, when the economics are right, when the mood of the public is right. And there's clearly no shortage of money. We've heard from Mark Carney last week that there are trillions of dollars available in the world to fund this. And so there's no shortage of money. We have no shortage of skills. It's the politics and the politicians we need to go with us on that. And the final type of thing I want to mention is that decarbonizing the energy we use is clearly only part of what we need to do. From the climate modeling provided internationally by the International Energy Agency or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or domestically in this country, in the UK, by the Climate Change Committee, it's clear that we also need not only to decarbonize the energies we use, but we also need to take back and recover some of the already emitted carbon out of the atmosphere. So greenhouse gas recovery, net zero emissions, those types of those words mean that we need to build an entirely new sector, which is recovering carbon out of the atmosphere. And we need to be recovering quite large quantities of carbon out of the atmosphere. In the UK, we could be looking by 2050 at something like 100 million tons a year of carbon recovery out of the atmosphere, starting from nothing now. And so that new industry needs to start now, because it's a new sector, it's a new industry, and we need to go through a phase of invention. There are inventions around in the world. There are 3 or 4 major manufacturers who could sell us that air recapture technology. There's another 15 or 20 projects in train, but we need to invent that. Then we need to innovate that to become cheaper, to become reliable. That maybe takes another 10 or 15 years. And then we need to deploy that. So starting with our objective of having 100 million tons in a country like the UK by 2050, and 100 million tons or tens of million tons in maybe 30 or 40 other countries worldwide, that's a substantial challenge. But that has to be done if we're to reach the genuine, authentic net zero without any additional emissions. And to lay down a slight challenge to David, which is maybe unfair, for BP and other oil companies need to move faster, deeper, and more extensively. So just reducing by 30 or 40% is terrific by 2030. That's a good timeline, but we need to see the ambition to actually get to zero by 2050, and maybe even to get to beyond net zero, to recover 110% of what's emitted at that time. And those are difficult challenges. Oil companies are in a bind. They know what the problem is, but I don't think the politicians and the regulations are giving enough help to enable oil companies to really be part of the solution. Because oil companies, I believe, can be part of the solution, because they are the only actors in our big economies which can routinely design and build 15 different global contractors into a multi-billion-dollar project and deliver that within a 3 or 4 year time scale, time after time after time. And that's the type and size of engineering which we're going to need around the world if we're going to measure our success, to measure that by genuinely arriving at net zero in 2050. So that's my thoughts where we are.
Stuart, well, I mean, David's going to be very busy building nuclear power stations, so I'm not sure he can do all of this, but we'll get David to come back in a moment on that. Your points on targets are well made. When I first became a minister, I was told that the cast iron rule of making a target is making sure that you are well out of office before it is expected to be reached. And then your successor, when it's been dismally failed to be reached, comes along and says, well, of course, that was the wrong target in the first place. And then you put a new target, which is another 30 years away. And so you keep that going. And unless you've got a roadmap explaining who needs to do what, a target doesn't have meaning. You've been doing a lot of thinking about how we accelerate this, how we do things in a different way. You're publishing a new paper. Can you tell us a bit more about how you think we can sort of accelerate this process and bring in that new thinking?
Yeah, so I think it's really important to radically increase the pace of delivery of carbon capture and storage, because I'm sure that all major oil companies in the world know how to do this, but they don't have the commercial drive to do this. And the focus really around the world has been on emissions, about taxing emissions, about providing certificates so you can purchase a certificate to do more emissions. So these are all permissions to behave badly, to continue behaving badly. Whereas what I think we should do is turn that around and not blame the consumers like us for behaving badly and emitting, because we can't do anything about that. But actually, it's the producers, the oil companies and the coal companies and the gas companies need to be told to take more responsibility and given the tools to take more responsibility. So I favour, and in collaboration with colleagues at Oxford University, we've published an article in Joule, the International Energy Journal Joule, about 10 days ago, laying out this carbon take-back obligation, we call it. So it's a type of producer responsibility, which is common in other sectors of the economy. If you design a motor vehicle or a washing machine or an electrical piece of equipment, you have to design that so that the products can be taken back, recycled and reused. So we see that that can be done with oil and gas, which we're producing single-use hydrocarbon, we use it once and we throw away the carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And that's a very unsatisfactory method of behaving. And it's an unsustainable way of behaving. So our philosophy of this is we turn around the obligation and we place the obligation on the producer of the fossil carbon out of the ground to say that if you produce a ton of fossil carbon out of the ground, you have to have the obligation for storing 1 ton of fossil carbon back into the ground. How you obtain that fossil carbon is up to you. How you store that is up to you. But we, the state, will inspect that so it's reliable and verified. But of course, we then recognize that's a cost. So you can charge the extra cost through the system. The price of the fundamental fuel, the fundamental product will increase in a jurisdiction, in a country which does that. So that can be unilaterally enacted by a country like the UK. The UK created the Powering Past Coal Alliance with the UK and Canada. We can create a carbon take-back alliance by the UK and other countries developing that and leading that, and other countries can add on to that as they see fit. And the advantage of that is that then that target of how much to be stored, recaptured, recycled, put underground starts off small. 1 million tons a year in the UK is very achievable to establish the process. In jargon, that might be the minimum viable project in business terms to show that that can work. But of course, then the government can scale up and should scale up that ambition to be 30% by 2030, to be 80% by 2040, to be 100% by 2050. So it becomes a very reliable pathway to reliably deliver net zero, because you're legislating and you're wanting the outcome rather than having to guess prices and levers of prices, which will hopefully produce an outcome in the future. And our simulations of that, which we've done using a mimic of the integrated assessment models for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, our simulations of that show that is a rapid way of decarbonizing, and it's actually a cheaper way of decarbonizing, because the present methods of decarbonizing by taxing will penalize the poor, the energy poor in our economies, because the tax on fossil carbon will rise to hundreds of pounds a ton and then to thousands and multiple thousands of pounds a ton. So this way of doing it, by enforcing the action to store carbon, will keep the additional price on carbon of maybe 100 or 200 pounds a ton. And that is then fairer, quicker and more rapid and more deliverable. So our carbon take back obligation, I recommend that to you.
I mean, interesting thought. And David, maybe you can come back as we now start to go around again. We've heard some very different presentations, a whole range of different technologies. And I want to try and draw some of those strands together. If Greta Thunberg was here, she would be saying, you've got to do faster, you've got to do more, you've got to cooperate more. So from looking at the different sectors which you represent, how can you most effectively cooperate with others to accelerate the ambition? And I want to also link into that. How do we carry people with us? Because if we're going to achieve this successfully, we've got to decarbonize in a way that people believe is not imposing too much of a burden on them in terms of security of supply or particularly of affordability. So the costs have got to be manageable, but they still want to see us doing this faster. So, David, let me start with you, and you're entitled to talk about your nuclear future as well in this. But how can we accelerate this? How can we get greater cooperation between the sectors?
Well, I mean, things like today are a very good example. You know, we don't have any role at COP26 as an industry or indeed as a company. So to be invited into a panel like this, to be recognized for having engineering expertise and so on, and a part to play in the solution is actually a very good first step. I really like the ideas. I'd never heard of the nuclear idea, and I certainly am not empowered to talk about that, but I heard it first here. But also, Stuart, I had never heard of that idea as well. Now, one thing I will say is that as an international company, and I spent most of my working life, despite starting out in the Highlands, abroad. And so we have to be able to deal with, how this works without, if certain governments put a price on carbon, for instance, or introduce such a scheme, and that then, how do you then stop industries leaving that country and going to somewhere else? So I think the government have a very, very important role here in laying out the rules. I think we'd be very happy to look at any of these schemes. We're used to working with academics and with universities. We're used to working with governments in different parts of the world. But in my career, I've seen that's the biggest problem that we have. It's just we have to invest for many decades ahead. Very often, we're thinking longer ahead than the governments are. Always. And that's part of the problem, that to make a multi-million-dollar investment in, we need to have some certainty of what the rules are going to be. Now, we run carbon price. We associate a carbon price with all of our projects now. So just in the same way as we compare net present value and rates of return, we also look at how clean these projects are, and we penalize projects that are not, and in choosing where to allocate our capital. So, it'd be interesting to see some of these things come through. And I also agree with Stuart's point about a just transition. We know, for instance, about alcohol pricing in this country, and it's something that's a good idea, but it has that hidden consequence of it often penalizes the poorest in the society. So we need government's help there in how to protect that. But the first thing to do is get talking, get around the table with welcome lots of different views. Don't demonize countries or peoples or industries because of what's happened in the past. People have done what they thought was the right thing to do pretty much at all times. And what we've understood now is that, as you said, Stuart, we're late to this change, but now we understand that the change is there. So let's stop just blaming everybody about being late to the change and get on with actually solving the problem. And we're there to do that.
Slava, you see this from an international perspective as a UN Goodwill Ambassador. From the technology you've heard today, how do you think that we can pull some of these threads together?
Charles, it's a very interesting discussion here. As a team player, I have to understand, it's if it doesn't have a plan for the game, if it doesn't have a good training process, you cannot win. And of course, it's diversification for the oil business. Could be, it's planning if the government going to support. But to be a politician in the last 20 years, going through the election process all the time. It's recently, in September, was the people asking for governments social support, money, education, maybe medicine. Now it's one of the problems, and ecology and the climate and the biodiversity somewhere in the back of the list. And of course, I'm an elected president or the prime minister. And I get the 4 years or 5 years in the office, and I have to be responsible of the people asking for. This is the one of the things it's supposed to be, give a good support of the business to diversify their future. And without the opinion of the people, the public, this is impossible. I'm also now representing one of the oldest NGO organization in the world. It was established in 1924 to protect the environment. The Soviet government was thinking about was 45 million members. 45 million, with all this expertise, all this control of what the government doing. Then you have to deliver through all these meetings to the government what we need to do. Now, you can get all Gretas around the world, but it's not going to work. It's going to take away the problems. We're discussing about, how she look, what she think, how he present this and stuff like that. Of course, it's for me, it's same rules, same regulations for everybody. And I mentioned in my presentation, we need strong leaders to be on the same page. The club to keep 1.5% Celsius is supposed to be responsibility of the big countries. And of course, this is without the creating rules and regulations, and the United States playing the same role. Their own rules. China own, Russia own, European Union. They play the whole game. Can you believe it? In the World Championship of soccer, they came the teams from different continents and played their own rules. This could look like a monkey football. And of course, it's one of the things we need the strong support of the scientific world. They're pretty much quiet in the last few decades to be under of supervision of the government, the businesses, and that's why we're late. We're late because we're not be vocal. We're late. We're not to use the superstars in the sport and art to promoting what that's necessary to be done. And of course, it's not easy to catch up with the time. We understand right now. But again, it's the conferences like here, and I'll be very much disappointed if you not get a good outcome from the Glasgow. Before that, I will say, I hope is Glasgow going to be known everybody on the planet for next 100 years to place when they made proper decision for the future of kids and grandchildren. And of course, the oil business can diversify everything if you're going to get the plan for the game, if you're going to be strategic plan. And I know for sure to be a player and play 1,800 games professional, you cannot win championships in the first game. Like you said already, you have to be taken, it's game by game, and and it cannot reach 2030 or 2050 right now. Everybody responsibility by governments, the business, society, unite the effort. Think about not today for the future. This is the only thing, and I hope we're not creating the robots for the replacing us here. I strongly believe if you're going to give a chance to nature to recover, they respond. This is one of the also solution. Not only new technology, also it's take everybody on the same page. And also, Scotland is look like one of the greenest and the most beautiful country, but it's a problem for your country could be developed now in the hurricanes in North America, in the fires of Australia, in the cutting the forest in the Siberia, or the floating somewhere in different part of the world. This is the no borders for the climate, for ecology. It's not a separation of the, it's by color or the religion and stuff like that. If you're a human being, if you're good citizens, if you're going to be take straightforward advice of our kids and grandchildren, then you have to be respond. Otherwise, it's going to be another, it's a monkey game.
Stuart, I know you've got to leave to catch a train in a few minutes, but
Yeah.
so do you have some thoughts for how we bring some of these different strands together?
Well, I think talking is good, but acting is going to be even better. And so we're, we all agree in a way. I don't feel any great dissent, but and it's how to translate that into action. So that means engaging with government to saying, here's our offer, here's our better offer. This is what we can also investigate. So again, we're still working within the confines of what we're comfortable with. And we need to get a lot more uncomfortable about the offers we're making, I think, and make that move faster.
Very good one. I know you've got to leave.
Can I?
Yes, of course.
I've been discriminated a few times. Thanks. Now what we talk about different stuff, but we have to understand you have to postpone for 30 years all these sanctions. You have to postpone for 30 years everything was be able to use for everybody in the finance, blue, green, white, if you're going to take the Arctic zones. And of course, it's, yeah, we need to give a chance to everybody, and especially regarding the Russia, and we see the Ruslan Aldagiriyev said, it's I'm this promoting every time I was going on an international stage. I mean, the Russians, they have the biggest territory. The Russia have the biggest source of the supporting the life in nearest future. So take a look, only 30% of the drinkable water is in our territory. This is going to be the biggest source in the next 5 years. You're not thinking about this one. We need to clear our rivers. We have to keep the Lake Baikal as a treasure for the upcoming generation before you're going to replace the water for something. But otherwise, you're going to die. We cannot live in this planet without drinking. This is another thing. And the oil business and the gas business and the coal business have to think about what could happen in the next 5 years. It's otherwise, we're all going to die. This is the no other words to describe what's going on right now.
Yeah, and I thank you for the stressing on the urgency and the call to arms and to work together on that. Sergey, can I bring you in here as well? So that your organization is about international cooperation in different industries. How do you see from the dialogue we've had this morning that we can improve on that, how we can accelerate the work?
Well, thank you, Charles. Of course, first of all, I support Vyacheslav, who is a goodwill ambassador of United Nations. And of course, ideas of United Nations should be common for everybody. We met recently this year when our General Secretary, Antonio Guterres, visited Russia, and we discussed the possibility to create the common rules for the monitoring and control of CO2 emissions, because some group of countries is doing their own policy, and as Vyacheslav mentioned, we have our own system of the counting of emissions. United States their own, China their own, United Europe their own, but we have to unify everything and to accept by everybody, and how we should move forward with the common rules. And it is not only for the emissions of green gases, it is also for the development of digitalization of the industry, development of the hydrogen, new solutions and new technologies. We have to unify and to move forward everybody together. It is the United Nations attitude. Thank you.
And Fuad, to come to you, that you set out very clearly the stall for nuclear. How do you see that cooperation between nuclear and other sectors, and how will we drive forward the ambition?
First of all, I agree with David when he says that we have to stop the blame game, and there's no such a, recently I was shocked on the TV when basically the reporter asked Archbishop of Canterbury whether he regrets that he spent 10 years in oil business. I mean, so this is sometimes we really this culture sometimes pushing us to extremes. So, and Stuart, what really interesting concept that huge engineering capabilities which the oil companies have. We have to bring them on board. We have to sit down together with oil companies and basically work together like different sectors, different energy sector representatives. That's first. And the second is, you know, Vячеslav Fetisov is a great sportsman. He's a twice Olympic champion. But when I was in finance business, I always used to say to those people who were asking for money, don't bring me the hockey stick. Because if you see the hockey stick, everything is flat and suddenly everything goes up, yeah? So that's why we really have to have a measurement. We have to measure, we have to have specific plans, agree, for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, specific action plans. And other than that, and funding, it's been mentioned that Mr. Carney, former governor of the Bank of England, is now looking after financing in the Great Britain for that. But the amount which been told, they're not enough, to be honest, because we really have to start thinking the new sources of funding. It's not only governments, and unfortunately there will be some burden for consumers also. And this transition, if the way it is expected to be, it's needed $140 trillion are needed within 30 years for if we do the like this. Where the money is coming from, or do we really have to shift the burden on all burden on consumers? So there are plenty of things to be decided, but I'm glad that we're basically having such a discussions here within the framework of COP26. But the answer is short is we have to have the action plan, we have to have it now, and we're already late.
Very good. And Gareth, we need your sector to pull all of this together. So we can't achieve this without the huge investment in the grid and the associated structures. From what you've heard this morning, where are your priorities? How do you think we help to bring this together?
That's a good question. I think one of the things we often have in the way that certainly where the energy systems are set up in the UK is it's very split into silos. So, you know, certain transmission businesses can't talk to distribution businesses, can't talk to generators. And that's done for very good reasons that relate to its privatization and liberalization. What we need, I think, is actually proper structures that allow us to essentially allow those organizations to talk effectively to people about the right things. So that would be something that I would want to see. Certainly you've got gas and electricity companies need to talk to each other in a much more structured manner, sharing information, sharing the way that they do their business, and also trying to identify where those businesses interface. Because I think that's actually a lot of the problem is at those interfaces. So that'd be one of my thoughts.
Okay. Slava, we have a few minutes left. That yesterday you played what you call the last game. It was an ice hockey match in Dumfries. I think we found the only operating ice rink in the whole of Scotland. Thanks to Sergei's hard work on that. Give us a bit of explanation as to how you're using the message of ice hockey to teach people about climate change and the threats we're facing.
We use the hockey diplomacy. I'll put this way. It used to be was only one. Ping-pong diplomacy. If you remember, China and United States start talking to each other when they start to play the ping-pong. But now we have to bring the whole world to use the hockey diplomacy because, you know, it's very simple. Ice is melting in very fast, you know. It's like, you know, it's ice cube in your hands. And of course, you know, it's you cannot play hockey without ice. And also, we cannot live on this planet without ice. It's idea of being supported by the Secretary General and the Pope Francis, two captains, supposed to give us chance to play North Pole. Nobody played before, and we look like if you're going to be lucky enough to play, still try for 3 years, but weather condition and pandemic not give us chance. But it look like we're going to play only game in this continent. It's going to be too sad to mention this. But of course, during these 3 years, we travel around the world. We play in the Himalayas, we play in Africa, we play in Israel, in Singapore, in the United States. invite the people who love the game, especially in the countries like Scotland, when the hockey not the main sport. They're so enthusiastic. They love the game. We talk to them after this. We filming all these our games by the most famous filmmaker, John Alpert. He's a 17-time Emmy Award winner. And the young people tell us what's happened in their lives in the last 6-10 years, and how the climate and ecology change in their lives, short life period. Of course, it's very powerful. It's not talking to the camera any politician or the scientific guru. This is the young people around the world. They're concerned about what's going on. And of course, this is the very important message to all of us, what's the people think about. And one thing, Charles, it's hockey games. They play with 6 people on ice. Shorthanded now by, it's Stuart left, but you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're going to choose who is going to be goaltender in our 6. It's a very tough position. But I know you've been very good captain for all this good discussion. It's very, I think, important, very practical. And I hope when you start our panel today, discussion is building the bridges. And you said arts and culture could bring country together. I think the sport, you forget about the sport. And of course, it's Russia, this is the hockey country. And I still try to find the answer why United Kingdom cannot get the hockey as the main sport. You love rough, tough games. You play rugby, but still not develop the hockey program. Of course, we can help you to develop the hockey program here. We got good experience. We got lots of legends who can come and teach the kids. And I see last night we got the girls on the team. That's what you said. Generally, we not discriminate anybody. We got few girls, they play well, and we got the young kids who play. It's extremely talented last night, and I see the big future to build the bridges through the youth sport to bring the people together and force the government, the big business, and the society to think alike, to build a strong team to fight the biggest challenge for our lifetime to tackle this climate and ecological problems and bring the future for our kids and grandchildren. And we use the hockey diplomacy right now as one of the instruments.
I think that's a great position on which to end. And I think that with a very divided world, we need to find as many different ways as we can to bring people together. We've actually, at the back of the room, Baroness Smith, who's done extraordinary work in terms of identifying some of the rising talent in the countries of the former Soviet Union and bringing them to leadership training courses here. And it's that sort of engagement which is going to make such a difference.
My close friend, son, he study here at this university. I hope I'm going to see him a little later. He's now in studying right now. But again, this is the one example, because I was first who came from Soviet Union to the United States to play hockey. It's funny. It's a team game, but team sport. When you walk in the dressing room, they hate me for one reason. I was born in Soviet Union. And of course, it was difficult to play hockey. This is a rough, tough sport, not to support by your teammates. But it was tough time for me. But in a couple of years, we become the good friends. And I know all these exchange students. This is another beauty. She's was study here from the UFA. Salavat. They got hockey country there. Of course, this is one of the instruments to bring the people together. And of course, it's we can do anything if necessary to maybe organize the team here, a hockey team.
Yeah. Very good. I'm not the person to take that forward. I've discovered I can only go backwards slowly on ice. I have no forward momentum at all. But there'll be others who'll be keen to help to make that happen. So thank you all to our panel. I think we've had a great discussion. I think one of the things which has struck me about COP is there's two types of discussion. Those which, in some cases, are just saying the problems are overwhelming, we can't do it. And then there are others who are practitioners who are much more positive, much more engaged about how we find solutions. And somehow we've got to bring those two dialogues together, and so that we can give some reassurance to those who have anxieties about whether we can get there. But also on the other side, you get a greater sense of the urgency which the public are pushing for change to happen. So thank you so much, Slava, for you and your team, and Sergey and others, for bringing this together. Thank you to everybody on our panel. The next session starts at 12:30, but in the meantime, just thank you so much for taking part. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good evening to those joining us from other time zones. I'm very pleased to welcome you all to this panel on sustainable finance. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name's Peter Morley. I'm partner and head of Europe at EM. We are a strategic communications advisory. We work with a lot of companies in various emerging markets in Russia and across Eurasia. Sustainable finance is a topic that is close to our hearts particularly, and also to the hearts of all of the members of my distinguished panel today. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers who have worked so hard to bring this excellent and extremely necessary event together, and also to our hosts at Edinburgh University's Climate Change Institute. Today's discussion, this event, and specifically the Sustainable Finance panel, is an extremely timely one. In Glasgow, just down the road from where we're sitting, the COP26 summit is entering its final crucial stages. A lot has been said and a lot has been written about whether COP26 is likely to achieve its goal of uniting the world to tackle climate change. If the media coverage that we've seen is anything to go by, it seems that the jury is currently probably out. Even the Financial Times, the chronicle of capitalism, wrote an editorial last week with the headline, "More hot air than progress at COP26." Now, journalists, as we know, often tend to be on the more cynical side of things. So I hope that our panel this afternoon will help to redress this balance. And certainly if the precedent set by the first panel this morning is anything to go by, I'm confident that it will. Now, a lot of media attention has focused on the politics and which world leaders may or may not be present in Glasgow. But an equally important question to my mind is the third of the COP26 summit's goals, which is mobilizing finance. In other words, who is going to pay and how are we going to find the vast sums of money? And here I would refer to a sum that was named in the previous session of $140 trillion over 30 years, which I think is a sum that we should all bear in mind, for all of the actions that are going to be needed to reduce global emissions, to protect the Earth's resources and ensure that they're used in a sustainable way. So this is obviously a huge question, or rather a huge series of huge questions. And those are the questions that we're going to be addressing over the next couple of hours. So I'm delighted to be joined by a superb panel of outstanding speakers who have decades of combined experience and expertise in this field and from a wide range of perspectives. Some of them are joining us here in person today in the room at the Edinburgh Climate Change Institute. The majority, in fact, in the new style of COVID reality are joining me online by Zoom from around the world. But wherever they're joining from, I would like to say a very big thank you for making the time to come today and share your knowledge and insights with us. I'll introduce our speakers as we go through the session, but I would like to start with somebody who, for the majority of our audience, in fact, I would like to think for all of our audience, needs virtually no introduction at all. A true legend of the global sports scene, a twice Olympic champion, Vyacheslav Fetisov, now in his capacity as a UN Goodwill Ambassador, but also bringing the perspective from his many years of playing professional sport at the very top level. Vyacheslav Alexandrovich, you've been working on the front lines of climate change in some ecosystems that have been most affected, specifically in the Russian Arctic. So you've seen at first hand what is needed to tackle the issues that we're facing today. And indeed, you'll be moderating the next panel, on the topic of the Russian Arctic. But let me start by asking you, to tackle climate change, as we've heard, trillions of dollars are going to be needed in new financing. And the global financial system is going to have to adapt to redirect the financial flows to where they're needed. Do you see this happening? And what are the main aspects that you see that we need to focus on?
Peter, thank you very much for introduction and to be a leader of our, I think it's a very important discussion, which is supposed to give us not only a roadmap, it's a concrete rules and regulations, especially it's for the businesses. And of course, its global economic models is changing very, very fast. We see rising of the new era of the capitalism too. This is the new updated version of how business can help to create this systematic change we need to build of the capitalism that works for everyone. I know it's a type of socialism. Back to the yeah, a little bit yeah, in the time. But sustainable finance is crucial for the promoting orderly and just transition toward green and more sustainable economies and inclusive societies in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. As a result of the Ecumene, this is the organized by Газпромбанk and myself, was good discussion previous to come here to the Glasgow and to be here in the university today. We get people from around the world, from different institutions, from the business, from the government, talking about, it's importance of the find, it's the same rules and regulations for everybody, to not discriminate green economy and blue finance and the green finance to anybody. And of course, it's we've been very much on the same page, to see environmental, social, and governance issue continue to gain momentum right now. And of course, ESG is one of the, it's a measurement we need to take as a main goal to reach out. But achieving targets like a net zero economy and equality will need to support of the financial services. What's more, companies have realized that integrating ESG criteria into the business decisions goes behind the simply being more sustainable. It's and have to be profitable too. Otherwise, it's not financial institutions. We see a titanic shift of the capital right now. We see enormous scale and size of the relocation of the capital moving into more climate-related strategies. Business drives the change. It's moving toward reaching net zero, and it must be finance. Based on examples that we have faced just in the last several years, investors know that climate change presents a huge physical and financial risk, and they are already anticipating the real effects and assets valuations, pricing, and how they are going to allocate capital in the companies and allocate the capitals in the countries. In the next 5-10 years, we anticipate the next industrial and commercial transformation with the new rules of the game. This will be in a place at least until 2050. For such global shift, we need to mobilize private capital. It will be a huge commitment from everyone involved. We will need a lot of creativity, a large amount of innovations that will develop on the scale new technologies, create huge opportunities for the economic growth. And of course, we know it's probably 50% of the new technologies not existing anymore. This is what we need help from the scientific world, from the companies who get the experience already to move towards the, implement new technologies in their process right now. And of course, it's this huge what we need to achieve in huge roles to cooperate business and science and government to create all these rules and regulations. And business has to develop new business models, strategies, and new technological solutions that will help to become carbon light and move to the carbon neutral. This will require a fundamental restructuring of the global financial sector. And to make this happen, private sector and civil society must understand and believe in the necessity of such transformation. There will be challenges and also opportunities. The new financial system will help financing institutions identify and see opportunities in the transition to the net zero, because gives the climate change is an existential risk. Following those companies that are part of the solution will create enormous value of benefits and for the stakeholders. Governments, multilateral institutions and financial institutions all have a vital role to play in achieving a net zero future for the world. We need to unite everyone. We must be joined and supported by governments, central bank, multilateral institutions like the World Bank and IMF, and definitely by private sector and civil society. Private sector must be convinced that this is a long-term global economic shift that will be continuously supported and developed by governments and multilateral institutions, that private funds must be part of the profitable and successful journey. Civil society as a client, as a customers, investor and the voters will be the most important player. It must be convinced that this is really a long-term, that is their own future and future for their families. Otherwise, the idea of reaching net zero will be simply fail. There are several things that I see as crucial. First, multilateral institution must play an active role, create long-term trends that can be followed by the governments. Governments and the central bank must play a consistent role. For this transition, we need clear, transparent, fair, and understandable rules and regulations. By using favorable tax regime, clear taxonomies, creating opportunities, public sector must emerge incentives for the private sector to get engaged. It's must. We need unanimous, global, clear, transparent, and fair rules on what is not sustainable investments right now. We need private sector and civil society to join the team. They must start believing in financing transition, be part of the solution, and not being part of the problems. Next, we need to develop public-private partnership using instruments of the blended finance, where public and the private sector will work together on projects that are impossible for the finance only by the private funding, or where governments will help to mitigate potential risks. Also, private sector need to continue financing carbon-heavy corporates. The transition between dark brown and green can go through the quite long road. Companies that have detailed plans for the just transition must be treated as a part of the solution and one of the fastest way to reach a global net zero commitment. Business must prepare detailed transition plans toward the net zero that must be bankable. And we need to also focus on the definition of transparency, use anonymous rules to evaluate business plans and strategies on the countries and companies' routes toward being carbon neutral. The sustainable finance market is growing rapidly. Financial institutions are looking for investment opportunities that will come from the historical transition to the net zero. You must focus on the colored finance, use green, blue financing, work on creating new rules and regulation for the places that can become new blueprints for the whole world, such as development of the sustainable finance in the Arctic region. We're going to talk about this in the next roundtable. And we also must all agree that climate projects and projects that create global good should be sanction exempt. this is the main message. It's we talked this in Moscow. It's a few weeks ago, and everybody was agree. No one can get solve this problem alone. No one can get solve this a problem for the future kids and the grandchildren without be good teammates. If business and financial institutions are operating for common welfare, they should be able to have equal, transparent, and consistent access to finance, equipment, and the technologies. This must be one of the key milestones in moving to our joint net zero future. I think it's the very practical plan, and it's you need to do a lot, not to just get answer to into 2050, but you have to work every single day. You have to, it's like in a game, you have to plan for the game, but the circumstances and the opponent, they can change your plans. Then you have to replan. You have to change the it's your game just to reach the its goal. But the goal is very tough to reach without it's reacting as what's going on. And of course, it's going to be new technologies. I think it's the money we're calculating right now. It could be it's more or less. It's going to be supporting from all the sides. I mean, business, government, and the society.
Absolutely. And thank you for that very comprehensive overview of the scale of the challenge we face. I'd like to pick up on one thing that you mentioned, and it's an image that you've come back to on a number of occasions today, which is this idea of a game and the idea of playing as a team and needing to be on the same team and playing together. And the question that arises is one of leadership, because every team needs a leader. You need a captain, you need the support staff, you need the club around you, but you need the leadership if you're going to succeed. So, and I think that this holds true also in the context that we're discussing today, in terms of the leadership that the world needs in order to address these huge challenges. So in the context of the financial sector and sustainable finance, do you see this leadership there today? I mean, how do you see the future of sustainable finance?
Peter, it's very provocative question. Of course, it's everybody think they can be a leader, and anybody can say, it's can do more than anybody else. But again, it's if you take the sport as an example, it's use all these words you can describe. It's you can promote yourself leader, but we're gonna come to the play. It doesn't know how to play. All you were saying. It's nothing. Compare what somebody not saying aloud, but they know how to play the game. And of course, it's all this political disturbance right now. I think it's. I mean, I was born in Soviet Union, playing international stage since I was 15 years old. And for me, a kid was grew up in the barracks after the World War II was destroying my country. The sport was one of the things I can go and share my celebration of the, it's to be on the same ice with the kids from different part of the world, to show, it's I'm not different, I'm the same. And of course, going through all this, my career, it was long career, and I can see how the things was changing. It's even Olympic Village in the 80s was have two parts, East and West. And of course, it's thinks it's not going to be a benefit for the Olympic Games at all. But then we get same Olympic Village for everybody. Then we get National Hockey League, who invite the players from the Eastern Europe, Western Europe. You know, it's become the good example how the team was built from different players from different countries, cultures, different backgrounds, educational level, and they become the teammates, and they fight for the same goal to win the game and win the cup, win the championships. And of course, it's the hockey game is a rough sport. You know, you can break the bones, you can break the teeth, draw the blood, but after the game you go drink the beer and talk about it's what's the main thing for everybody. It's life, family, I mean your country and stuff like that. And of course, it's for the financial world, I see it's so much great expert waiting to speak, and beautiful Elena sitting next to me, she probably more into the financial details and how they see the world could be joined together to finance what's the most important, for the future. Of course, we killed all of us 50% of biodiversity in the last 40 years, and how are you going to get this back? It's one of another solution. Beside new technologies, you have to restore the mother nature, because without that we cannot reach any goals. Because progressive with the climate change and temperature would also based on a balance of the biodiversity. And of course, this is probably for the specialists, it's more field to discuss. Of course, me as the ambassador of the 5 program of the United Nations in the package, I could say this, it's the green finance and blue finance, one of my responsibility. And like example, we start discussing this the Russian financial institution a long time before we came here, and I'm promoting. I said, listen, we need to find the good standards for the green economy. We need to find the good law regulation for those companies and the regions who now moving towards the it's net zero goal. And of course, this is going to be less percentage for those who understand what we're doing right now, and more for them who doesn't need to go up to the new standards to reach the goal we all mentioned as a championship. And of course, it's to promote and to talk, to discuss, to bring the attention. This is one of the reasons we all came here. Okay, finance. This is the huge things, and we just discussed in a different panel about how you can do this. And of course, you have to be understand what's going on. You have to find the same rules and regulations again, and you have to play the same game in a different part of the planet. But the goal is supposed to be the huge to get these championships by 2050. And have to work every day to create new programs, finance those who are asking for this, and of course to finance maybe the scientific world. They give us help to find the right solution from every aspect of problems right now.
Thank you very much for that. And actually, that's you mentioned at the end of the scientific world, and that's a good cue to bring in the first of our online guests. He is Max Dilley, who is Director of the Climate Programme and Climate Coordinator at the World Meteorological Organization based in Geneva, I believe. So Max, many thanks for joining us, and welcome to the panel. You've been working in climate science and climate risk management around the world, and you're now tasked with promoting international cooperation on climate science and the data. Can you explain to us briefly what is the World Meteorological Organization's role in sustainable finance as you see it?
Yeah, thank you, Peter, and greetings to everyone. It's a fair question. You might have thought maybe he's in the wrong panel. I'm coming from a United Nations organization that operates the global data processing and forecasting system that gives weather forecasts to all the countries in the world through the different meteorological services. You would have heard of Ross Hydromet in Russia and UK Met Office here. These are all the members of the World Meteorological Organization that our Secretariat coordinates. I'll just say one more thing about us before I just try to answer your question. One of the things that we do is track the state of the climate indicators and report them annually to the UN climate conferences, which is where I am right now. So right now in 2021, so far this year, the temperature has reached 1.09 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Now remember, the Paris Agreement is trying to keep the average temperature between 1.5 and 2. There is a 40% chance that in the next 5 years, one of those years will have an annual mean temperature of 1.5 or higher. So we're already at 1, and in the next 5 years, there's a significant chance that we might reach that first lower limit. Moreover, greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere are at record levels since the time we've been keeping records. They're the highest that they've been in the last 3 million years. Sea level is at an all-time record since when records on sea level have been kept, and so is ocean heat content. So we are tracking the behavior of the vital signs of the planet in order to see how fast climate changes is progressing, and so far it's progressing on a track that is what we didn't want to see. So how does that then translate into a connection to sustainable finance? And I think there are two things that I could highlight. One is that many of these investments that will be made are going to be seeking either mitigation benefits, meaning reducing emissions, or adaptation benefits, meaning responding to the changes that are already happening and that are going to happen in the climate. And climate information is really essential in both of those contexts. Let's take clean energy, for example, on the mitigation side. These energy sources like wind and solar and hydro are very climate sensitive. They are products of the functioning of the climate system. And to move into a clean energy economy, there is going to be a need for assessments of those resources, which requires data on solar, wind, and hydro. Operating those energy systems need to confront the variability in sun, wind, and inflow into reservoirs that happens because of the climate system. And that variability happens on all time scales, from daily to monthly to seasonal to interannual. And the investments are going to require operational hydrometeorological services in terms of data and forecasts and decision support for the design and financing of those energy systems. So it's part of this transformation that we've been talking about, that business as usual, where you just got coal and dumped it into a generator, or you ran a power plant, isn't going to be the same way that those energy systems are going to operate in the future because of the increased reliance on renewables. And even things like expanding forests as carbon sinks, those forests are themselves climate sensitive. They catch on fire and they burn, and the trees don't survive if the temperature moves outside of certain ranges. So knowing what the past and present and future climate is going to be essential for a lot of those mitigation investments. And similarly, on the adaptation side, climate change is bringing with it changes in extremes. The extremes are getting more extreme, and there are more of them. There are long-term trends, And so these sectors, infrastructure, water resources, agriculture, health, disaster risk reduction, that are sensitive to climate are going to be experiencing impacts and are experiencing impacts, and probably to an increasing degree. And so to be sustainable, investments in adaptation in those sectors are going to need to be supported by the sustained operational provision of climate information and services to help those sectors manage that increasing volatility, the increases in the variability of the conditions that they are exposed to. And it will mean basically that the weather forecasts that people take for granted today will become much more diversified and much more tailored for supporting decisions in those different sectors that will hopefully lead us to better adaptation outcomes. Now, if I could just finish up to answer, I said there were two ways. The second way that weather, water, and climate information informs sustainable finance is that to be sustainable, the investments themselves will need to have a sound climate science basis. In other words, because of climate change, the past is no longer a good predictor of the future. So if you're looking at investments in infrastructure or in hydropower that need to be robust over 10, 20, 30, 50 years into the future, you're going to need projections of climate change in order to see whether those investments are going to deliver over those long time periods. Sea level rise is going to be inundating coastal areas, floods and heavy rains, that will be coming. Assumptions about wind and solar and inflow into reservoirs have to be good over extended periods. And this is going to require information about the climate conditions that affect the feasibility and sustainability of those investments. So there's really these two roles. One is the operational decision support to sustain the mitigation and adaptation measures that are being invested in. And then the other is providing the scientific evidence needed to design the investments in the first place and make sure they'll be sustainable.
Thank you, Max, for that overview. And I think that we'll be coming back to, at several points during our discussion, to the importance of having the right data and the right frameworks to be able to make these investments and make them stick and make them successful. I'd just like to pick up on one thing on that topic. You and the Green Climate Fund recently released some tools and methods for developing climate science information for investments. Can you speak a little bit more about these tools and what are they intended to be used for?
Yeah, I think that most people that are, in this event today would be aware that the Green Climate Fund is one of the financing mechanisms under the Paris Agreement. And, to give an idea of its scale, the last board meeting, which was held just last month in October, approved 1.2 billion in financing for projects that have mitigation and adaptation benefits. But, as large as that figure is, it's small compared to what the multilateral development banks are programming. And I think even the MDB portfolios are small in comparison to the investments that are being made in the private sector, the trillions, Peter, that you mentioned earlier on. So that said, however, the Green Climate Fund approached my organization, WMO, back in 2018 with a request to help them develop what we called at that time the climate rationale for GCF projects. And that request came because the board of directors of the Green Climate Fund, which was has the task of reviewing and improving these investments, realized that many, if not most, of the projects that were being proposed to the fund were just development projects. They made no real reference to how the investment was going to address a climate-related problem opportunity, or how it would respond under changing climate conditions. So as you mentioned, last Tuesday, WMO and the Green Climate Fund released a package of tools and methods that are intended to ensure that investments as well as plans and policies are based on the best available climate science. And I'll just say, just very briefly, that what it is it consists of a methodology and 2 online platforms. And the online platforms give access to climate change projections of future climate from the state-of-the-art climate models. You may not know these, CMIP, the Coupled Model Intercomparison Project, and Cordex, the downscaled version of it. And so now with those that online set of information, any investment can look forward at the climate conditions for any part of the world and get a feel for what the trend is and what the uncertainty around that trend is for about a dozen different climate indicators. But the second platform, which I think is as if not more important, allows the calculation of 70 different climate indicators that are known to be associated with impacts in these climate sensitive sectors, the ag and food systems sector, you can health, disaster risk reduction, infrastructure. And those indices can be calculated from historical daily temperature and precipitation data, which is something that every meteorological service in the world has been collecting. Now, whether it's available and in a usable form, that's a different story. But with that past historical data and the projected future data, you can get a very good idea for the specific climate factors that you're concerned about for your investment. What is the situation that this investment is going to be confronting? And then further, the methodology helps look at what are the non-climatic factors that not only contribute to the success of the investment, but also that can be addressed through the investment. Things like governance, infrastructure standards, location and siting, management practices. Those then can be adjusted so that they give the biggest chance of the best favorable outcome for the investment. So we're very excited, of course, to work with the Green Climate Fund to make sure that their portfolio is based on best available science. But like I said, any investment, these are open source and freely publicly available. So any investment could draw on them.
Max, many thanks for that. I appreciate that you also have other demands on your time, so you may not be able to remain with us for the whole of the rest of this panel. So I'd like to say a special thank you for dialing in, and wish you a good rest of the day if you're not able to stick around to the end. I'd like to stay online for our next speaker, and I apologize in advance if I mangle the surname, Ilias's surname at all. He's Ilias Skamnilos from the World Bank, and specifically at the World Bank, he's the practice manager for the finance, competitiveness and innovation global practice across Europe and Central Asia, which is an extremely impressive and very comprehensive title. And as you can imagine, Ilias has a very broad geographical remit and covers some of the countries that are most affected or most sensitive to climate change in particular. Ilias, the World Bank is going to be a key international financial institution in supporting these countries and in the broader picture of financing all of the work that we're talking about today. Can you give us an overview, please, of where the global discussion is on sustainable finance from your perspective? What has been done, and what are the key areas that still need to be addressed?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And by the way, the pronunciation of my surname was excellent. So
thank you.
Things are moving fast, and particularly given the COP26 climate conference. And the truth is that sometimes it can be hard to keep up. Just to give you a couple of examples, just a year ago, only 30 financial firms were committed to net zero targets. And today that number is over 450. And the NGFS, the Central Banks and Supervisors Network for Greening the Financial System, only began in 2017. Yet today, it has 100 members and 16 observers, which include the World Bank. Now, to answer your question, allow me to stay at the broader financial sector level. We can turn to banking more specifically later if you wish. And what I want to say is that if you remove the noise around all the recent news, ultimately, action boils down to three core pillars. And those are risk management, disclosure and green taxonomy, and mobilizing private capital. So if we take the first one, risk management, supervisors are currently using their existing supervisory toolbox to ensure adequate management of climate risks by financial institutions. So for example, some include climate into targeted supervisory on-site assessments or integrated in the so-called supervisory review and evaluation process, SREP, or raise expectations for integration into the bank's internal capital adequacy assessment processes, or if they are insurers, their own risk and solvency assessments. However, we could soon see supervisors going even further. And we can explore this more later, particularly if we go deeper into banking. But nevertheless, as an example, we could soon see capital add-ons under the Basel Pillar 2. Many regulators are frankly resistant to such changes, but we increasingly see acceptance that capital and solvency requirements should adjust to brown financing risks. Now, moving along to the second pillar, disclosure and green taxonomy. Well, climate-related financial disclosure is critical for investors and lenders and can provide also an incentive to financial intermediaries and firms to step up their climate efforts. Furthermore, a green taxonomy can enhance market transparency, although the scope, level of detail, and phasing of the taxonomy are a subject of debate. Now, the EU taxonomy provides a good example of a high level of detail that can be applied at the economy, company, and asset level. And notably, China and the EU are establishing a common ground taxonomy from an in-depth comparison exercise. The recent announcement by IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Standards, that is establishing the International Sustainability Standards Board, is actually quite significant. This will help improve the consistency, comparability, and reliability of sustainability reporting. And in addition, the International Organization of Securities Commissions, IOSCO, just published recommendations about sustainability-related practices and disclosures in the asset management industry. And this will affect how supervisors approach asset managers that sell funds with ESG credentials and should address issues related both to risk management that we were discussing before and greenwashing. So finally, let me turn to the third pillar, which is mobilizing private capital. Now, green bonds are probably the most discussed area to achieve this, focusing on standards and guidance by regulatory bodies and potentially tax incentives. And overall, what we should say here is that it's a good idea to try to align with internationally recognized standards and definitions, such as the International Capital Market Association's Green Bond Principles. Now, other topics that are gaining increasingly attention are leveraging a new public or quasi-public finance entity or repurposing the national development banks to mobilize capital towards green finance. And the key on such endeavors will be to deploy public capital to enable private sector transactions. In other words, being a catalyst and not a substitute. And public credit guarantee schemes could become the instrument of choice to de-risk private capital for green investment. And here I should say the World Bank Group is planning to reconvene the task force that back in 2015 developed the principles for partial credit guarantee schemes and discuss changes to reflect the climate-related challenges ahead. And lastly, on this topic of mobilizing private capital, we must mention the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, the coalition co-chaired by Mark Carney. Its members, which are asset owners, asset managers, banks, and insurers, hold about 130 trillion of assets. and they will try to cut the emissions from their lending and investing to net zero by 2050. And there is quite a bit of healthy skepticism around it, for example, on double counting, but this commitment can be significant, especially if it's combined with progressive regulatory advances and with credible government commitments.
Ilias, thank you very much. And certainly, yes, from my own perspective, I know that the importance of reporting and disclosure is something that is very much top of mind for many of our clients at the moment across the markets where we work. Can I come back to you? You mentioned in your remarks there about the banking sector in particular, and I'd like to ask you how you see the banking sector can help to take the lead in reaching, as the current slogan is, keeping 1.5 alive. This goal that was set out in the Paris Agreement. Is there the potential here for the banking sector to become even a trendsetter, and what is needed to make it happen? And related to that, what would the role of the World Bank be in helping to make this a reality?
Thank you. Yes. So let me focus a little bit on the banking sector supervisors, because they play a key role in this discussion. And progress among them is already underway, as previously outlined. But at the same time, we must recognize that there are core constraints given their existing mandates. So unless there is an explicit developmental or sustainability goal, you can only expect so much from central banks that focus on inflation and financial stability. And the broader efforts, including to mobilize private capital, necessitate a broader effort, including the attention of ministries of finance, line ministries, and capital markets authorities. Now, having said that, what we all await to see is how the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision regulatory framework will incorporate climate-related risks. And it was unthinkable a few years ago, but now we have the high-level task force on climate-related financial risks, which was created to look into this. So the question is, what can we expect? So I will go a little bit more technical now, but I'm afraid the topic requires it, so I apologize in advance. Even though many argue that climate risk cannot be fit into the traditional risk categories, let's assume that the three Basel pillars will remain the preferred approach. So Basel Pillar 3 is market discipline. So this is leveraging the market's disciplining power through banks' risk disclosures. So as you rightly pointed out, disclosures is a key topic and has been gathering the most attention. And we already covered this partially before, but it is worth pointing out that the Financial Stability Board recommends that central banks encourage climate-related disclosures, and that the European Banking Authority is gearing up to integrate ESG into Pillar 3 rules across the EU. Now, if you turn to the so-called Basel Pillar 2, which is on the supervisory review, in other words, how do you impose capital add-ons if the internal risk weight calculations are deficient? And here, the European Central Bank seems to be putting significant weight on incorporating climate risks into the internal capital adequacy assessment process and capital add-ons through the supervisory review and evaluation process. And a recent BCBS survey suggests that central banks that support this Basel 3 pillar approach in order to capture climate risks mainly refer to this Pillar 2 as the preferred tool to do so. The problem, however, is that this is a little bit too internal. It lacks transparency and mainly relies on this conversation between supervisor and bank and the judgment of the supervisor. But here, the EBA is pursuing a very interesting effort under Pillar 3 that may have interesting Pillar 2 implications, namely the so-called green asset ratio. And this is a KPI under which banks disclose the assets that are environmentally sustainable according to the EU taxonomy as a percent of the total. And one can easily imagine how this may lead to transparent capital add-ons if the KPI falls below a specified level. Which brings us to Basel Pillar 1, which is the minimum capital adequacy requirements, okay, maintaining a minimum capital to risk-weighted assets. And this could be the most far-reaching effort, but it's also the one that entails the most controversy and risk. Since climate risk may be significant and difficult to assess, the risk weights could be used to penalize brown financing and potentially encourage green activities. And the impact could be direct and immediate. However, there are valid reasons to move slow, reasons that go beyond mandate concerns. Calibrating the risk weights is a really difficult task. It requires an estimate. I'm sorry, I got some background noise.
Yes, I think we had a small technical interruption, but please, Ilyas, carry on, please.
Okay, so I was mentioning that there are valid reasons to be slow, right? Because calibrating the risk weights is a very difficult task, and it requires an estimate of the whole probability distribution of climate-related events, technologies, and policies. And given the long-term horizon involved, it must predict the bank's response in these scenarios. And since uncertainty pushes the boundaries of the Pillar 1 rationale, any sudden Pillar 1 changes could trigger a rapid readjustment out of carbon-intensive assets. And this can hurt both the banking sector that may face sudden capital drops, and it can also unintentionally impact the firms with true potential to transition out of carbon-intensive activities. So let me switch back and say, where does this all leave us? And the truth is that answers will take time to come from standard centers. And in the interim, each central bank will need to chart its own path. And some banks may be able to be proactive and set the tone. But I suspect the lack of evidence and international guidance will result in a phased approach for most. And this means starting with awareness raising, capacity building, and voluntary approaches before essentially moving to mandatory. And now just 2 sentences on the World Bank Group. So what we try to do is we try to be a trusted advisor on all these changes ahead. And a good example is the World Bank Group's toolkits that we have published for policymakers to green the financial system. And overall, what I would do is I would also encourage financial authorities to consider the World Bank IMF Financial Sector Assessment Program with a climate component as a good opportunity to assess possible policy paths. And, you know, as central banks cannot pick up the task alone, a broad set of actors is involved, including ministries of finance, line ministries, other regulators, and we will need to be coordinating those actions. And here again, the World Bank Group can play a critical role in the necessary coordination under the so-called country climate and development reports. And finally, we can also help with more concrete and difficult questions, like, for example, the minimum taxonomy components to balance the local context and international alignment. So let me leave it at that, and I'm sure we'll come back at the Q&A time.
Ilyas, many thanks, and apologies again for the technical gremlins who interfered, whoever they were. I also don't think you need to apologize for going technical. I mean, these discussions, yes, we have the big picture discussions, but and one thing that came out of the previous panel was that we also need the technical expertise. In the previous panel, it was technical expertise around the energy transition. In this panel, it's technical expertise that's going to be necessary for the financial engineering that's going to be necessary. And these are all crucial questions that need to be addressed, and that they need to be addressed in public, and they need to be discussed at the sort of level that we're discussing today. I'd like to remain online for one more speaker before I come back to the room here in Edinburgh. And I would like to go to Daniel Bouzas, who is the European coordinator at the United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative. Daniel, you've been working on the policy side of this crucial intersection between public policy and the financial sector for a number of years. And your work, as I understand it, brings policymakers and private finance together. Your initiative, the United Nations Environmental Programme Financial Initiative, started promoting this idea of sustainable finance a number of years ago. Could you just give us a view, please, of what is the current focus of your members and how they look at the how they look at the future of the sustainable finance sector?
Yeah, sure, and thank you very much. I think in any case, I mean, Unipify started working on this already like 30 years ago, so it's quite a long time already going and discussing about sustainable finance, sustainability. But we really do see now from the last years, and let's say especially in the jurisdiction that I represent, which is Europe, which I think very similar to what Elias was saying, it's all of the interests of our members are structured along those three lines about risk, disclosures, and mobilization of private capital. Those are the key elements that our members are really seeing and that they're trying to really focus their way forward. But of course, I mean, at Unipify, what we do really is to work directly with the financial sector. We have around 430 members, like banks, insurers, investors, in order to integrate those sustainability considerations into the financial practice and mobilize them to actually increase their financing to sustainable projects and to actually integrate into their understanding. This comes through different ways of doing it. We have industry-specific approaches. We have the UN Principles for Responsible Investment that now it's sitting with the UNPRI as a sister organization. We also have the Principle for Responsible Banking and the Principle for Sustainable Insurance that we still host at Unipify. So with this initiative, we're really trying to expand this understanding globally, and we're trying to make sure that all of the connections are established and that the banks, insurers, and investors know very well that they have the potential to actually bridge the sustainability gap and bring finance to actually do it. I mean, if I can stop a bit for a moment to say that in Europe, we have a bit of, let's say, not a positive anomaly in which the majority of the institutions that are members of Unipify are European institutions. So let's say that the membership that I talk to is large and it is advanced. I mean, we see that they do not only have, let's say, quite advanced pledges and understandings internally to move forward to integrate these sustainability considerations and to push, let's say, the markets into this direction, but they also count with very active regulators and very active, let's say, private-public cooperation that provides these opportunities to really go forward. And if I may, let's say, the focus of our members, we're asking in order to really see the future of sustainability. Well, in the first place, they're looking greatly in Europe to the EU taxonomy. I mean, as a system is quite broad. It helps to bring clarity to the market. It helps to bring disclosures to fruition in a way that makes sense with the EU targets to 2050. So the EU targets, of course, are also aligned with the global targets. Let's say that the Europeans have an ambition to actually achieve those global goals. And the interconnection between private and public, and then European and global, makes a lot of sense in a way that European institutions are also global by nature, and they're trying to reach those goals. But at the same time, Europe is having ambitions at global level to make this farther and to make it achievable. So let's say the members are working really in this interconnection and to trying to make it work. And how do we support them? Because that's also the key role of Unipify, to bring these initiatives, pledges, and alliances to help members to speak between themselves, to like-minded peers, and also to bring them to more specific and concrete discussions. So we have, for example, this year we celebrated the second anniversary of the Principle for Responsible Banking, in which we have already 250 members, so almost half of our membership. And together, all of these banks, they manage around 40% of the global banking assets, which is a lot. So let's say that if we manage already to get those 40% of the global banking assets to think about sustainability and to start integrating this, and if less developed, let's say, countries with less developed approaches, banks that are working in those countries can talk to banks in countries that have more developed approaches, they can really learn and bring forward those more, let's say, ambitious goals ahead. We have the same on the Principle for Sustainable Insurance, and I think I can cover maybe a bit later that right now the core focus, and we see it now also at the COP26, is the G funds, in which Unipify, we're co-convening 3 of the alliances from the industry, the asset owners, the banks, and the insurers are co-convened by UNEP-FI. And we are working very closely with the members in order to make sure that those targets that they set in order to become net zero by 2050 are credible, are achievable, and at the same time, they have the support they need, both from, say, our side, but also from like-minded peers that they can talk to. And I think I will leave it at this, and yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned, I'd like to pick up on one thing you mentioned there, which was some of the goals that have been set, and specifically what the financial sector can offer to help achieve these goals. So there have been numerous commitments made to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. What solutions do you think the financial sector can offer here? And what are the approaches that you have been promoting at the UNEP-FI?
Yes, thanks for that question. I mean, and it goes back again to the three areas that were mentioned by Elias again, and at the same time, one extra area that is the area of impact. So we have, again, risk, disclosures, and alignment, which I think alignment and impact are the more UNEP-FI, let's say, like initiatives. So we have alignment, which means to really take the financial institutions, understand where they stand right now in terms of their commitments, and move them forward. The Principles for Responsible Banking are a clear example of this, in which we are helping banks to actually commit to the SDGs and to move their portfolios to fulfilling those goals. How can they do it? Well, that's where the complexity comes in, and where the alignment strategies are relevant in order to make sense out of the different areas that can be impacted by sustainability. Some banks may want to focus on social impacts, others want to focus on climate impacts, which of course at COP now is the key relevance, but also nature, financial inclusion, financial education, financial health. All of these elements are coming together in a way that should make sense. And the alignment, what it helps is, let's say, forward-looking and future-proofing of the portfolios of the banks. It's like a forward-looking risk management. And the European Banking Authority, in actually their recent paper on the management of ESG risks by financial institutions, were recognizing that alignment approaches as the PRB are also good in order to assess that a bank business model is understanding what are not only the risks that climate is posing into, let's say, at the outside in risks that climate poses, as very well Max also was explaining before, but also the inside out risks that by the bank financing specific industries that have a negative impact on the climate, that then in any case is going to come back to bite you because of the outside in materiality. You really have to understand it and make sure that that alignment makes sense with that concrete understanding. And now that I'm talking about double materiality, is very important the other dimension, that is the dimension of impact. We're very, very, let's say, committed to the impact understanding at UNEP-FI. We're working also globally with the IMP in order to make this a bit more understandable. And I think the ISSB is also going to be looking into this. But impact means that you need to understand the positive and the negative impacts that by your financing, the institution is generating. And this is how the financial sector can really confirm its commitment and really move forward by understanding what is positive, what is negative. There are some areas, again, referring to the Europeans, that have better tools to actually manage impact. When you look at the EU taxonomy, it is not only, let's say, looking at the more sustainable projects in terms of environmental compliance, and you have the screening criteria to make sure that that is the case, but there also do no significant harm and minimum social safeguards that need to be complied with, which ensure that the projects are actually net positive, that any positive impact that the project is going to have or the specific financing does not hamper any of the other objectives. And in that case, let's say Europe has this advantage, but it is not limited to them because we're, as UNEP-FI, providing these impact tools and metrics for our members to go forward. And I think those two elements of looking into alignment and looking into alignment through impact metrics can really help to generate a more holistic approach on how to attend to the SDG goals and to reach your climate objectives, that it's then complemented by the disclosures, the risk, and let's say the broader private-public cooperation that is happening at these stages.
Daniel, many thanks. You raised a number of questions there to that are pertinent to the finance sector and the banking sector. So this seems like an excellent opportunity to ask a banker directly. And it still feels like a bit of a novelty to be able to address a question to somebody sitting in the same room, which makes it an even greater pleasure. Let me introduce Yelena Borisenko, who is Deputy CEO at Газпромбанк. Газpромbank is a key financial institution in the Russian context for many reasons, not least as one of the real drivers of the sustainability agenda and sustainable finance. Yelena, can I ask you to start with a slightly higher level question? The financial sector, obviously, the financial industry is a major driver of the global economy and has the power to shape business and the world we live in more generally. You're undergoing this transition as a sector to sustainability becoming the new normal. Where are the challenges that you see here for the banking system? And the flip side of that question, where do you see the potential benefits?
Thank you, Peter. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Edinburgh University hosting us today. And it is really a great honor to be among such distinguished speakers. And I can say that it's easy to answer your question right now when Max Daly talks about data that is absolutely definitely challenge, and Ilias Skamnalas, who told us about really difficult aspects of regulation and taxonomy and so on. And thank you, Daniel. I can assure you that when we worked together as an experts for Russian taxonomy, we took the European taxonomy as a best standard really, and tried to do it mostly like, and in some clauses maybe tougher than European taxonomy, but I couldn't imagine what we would do if this work wouldn't be done by the European Union. But the key question, I think, for the financial system and for the banks is about embedding sustainability in business. Is not just another adjustment to the business process. This is about the change in the business mindset. Financial institutions right now have to rethink the entire business model and employ different sustainability aspects each process of organization. And that is a tough question. We started this process long ago, and when we launched the private-public business funding socially important facilities, including schools and hospitals. The same year the Paris Agreement was signed in 2015, we launched our first project in renewable energy. This was long before this agenda became popular in our country. And this was an investment of $35 million in solar farms. Now, Газпромбанk holds a 62% shares of the market of all the renewable projects in Russia. I'm saying this to underline that these values are embedded in our vision of the right way of doing business. And this is a very long story and much more about the culture of business. And that is really conceptual thing. However, not everyone shares this view. There is still a large part of skeptics, including in financial universe, who see the burst of the sustainability agenda as one of the many bright but short-lived stories, or think that this, hype story will be changed by another. And for the financial industry, this is a systematic risk, as those businesses will accumulate hidden risks, and in future will be stressful for market and society. Such skepticism can be explained. We are living in the era of uncertainty. And COVID was a strong demonstration of that. The new technologies, new challenges, new tasks, that brings to business a lot of uncertainty. And that is the role of the state, of the governments, to give the horizon for the business, to give that strategy view. And I think that this strategic assuring in horizons and the trends is a really big task for governments and for the financial system as well. This is why the result of COP26 is very much important. Before, during this summit, most of the world's governments announced their long-term commitments and also concrete steps for fulfilling them. This defines the horizons for the financial industry. It is now up to the financial institution who play the role of intermediaries to work with the governments on these goals to make sure they are shared by the real sector and broad society. In that regard, we see our responsibility as making sure that the sustainable practices become a part of the mindset of the business and the society in Russia and the other markets we work in. This is the main challenge for us, and we will work hard in shifting this trend and task, which we believe would become much more manageable with our membership in UNEP-FI and guidance from our colleagues. Shortly, how we are supposing to achieve these goals. First of all, the most obvious solution was to start consulting our clients on the way to achieve sustainability goals. And our services now include, for example, gap analysis, diagnostics, benchmarking, and recommendation for improvement of sustainable profile. Secondly, that is our job. We do SDG-linked lending. As a stimulate measures for our client in 2020, our bank provided its first CDG-linked loan over $500 million to a borrower in a wind energy business. The third thing is arranging access to sustainable capital market. Now we are ranked as #1 by the number of underwritten ESG bonds in CIS in 2021. We have arranged all ESG deals on the Russian bond market this year. Among the deals we are proud of is the placement of first green bonds of the city of Moscow for $1 billion, which was the first Russian issue to be admitted to Luxembourg Green Exchange Securities official lists. The funds will be used to finance development of electric urban transport infrastructure in the city of Moscow. Another example is the Eurobond of Fosagra for $500 million with one of the lowest coupon rates among Russian corporate issuers, which was facilitated not only by the high credit quality of the issuer, but also by its strong ESG profile. Foreign investors appreciate the placement of the issue. We work hard to support and to share our expert opinion with the regulators and those who work on within the legislative process in Russia. I can say that we work hard right now on the sustainable and transition taxonomy that will be very much important for the Russian impact for the climate change. And finally, I can say that with these measures, I think that what we are doing right now, we have to promote sustainability agenda. About advantages, you asked me, Peter. I will answer shortly. They're pretty the same as the challenges. We believe that in the long-term nature of sustainability trend, we persistently work on enhancing of our business process in the different fields. And our achievements in the long-term distance will bring a lot of profits and a lot of business that will be really sustainable and proper in organizing. So that is how we look at this.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nina. You mentioned there the green bond by the city of Moscow, and it was a genuine landmark transaction. I think a lot of people who aren't so familiar with the Russian market might be surprised to know how advanced thinking is among Russian municipalities, among Russian borrowers, and among the Russian corporate scene generally. If I can permit myself a little diversion, I know that you come from St. Petersburg, which is Russia's other capital, which is a city I know very well, having lived there for several years, a long time ago now, but it's still a city that I hold very dear. And St. Petersburg, I think, is an example of a city that is potentially extremely vulnerable to climate change. I mean, if you look at the city's monumental architecture, this is very clear. And in fact, one of the great monuments of Russian literature, The Bronze Horseman by Alexander Pushkin, is a climate change poem. It is all about how the city is threatened by this catastrophic flood, which is a regular feature of St. Petersburg history, and Peter the Great. And here we get into the politics. Peter the Great emerges as the hero, and it's a very complicated and complex and challenging and stimulating poem that most Russians know by heart. And I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to recite any of it here because we don't have time. Anyway, back to the present. The other thing I wanted to pick up on what you said, Yelena, was about this idea of a cultural change, which is something that's true not just for the banking sector. It was a theme that came up in our first discussion this morning about the energy transition and the need for different stakeholders who might not necessarily have a history of working together to find a way to do so. But also, in addition to that cultural change, I think you have this question of how you rethink and operate and update your operating models, and how you adopt over the longer term more forward-thinking strategies. Can you give us a brief overview of how embedding this sustainable finance approach is going to affect the bank and its stakeholders, or are there going to be stakeholders who aren't affected, for example?
Okay, Peter, thank you for the question. In short, we believe that sustainable approach will definitely be beneficial for all our key stakeholders. We sincerely believe that ability to transform to sustainable way of doing business will be a deciding factor for competitiveness, and as such an integral part of relationship with the stakeholders, partners, customers, and employees. For partners, the company's commitment to sustainable development is a sign of its modernity and future-oriented. Many of our partners have their own commitments for sustainable business, and selecting partners adhering to the same standards is often one of those commitments. For the clients, changing their requirements for how their money should work will transform the concept of fiduciary duty. A bank that values its customers, that manages their funds, will be obligated to take their requirements into account. For a bank, fiduciary duty may have a broad meaning, which includes the responsible management of the money of the depositors. Therefore, as a sustainability-aligned fiduciary, we are benefiting our clients. For employees, it becomes increasingly important that the employer follows the sustainability agenda. We see it not only from research paper, but hear it during interviews. I can say that lots of transformation can be done with the help of sustainability, because it's very difficult for employees to accept changes. And when they do understand that there's not changes just for business, but that is changes that has real impact for the global planet, for the climate. So different, very difficult questions, including, electronic paperwork. So a lots of changes of procedure becomes much more easier. But being a socially responsible organization, we cannot say that we can really easy and rhetoric announcements and easy way of greening. Some people right now have a special term, the greening of portfolio. Advocates of that approach may be good PR or marketing choice, but that has lots of that brings lots of problems. As we discussed on the first panel, the issue is much more comprehensive and complex. The cost of refusing companies, for example, coal companies financing, is losing them from the field of vision. And it will bring lots of problems. And we don't share this strategy. What we think that here are two key elements of the proper strategy: onboarding new green clients, welcoming them, and at the same time to provide maximum assistance to our existing ones from more carbon intensive industries. Among solutions we can offer immediately is consulting our clients to achieve the sustainable goals. We all understand that the current pace of climate change means that we should take immediate action right now. Before the start of COP26, UNEP outlined its 3 goals for the summit. And the first one was to spur immediate action to get started on reducing emissions. The importance of renewables and green energy is undiscussable. But it also becomes obvious that we are economically unable to reach massive reduction immediately by stepping down from fossil fuels overnight. We have to ensure that fossil emit as little as possible until the green energy is ready to take over. That is why we believe a lot of attention should be paid to transition finance. In that regard, we very much appreciate the methodological work which has recently been done in that segment of the market by the Climate Bonds Initiative and ICMA. Funds may be received from the market by those companies that commit to change, and additional value lies in the fact that other such companies would follow suit. This is the most effective method for the market to send its message: commit to change, reduce your emissions, make your production cleaner, set ambition goals, and report on success. And this way the investor community would support you. By assisting those huge industries in cutting emission right now, we can reach this so much need immediate action. Finally, I'd love to say Russia is a big and very beautiful country with an unbelievable nature that needs investments right now to keep this beauty for the future generations. Our bank is more than happy to collaborate for those goals with the international partners, investors. Believe me, the impact for each dollar you spend in Russia will be much more higher than in many other countries. And the climate agenda can be changed by investing to Russia. So I'm happy that you love St. Petersburg. We have lots of different wonderful cities and towns in Russia. I would like to welcome everybody to our country and to be sure that we are interested in the transparent, fair, and sustainable projects, and we are ready to finance them together with you.
Elena, many thanks. That's a very clear message to come to Russia. And let me now go back online and to move from the world's first largest country to the world's second largest country, and bring in Michael Jancy, who is one of the true early adopters, or perhaps more accurately, a pioneer in the field of sustainable finance. Michael is the founder of Sustainalytics and now managing director for ESG strategy at Morningstar. Michael, you've been involved in this field for more than 30 years now, and you've played a huge role in the development of this concept of sustainable finance in capital markets. There are lots of discussions which we've touched on earlier today about the idea of disclosure and reporting requirements and the need for accurate data. But on the other hand, and this is something that we've found in our work as well, a lot of corporates in particular tend to they find it a daunting sort of field to enter. There's so many, there's a lot of acronyms. There's this idea of alphabet soup, you know, that they find it hard to know where to start, to which framework they should be using, which data they should be using, which metrics they should be reporting, and so on and so forth. What's your position on this? How would you advise issuers in particular to start looking at this issue?
Well, thank you for the question. And I want to echo the comments of my fellow panelists. It's an honor to be here. And you're absolutely right. I think the question really is an important one because sustainable finance is underpinned by, you know, a certain degree of plumbing or infrastructure, and disclosure and reporting is a part of that. And you're also right that, to be quite frank with you, it's been a bit of a mess historically. But I think that is changing, and I'll talk about why I think that's changing and how in a moment. But I think you have to reflect on why there has been this vast array of reporting frameworks out there. And in part, it's because there have been a variety of different audiences or stakeholders that have been demanding sustainability reporting, and those stakeholders can have very different needs for the information or very different demands on issuers who are being asked to report. And I think that the conversation around sustainable finance is an important one, and we're really talking about capital markets players here. So companies, issuers, investors, and financial institutions that are looking for better disclosure and transparency to help them make more informed decisions. And once you take sort of a capital markets lens on this conversation, I would argue that the misalignment or the dissonance in reporting frameworks or approaches narrows quite considerably. And in fact, I think when we're talking about reporting from a capital markets perspective, we're really only talking about two primary philosophies or perspectives. I think in no particular order, there is a lot of agreement now that from a financial decision-making and investor perspective, materiality is a key driver, right? So there's this understanding now that we need environmental, social governance metrics in a transparent, globally aligned way to help us make better investment and financial decisions. So looking at reporters or issuers, we're looking at them to disclose those sustainability metrics that are key to their business success moving forward, can have an impact on their enterprise sustainability or the enterprise value moving forward. So materiality, I think, is a lens that is really bringing alignment to reporting. But the other is what I'll call impact. And that is, again, there is a growing number of players in the financial community or in the capital markets that, regardless of whether or not environmental or social issue might be material in regards to enterprise value, they're interested in knowing it simply from the impact that that issue or that challenge might have on the environment or society at large. Now, if you look at materiality and impact, it's already, I think Daniel sort of mentioned this, we're starting to see a shift from an investment perspective from wanting not only that information that we think can impact our investment portfolio, but we also have to start thinking about how our investment portfolios are in turn impacting the environment and a broader range of stakeholders. Now, on first blush, that might seem like those two are quite different, that they are almost contradicting one another. I take a very different approach. I think a materiality focus from sustainability reporting and an impact focus on sustainability reporting are actually very closely linked. I would argue that an impact conversation is the canary in the coal mine. I think if we're talking about impact-oriented sustainability reporting, that's just a long-term view. Those things will become material over time. But I think one of the drivers that's bringing alignment now, and we're seeing fewer approaches to the demands on sustainability reporting, is simply this. The fact is that from a capital markets perspective, we have moved from an environment where sustainability metrics are a nice to have to a need to have environment. I mean, that's simply put, and there's many things I could point that I think underpin that shift to the need to have, but I sit on the board of the UN Principles for Responsible Investment, so I think that's as good a highlight of that as anything. We now have more than 3,400 investor signatories in the PRI that collectively are managing more than 120 trillion US dollars. They have more than 120 trillion of assets under management. And what they're saying is we need sustainability data to help us make more informed decisions. So we are in that need to have, and because we're in that need to have, I mean, the analogy that I would use is, can you imagine, for those of us that work in the capital markets, if there were no generally accepted accounting principles, if there was no IFRS, if there was no foundation for globally aligned financial reporting, it would be absolute chaos. And that's where we've sort of been in the sustainability side, and that's shifting, and it is shifting at remarkable speed now. Some of the things have already been mentioned. I mean, there's no question the European Union has been on the forefront of this. We've seen the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Director. We've had my fellow panelists talk about the EU taxonomy, and the EU has really been driving this conversation and has been one of the catalysts for bringing sustainability reporting in a more globally aligned manner. Now, the European focus is both on materiality and impact, but we're starting to see these conversations about the importance of sustainability reporting pop up in corners of the world where sustainability hasn't been at the top of the agenda historically, like in the United States. So we now see the Securities and Exchange Commission, for example, talking about mandatory reporting. Now they're focusing on climate first, they're taking a materiality focus, but these conversations are starting to coalesce. Now I want to go back to something that was talked about earlier, which I think is an absolutely historic milestone. We'll look back at the announcement last week with the IFRS establishing the International Sustainability Standards Board as a turning point. In this, we're going to have sustainability reporting guidelines within the strong governance and rigor of the IFRS process. They'll sit next to the IASB. So this is an absolutely turning point. But I also want to highlight something that hasn't been talked about that was aligned with that announcement. And that was the fact that as part of the establishment of the ISSB, you also saw an announcement that the Value Reporting Foundation, and the Value Reporting Foundation is the amalgamation of SASB, the Sustainable Accounting Standards Board, and the Climate Disclosure Standards, the International Integrated Reporting Council. We saw the announcement that the Value Reporting Foundation and the Climate Disclosure Standards Board are going to be subsumed into IFRS. So we are continuing to see a consolidation of what has been, I call the hodgepodge of reporting frameworks and standards, come together in a globally aligned way. So what that means now is that the IFRS is going to be looking at the Value Reporting Foundation, the SASB framework, the International Integrated Reporting Council's framework on integrated reporting, looking at the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure to be the foundational metrics for that Sustainability Standards Board. And again, they're going to be working with, I think, which is historic speed for the IFRS. They're talking about bringing out new sustainability reporting metrics now in the second half of next year. We're not talking 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road. And they're committed to bringing this globally aligned reporting structure forward in a building blocks approach, starting with climate, moving then to a broader array of E, S, and G metrics, and also looking to cooperate with the EU and other regional reporting frameworks. So we're getting that globally aligned perspective. So, from I am an optimist by nature. There's no question. And as you mentioned off the top, I've been doing this for about 3 decades. And the pace of change now in the plumbing of sustainable finance, that disclosure piece, which is absolutely critical. We've seen more advancement, innovation, creativity, and a move to global alignment in the last 24 months than we saw in the previous 28 years. So I'm optimistic that we're getting away from this hodgepodge of approaches, and from a capital markets perspective anyway, we're moving into a globally aligned environment moving forward.
Thank you, Michael. And it's great to have that optimistic note. There's obviously a lot of less optimistic speculation and comment around these issues generally. So to have such a respected figure like yourself being so optimistic and so publicly optimistic is really great. And I think that's a wonderful reminder of where we should be focusing our energies. I wanted to pick up on what you said a little bit earlier about materiality and impact, and in particular on the second of those words, impact. From the point of view of the financial sector, we're facing three mega trends that have the biggest impact at the moment, which are environmental, social, and economic. How do you think the financial sector can adapt and find solutions to these these huge issues while also remaining commercially viable?
Well, you're right. I am optimistic, and I guess had to be over a career in the sustainable finance space. But I mean, we will adapt because we have to. And it's been mentioned the fact that over the last couple of years we've seen an amazing amount of adaptation in regards to our global community facing Corona. We've seen innovation, creativity, and advancement. And I mean, we're facing the same sort of existential challenge. And so I do believe that we will adapt. When you talk about environmental, social, and economic megatrends, it can leave, I think, the mistaken impression that these are sort of three separate and distinct megatrends. In fact, I think it's just they're a single megatrend. They're intertwined, they're interdependent. And we've seen for climate, for example, how social challenges and inequalities exacerbate environmental challenges, for example. And then it's a vicious circle because in turn, as those environmental challenges become more acute, they create exponentially more social challenges on the other side. So we are in this sort of vicious circle, and we need capital markets and financial institutions to be a part of that transition, because I see financial institutions as being integral in shifting from that vicious circle to a virtuous circle. And again, I feel that financial institutions are well on the road to doing that. We've heard about it here, the net zero commitments, Daniel talking about the great work of UNEP FI. We've heard what certain banks are doing in the financing of that transition. But one of the other things that I have seen within the financial institutions and capital markets more broadly, which gives me hope, is that today sustainable finance is attracting the best and the brightest. And the fact is, it's not just new graduates coming out of universities and colleges. It's not just the fact that it's attracting the best and the brightest across many disciplines. And we've talked about the fact that we need a multidisciplinary approach to this. It's also gaining traction and really getting the imagination of well-seasoned professionals across the capital markets. And that is significant because it is that dual motivation and that excitement that I've seen in the best and the brightest that is driving the innovation and creativity. We've talked about the advancement of the green, social, and sustainability bond market, which if you look at the changes and the growth in that market over the last 5 years, it's been absolutely astounding. We continue to see an amazing degree of innovation in ways to get capital into that transition type environment. One of the things that we have to do a better job at is the transition and the comfort level that we have with finding ways to deal with brown industries. As everyone knows on this panel, I'm sure, and on the call, is that the vast majority of capital has gone to greener industries or greener companies. We need to get over the idea that the challenges we have in thinking about brown industries or brown companies, we have to get capital into those companies that are authentically looking to change their mindset, change their business models, because through this transition, there are going to be winners, there are going to be survivors, and there are going to be casualties. And we need to make sure that we're finding those that are authentically looking to survive or be a winner through this. And we're starting to see that with transition bonds frameworks. But we've already talked about some of the things that are happening across the supervisory and the risk side, but the allocation of capital, I mean, there's a new innovation seemingly every day. We're starting to see now not just financing on the transition side, we're now starting to see companies that are coming to market from private to public through the IPO process, wanting to do so, touting their environmental credentials or social credentials. We're starting to see green supply chain financing. So again, I remain maybe cautiously optimistic, but I do think that financial institutions, as others have said more eloquently than I, are seeing opportunity here, not just to finance positive outcomes, but to do so in a way that's going to drive their bottom line. And my hope is that, you know, in 5 years' time or 10 years' time, we're here not talking about sustainable finance, but I actually see the direction is this will just be finance. This will be how we operate, because it's having positive outcomes for both the institutions that are involved from a bottom line perspective and for society as a whole.
Michael, that's brilliant. That really captures, I think, a very good way of looking at it. That we would like, ideally, as you say, for sustainability to become such a part of finance that it is just, we don't talk about sustainable finance as something that's a sort of a separate branch of finance in particular. I'd like to, I would definitely echo what you were saying about companies coming to market. I mean, we've been working on a number of transactions this year. A lot of IPOs in the Russian market this year, as Elena will know. And on all of those, the ESG has been an absolutely critical component of the investment case. And I think this brings us, what you were saying about capital markets brings us very neatly to our next speaker, Ayuna Nechayeva, who is head of Europe at the London Stock Exchange. Ayuna is someone I've known for several years, and I have the privilege to share a title with her, but I can only aspire to her experience. Ayuna, greetings down the length of the A1 to London. I wanted to ask you, obviously stock exchanges play an enormous and central role in the financial system as the financial intermediary, providing a platform for companies, for investors and traders to come together. We've seen a huge wave of issuers coming to market in London looking to raise sustainability related capital, and you've been one of the people who's been instrumental in making that happen. Could I ask you to give us your perspective on this shift from the stock exchange side? How have you as a stock exchange, and how are stock exchanges generally responding to this new demand and this changing landscape in terms of capital raising?
Thanks, Peter, and really good to see you, and a huge wish to be part of this distinguished panel. I actually want to go back to your introductory remarks and also what Mr. Fetisov has said about the availability of capital. So this big transition to a more sustainable, low carbon economy, where is the financing going to come from? And I think London Stock Exchange and actually, other international exchanges will have a huge role to play in that. The London Stock Exchange, as you know, sits in between the market participants, investors, corporates, traders, and so on. So it's really important for us to lead by example. So the sustainable bonds and green bonds segment was actually launched a few years ago by the London Stock Exchange, but we actually have developed by leaps and bounds since then. So I'll give you a couple of examples of where we are really supporting investors and companies and our issues, including sovereigns and international financial institutions. So one of the things is, of course, access to financing. So not only sustainable bonds, green bonds, but also social bonds that are credible, that are actually verified in line with international standards. Secondly, is the whole array of the indices. So ESG and green focused indices, and that suit our huge institutional investor clients. But also really importantly, the guidance. And we already have heard a lot during this panel discussion about the importance of aligned and integrated reporting. So the London Stock Exchange actually, we have issued our guidance to climate disclosure a few years ago. Then we updated it in line with TCFD, and then we have recently actually issued our own guide to climate disclosure, which is unprecedented. But we have worked very closely with our partners at the UN, SSC, and TCFD. So what are the next steps then? I feel that what's really important is that Michael used the word authentic. What we really aspire to is making this transition to a low carbon economy authentic. So it's not virtue signaling. It's not just disclosing something just because we're required, but actually doing what's necessary to really become better and do better. So a few points that I want to talk about that will help us do this. First of all, as you know, in the UK, London Stock Exchange listed companies in the premium segment are actually required to disclose in line with TCFD. Secondly, we have launched our green economy mark, which enables companies that are already on the market to aspire to get this sort of stamp of approval and utilize to engage better with investors. Third, there is sustainable guidance score, where a sustainable governance score, which and again enables companies to use the tool to see where they are and where they can do better. And the fourth is really important, is the extractive industries, the fossil fuel companies and the brown companies. So in that space, I completely agree with the previous speakers and with Elena, I think, who said that we can't leave them behind. The easiest thing for everyone would be to just say, oh, we are not going to invest in this companies, let them, continue sort of operate there in obscurity and that's it, which is absolutely not the right way to approach this. So we are, we as a community, and I mean all of the investors and exchanges and market participants, really need to take a view that we need to engage very, very closely so that these companies can move to a more sustainable, environmentally friendly and climate friendly future. And so part of this thing, since it's been referenced before, but I'll just want to spend a couple of minutes talking about this. This is a TPI Transition Pathway Initiative. And London Stock Exchange Group, together with the TPI, we have supported the creation of the TPI Climate Transition Center, which enables this TPI Transition Pathway Initiative to expand from 400 to 10,000 companies, the coverage globally. And that enables the transparency, the disclosure, but also access to capital for those companies to actually fund their transition. Part of that could be through transition bonds, but actually a lot of that is also via other instruments. And last, I wanted to mention last but not least, actually, the London Stock Exchange CEO, Julia Hoggett, yesterday in Glasgow at COP26 not yesterday, actually on Friday. So today is a Monday, so it was Friday, announced a very important new tool that we're doing, and it's actually completely unprecedented. We have announced the voluntary carbon markets tool. So it actually does two things. One thing is it enables access to capital at scale to fund climate projects. And secondly, it enables the primary market access to the credible carbon credits. So that has never been done through the exchanges before, although the carbon market, of course, has existed for a number of years. But again, that's marrying that the public markets and the carbon credit market, marrying them together, and actually, therefore, providing again a new solution for the private sector and for the investors to come together and create a better pathway to low carbon economy. I wanted also to touch on, maybe just to finalize, touch on the point that was raised is, how do we make this all work together? And who are the big players who need to work with each other to ensure that there is financing for this transition? And I think it's actually everyone. So it's international financial institutions, it's the banks, it's the exchanges, it's the corporates and investors. And the more we work together, the better the outcome will be. So I'm also, like Michael, I'm very optimistic. Well, I would say cautiously optimistic. I think the timing will be important, but I also think that the availability of financing will be crucial too.
Ayuna, thank you, and it's good to know that optimism is also raining down in London as well. Can we just discuss some of the numbers involved, maybe? I want to put this in a slightly provocative way. Do you think it would be? Do you think we can say that sustainable finance is a new gold standard that that issuers have to aspire to? And can you also say what you're seeing from the other key participants in this process on the sell side and the buy side? Where are the challenges here and where are the opportunities?
I think the biggest challenge for the global industry, finance industry, is removing the silos. And I think Vячеслав Фетисов put it very, very well. He said, we need to work as a team. I think the fact that there are so many differing standards, there are quite a few, sort of various paths in which different, say, countries and regions are moving, different levels of regulation. Of course, these are all presenting challenges, and I think that was one of the reasons behind, the reason behind COP26 actually happening, just putting world leaders together to really try and break through those barriers. So, from my perspective, the biggest challenge that the breakdown of communication that still might happen, and the barriers, the regulatory barriers, legal barriers that may still exist. So, but it's all we're able to overcome this if we put our mind to this. In terms of the sustainable finance becoming the gold standard, absolutely, without any doubt. And look, other panelists already mentioned that it's not a nice to have, it's actually absolutely must have. But I would actually go further, is that it's not just the sustainable finance, it's actually the way businesses behave, the way they operate, and also to structure their governance and risk management. All of that plays a role. So instead of being a company saying just, putting a sustainable bond or listing a sustainable bond and raising just sort of 50 or whatever, 50, 100 million for a project, actually, what does this company do? How do they behave? Who are their suppliers? Do they employ the sustainability culture throughout the whole value chain? How do they treat their employees? And what is their waste management policy? All of this is hugely important, and that's why we very much back the principle of integrated reporting, it's because it can't be just a separate thing that we're doing on the side. Even though we're doing it, it needs to be, it needs to permeate the whole the whole value chain of the business. And I think that's going to be definitely the future for businesses if they want to continue operating and stand out.
Iona, many thanks. I'd now like to bring in our last speaker and to thank him for his patience, in fact, in having listened to everybody else speaking first. Our last speaker is Dr. Sergio Carvalho, who is Head of Impact at Planet First Partners and also a Sherpa to the EU Commission at the EU Platform for Sustainable Finance. And as if that wasn't enough, I understand he's also in the process of finishing up a doctorate at the University of Oxford. So a very busy man. Sergio, welcome, and many thanks for joining us today. Could I ask you, with regard to your role as a Sherpa to the EU Commission, we've seen the EU taxonomy as one of the key drivers of standardization and debate in the sustainable finance scene in Europe. Can you give us a view, please, of the key elements in the development of the environmental objectives of this taxonomy? And if you have, if you can, maybe in a simplified way, also touch on some of the core data science complexities that are involved with this sort of disclosure regime.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. It's interesting to be talking. To be the last one talking, and it's basically, I think it's important to voice my alignment with everything that was presented before by the other panelists. And in terms of how the European Union is actually developing the criterion threshold, I think it answers a lot of it goes along the line of everything that was said before in terms of trying to put out a clear a set of clear criterion threshold to really demonstrate, and this is what I think is the key innovation behind the EU taxonomy is really structuring or presenting in a structured way and the preferences around sustainability issues for this particular geography. So one of the key complexities of judging materiality, judging where is the bar, where is the threshold for assessing if an activity is or isn't sustainable. Finally, we have a geography that is really elevating all that into a legal code, and doing so, acknowledging the complexities and the challenges of really pushing these preferences into criteria and accommodating for the new ones and the need for bandwidth to process and assess how economic activities are really contributing to sustainability. So in terms of the key elements and the development of the environmental objectives, so first, I think that it's important to highlight the effort of EU regulators to rejig or rework the lexicon around sustainability. So stepping back and taking the word impact and associating with the discussion of adverse impact. So clarifying that whenever we're talking around the sustainable finance in Europe, impact is more closely associated with adverse impact, and the positive sides of sustainability framed under the idea of substantial contribution, plus the caveat of no significant harm. So I think that the first step was to clarify and create this new lexicon around sustainability, and the second, pushing for the criterion threshold. If you look at the delegated acts covering climate change mitigation and adaptation, it's a very much straightforward way of setting up the criterion threshold, because it covers neatly quantitative or nearly quantitative criteria and threshold for assessing if an activity is aligned with the preferences in the EU. But for the other environmental objectives, water, biodiversity, pollution, and circularity, there's a bit more of a process-based approach. So basically, pushing the assessment of economic activities to look deep into the process and look deep into how the economic activity is developing and how the potential substantial contributions are materializing. So if you look at the criteria for agriculture, animal production or crop production. It's a very long criteria. And this very long criteria, very complex criteria, tries to encapsulate how animal production or crop production could indeed contribute substantially to biodiversity by using grazed animals to rewild or restore grazeland. So there is that aspect of the criteria threshold. And then when it comes to the complexities or the challenges for data science, I think that what we'll need, and this is something that I don't necessarily think that the panelists covered well, and it was very well framed, that we're seeing sustainability being brought under the core, under the fold of accounting, but within the fold of accounting, we're going to need new accounting professionals. And we're going to need new accounting professionals, basically, my view, somebody that has a background in biology and then flipped into this role. We're going to need to train new professionals to think as accountants. So we need biologists, forest engineers, we need engineers. Engineers usually like transition well to accounting, but we need new professionals to engage in a different way and to have this accounting mindset, so that you can then bring in data science to really elevate that data from the bottom up, from the companies up, and complement and enable us to have a clear picture of the sustainability of the economy, something that we do not have nowadays.
Sergio, thank you. Thanks very much for that. I just wanted to follow up on one specific aspect, which is this idea of best practice and the best level of performance, which is something that the EU taxonomy defines in terms of sustainability. How do you think this definition can help to make companies make the transition to sustainability? And again, this is a question that's come up again and again this afternoon. Where are the challenges and opportunities for the financial sector in using this taxonomy as a transition tool?
I think that the impact the key contribution comes from transparency on the preferences, transparency on the threshold. And this is something that I'm really keen to see how the IFRS and the global efforts of aligning frameworks to discuss ESG issues and to discuss sustainability, how that's going to be incorporated. So having one geography, in this case, Europe, and soon the UK, but you also have that attempt coming out of Bangladesh, Singapore, Malaysia, and other geographies. Having that disclosure of preferences before companies start disclosing on data really enables companies to position themselves on brown transition to green, squarely on green. And if we can see companies lending on those spaces across the sustainability spectrum, investors can engage with those companies in a different way. So if you have a company that is on the yellow zone, almost transitioning to the green zone, you know where you want as an investor. If you want that company to really engage with sustainability, you know which aspects you want to push into your value creation plan. They will help the company change their operations a bit, and also will give you will give you as an investor the tranquility to understand that a bit of the turnover of the company will be compromised in the next couple of years, because they will have to reinvest a lot of the revenue into greening up their operations, or they will have to change the supplier entirely to guarantee that they're not exposed to any risk of around significant harm. So I think that this is the way that the EU taxonomy will help make companies transition by giving transparency on the preference. So we finally have a goalpost, a clear goalpost for the companies to look towards and actually target and plan to deliver those targets. Before, we had overarching targets, we had principles, so it was more a matter of how the company established its mission and how they're trying to do it. Now we can actually measure what the company is doing against an external goalpost and really assess if they're landing on the brown, on the yellow transition to the green, or if they're already landing on the green. So I think that's it.
Sergio, many thanks for that. And once again, thanks to all of our speakers who have participated in this afternoon's panel. I'm conscious that we've gone slightly over time. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do a roundup involving everybody who has participated. But nonetheless, I think that this discussion has been tremendously useful, tremendously interesting as a snapshot of where we are in terms of the development of the sustainable finance agenda. There's a lot of challenges, clearly, that still a lot of challenges that need to be addressed, a lot of very big issues that need to be resolved, a lot of very big technical issues that need to be resolved. But I think that one thing that I'm going to take away from this panel, as I did from the first panel, is that in finance, as in the energy transition, there's a very dedicated community of professionals with real expertise and a real commitment to make everything happen. And that this is absolutely essential if we are going to achieve the goals of the COP summit and indeed the goals that need to be addressed in terms of climate change and the transition, apologies, to a sustainable agenda. I would like to ask Vyacheslav Fetisov to answer just one final question before we take a break. Quite a general question, not a specific financial question, but if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to go back to sport again. We've talked about sport and hockey is big business. And you've mentioned the potential of sports to motivate and mobilize people to participate and to become involved in this agenda. Do you think that there is potential for sport to help to mobilize the financial resources that we need? And in a nutshell, this is a slightly separate question, but in a nutshell, if you can, what would make COP26 a success for you? What would you really like to see come out of this summit?
It's good discussion. Thank you for everybody to come and share the experience and the knowledge and everything. And I know it's ecology and economy now in big conflict. And I think the financial world is supposed to help to solve these problems. And I think we need to use any possibility to do so. I want to invite especially Michael to come to Russia and to see the huge opportunities. The biggest territory, it's a huge future for investment, especially for the ecotourism, and got so many beautiful places. I think it's the potential is there. Like Elena said, it's bring the dollar, you're going to get back 10. 10, you said? 10? No, 2, 3. Yeah, at least 10, but
the climate agenda.
Yeah, I think we have to calculate the risk. I know that the pandemic is supposed to, teach us a lot right now. I know for sure it's no vaccine for the ecological catastrophe. We need to use our brain and knowledge to calculate again all this risk. And we need everybody. I know it's with the Prince Albert, we were thinking about to involve the Olympic champion athletes to be ambassadors for the ecology in their countries. They have to be promoting each of us to reduce the pressure on the Mother Nature. You have to force the governments to make the right decision to support everything, new technology, financial institution to solve these problems. And again, it's we discussed in early session today about the diversification. It was a good example how one of the speakers was offered to oil companies to start to think about to build the nuclear power station to see if they're going to be good plans end of the day in here in Glasgow. Again, it's our hope and dream of the Glasgow as a COP26 would be mentioned in many decades to come as a place where the governments came together, when the business support the governments and the social society was supporting everything, and we're going to make the plans. It's like a hockey terminology, right? You need to make the game plan. If you look, its plan doesn't work, you have to be able to fix it. And of course, it's 2050, 2060, it's a long way to go. But to reach this goal, you have to work today. Not today, it's probably yesterday. And then, yeah, we need everybody. We need the good team, we need the good knowledge, we need to not discriminate and not to sanction anything for the future. I mean, the green funding, blue funding, new technology, and of course, you have to share experience. I think it's the best way to reach the biggest gold medal for all of us, to be neutral, zero neutral by 2050. And like one of the speakers on the previous panel said, if you're going to support each other, maybe it's 2050, it's going to be 2040. But if not going to be same plan and regulation, 2050 could be, it's 2070 or 2080. This is up to us right now. And again, it's lots of expectation for the people to get good outcome of the Glasgow 26.
Okay, well, on that note, I think that's a very good place to leave it. Let's hope that we do indeed achieve that gold medal. I'd like to thank once again the organizers of today's session and the University of Edinburgh's Climate Change Institute for hosting us. Most of all, I would like to thank our audience for staying with us, and I hope that you've taken out as much out of this discussion as I have, and especially to all of our panelists, both here in the room in Edinburgh and online. Thank you very much. Please stay around for the next session, which will be starting shortly.
And thanks, Peter, for be the good captain and leading us through all this different part of the walls, and to get the good conclusion to hope.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, we can meet in St. Petersburg somehow. Maybe we can continue to discuss, go to Moscow or somewhere else. Okay, thanks, Peter, again.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, we continue our roundtables here in Edinburgh, and one of the most prestigious university give us chance to bring so much to the discussion of the COP26 conference. And of course, it's a very high representative of the speakers here on offline and online. And of course, we're going to discuss a very important issue, Arctic for the future, Arctic for the development, Arctic for the life on the planet. And of course, it's this is the for many countries it's a faraway continent, but for the life on the planet, this is one of the most important part of the planet. And of course, without ice and Arctic, it could be lots of more challenges and problems. And of course, it's a very distinguished speakers here, and we're going to start to get the speaker from the Moscow. Is chair of the senior Arctic officials, ambassador at large. As you know, it's Russia now chair of the Arctic Council for next couple of years, and Nikolai Korchunov is responsible for to organize all these events, and I hope we get a lot to say right now. Nikolai, I want to ask you first questions. What's your desire of Arctic Council achievement in responding to the climate change as a unique intergovernmental body? Please.
Thank you, Slava. Thank you for inviting me, dear participants of this roundtable. The Arctic Council is uniquely placed to address the challenges related to climate change. In bringing together 8 Arctic states and 6 indigenous permanent participants, the cooperative strength of the Council gives it an unique position to unite on these pressing challenges, despite geopolitical differences elsewhere. The participation and input from indigenous peoples have been essential for providing the Council with a holistic understanding of Arctic issues and community impacts on the ground. This is particularly valuable when dealing with these matters of climate change, as we hear firsthand the challenges they face year-round as a result of rapid change, and we can understand what solution may be relevant for Arctic inhabitants. Understanding how climate change will affect people, societies, and ecosystem is key to adapting livelihoods and to informing decision-making on regional, national, and international levels. The Arctic Council has 6 working groups that carry out the Council's project and address a broad range of the Arctic's most pressing issues, from Arctic monitoring to social development to emergency response and much more. At any given time, our working and expert groups are engaged in nearly 100 projects and initiatives that advance our agenda. Climate change is a prominent topic throughout their work, and they work together to address climate issues through the lens of sustainable development, emergency response, the marine environment, biodiversity, and more. This interdisciplinary collaboration gives the Council both a broader and deeper focus on climate issues. Furthermore, the Council working groups regularly develop world-class scientific reports with recommended policy actions to inform our decision-making. Although the Council is not a regulatory body and cannot enforce its recommendations, Arctic states are armed with the best science-based knowledge when developing their national policies. Climate change impacts the Arctic more than any other place on Earth, but climate change is most often linked to activities that take place outside the region. That is why engaging with the Council's observer states and organizations is important. The Council currently has over 35 observers that make important contributions to the work of the working groups. Climate change is a global issue, disproportionately affecting the Arctic, and the observer states' commitments to international climate agreements and their understanding that Arctic change has a global effect is very important for a sustainable future that will benefit us all. Thank you.
Nikolai, you're one of the most expertise men in this issue, well known around the world, and of course it's Russia now is chair of the, again it's in the Arctic Council. They have the longest Arctic shore of all countries in the Arctic Circle, and I want to ask you, from what you have discussed with your fellow Arctic ambassadors, what are your best 3-4 priorities for Russia to address the climate change impact in relation to the Arctic Circle? Nikolai?
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
First of all, let me stress that the entire territory of the Russia's North Siberia and the Russian Far East is a place of traditional settlement of indigenous peoples, and most of it lies on permafrost, land that is frozen year-round. As the Arctic warms and permafrost is no longer permanent, inhabitants of our Arctic region can experience serious challenges, including major infrastructure disruptions. Therefore, permafrost is one priority for Russia to address regarding climate change. Communities in the circumpolar north have been affected by unprecedented wildfires over the past few years. Addressing wildfires and cooperating on management techniques has been an emerging focus of the Arctic Council, where several projects involving Arctic states and indigenous permanent participants are currently ongoing. The transition to sustainable energy in Arctic communities and economies is also a priority, as it will enable these communities and cities to reduce emissions and improve air quality. The Arctic Council promotes circumpolar knowledge exchange and supports small and remote Arctic communities in the development and application of these practical, sustainable energy solutions. A good example of the introduction of advanced technologies and cooperation in the field of green energy is a project Snowflake, supported by the Arctic Council, which provides for the creation of non-carbon scientific station with 2 sites in Murmansk region and Yamalo-Nenetsky Okrug. Black carbon is a major contributor to climate change and has a significant impact on human health. Black carbon reduction plays an important role in slowing the rate of warming, in which the Arctic is currently warming 3 times faster than elsewhere on Earth. Last but not least, Russia and all Arctic states have agreed on a collective goal to reduce black carbon emissions by 25 to 33% relative to 2013 levels by 2025. By focusing on black carbon, we can achieve near-term benefits, including reducing the rate of warming pace of sea ice loss and glacier melt. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai. You can use your experience to be working in Arctic so long to discuss, further this issue. I want to take to the Michael Mann, European Union Arctic Ambassador at Large, Special Envoy for the Arctic Matters. Michael, thank you to find the time and to join our conference. And my question to be, it's the European Union has just adopted a new Arctic policy, where it's put a lot of the emphasis on climate change. What concrete contributions it can bring, especially as neither a member nor as observers of the Arctic Council?
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Slava. It's great to be here. It's also nice to be involved with an event at Edinburgh University, which is my alma mater many, many years ago. But in answer to your question, obviously the battle to slow climate change has to be a global effort, I think, and not one that can only be fixed in the Arctic Council. The EU's leading the global fight against climate change. It was the first to set the target of climate neutrality by 2050. And it is also leading the way now in Glasgow in the ongoing negotiations. And I think it's also important to say that we're putting our money where our mouth is. We recently adopted a set of environmental proposals, which we called Fit for 55, and that will make concrete our pledge to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by 55% from 1990 levels by 2030. And, added to that, 1/3 of our budget spending over the next 7-year budget period, which started at the start of this year, is targeted for climate action. We're a big actor on Arctic science and climate science. In the Arctic, we fund a lot of research. Over the last 7 years, it was about 250 million euros worth. We have a lot of regional aid to our countries in the Arctic, about 1 billion euros over the last 7 years. And obviously, it's not just about how much you spend, but it's about how you spend it. But we specifically put this money, much of this money, into adapting to and mitigating the effects of climate change, stimulating sustainable economic development. And that's especially by helping small innovative companies to invest in green energy. And that, I think, also helps not only the climate, but local populations, because we're seeing people leaving some Arctic regions and they now have a reason to stay. Of course, you will have seen in our Arctic policy that we're also advocating that oil, gas and coal should stay in the ground internationally, and an international moratorium on new oil and gas exploration in Arctic regions. That would obviously have to be negotiated, and it's not something where we have decision-making power, but we think that the debate is changing now. Nikolai mentioned thawing permafrost. Obviously, this is an increasingly big problem. We have to do something pretty dramatic to slow down the process of climate change and melting of the ice and thawing of the permafrost. We are also mentioned by Nikolai, we're funding research into reducing black carbon in the Arctic. We are working together with the Russian Federation, actually under what we call the Northern Dimension policy framework to do that. And we're also going to fund a lot of research into permafrost thaw, because it's not just about infrastructure, it's about livelihood, it's about health. And of course, when the methane is released from the permafrost, it accelerates climate change massively. And, although we are not a formal Arctic Council observer, we're lucky enough to have been given the right by an agreement at the ministerial in 2013 to contribute to the work of the Arctic Council in the same way that formal observers can. So we do our bit there, and I think our work is hopefully appreciated. And there's also other Arctic fora where we work together with our partners on all these issues. There's the Barents Euro-Arctic Council, and as I mentioned before, the Northern Dimension. So, we contribute very much to what happens in the Arctic Council working groups and expert groups, but there's more to our Arctic involvement than that. And I think that we're hopefully leading the way with our legislative approach to fighting climate change. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I want to ask you another questions. The European Union is very famous for the efficient regulatory mechanism, which can be sometimes he seems protectionist by the outside actors, which is of you regulators could actually serve as connectors for the joint action on the eliminate change in the Arctic, respectively of the country's boundaries, please?
Yeah, thanks for that. Obviously, we are legislators in the Arctic. In fact, our environmental legislation applies in 5 of the 8 Arctic states, obviously our 3 member states, the Kingdom of Denmark, Finland, and Sweden, but also Norway and Iceland, because they're members of the economic area, the European Economic Area, and do apply our environmental legislation. So in other words, the laws that we aim at achieving our targets of carbon neutrality by 2050 and the reduction of emissions, net emissions by 55% by 2030, that obviously applies in large parts of the Arctic already. And we like to think that we're sort of leading by example, that a successful implementation of these rules could encourage others to follow suit. We've already seen other countries such as the US and Canada follow our lead, and I think we can hopefully prove that it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, because you are taking legislation to fight climate change, that you're actually slowing down the economy. Our GDP has continued to grow while we've had these very tight environmental standards, and we like to think that we can lead the field in developing green technologies which can apply everywhere, not only in the Arctic, in fact, but all across the world, and show that you can actually generate, hopefully, growth from new technology. Obviously, also our leading role in the climate negotiations currently going on in Glasgow will have a direct positive outcome in the Arctic, particularly, or maybe only if other nations follow suit. But we've seen positive signs from many parts of the world. And also in our new policy, we are aiming to sort of come out of the closet a bit and mainstream our Arctic discussions in our contacts with many other countries, not just the sort of classic Arctic states, but any country that has an interest in the Arctic and in slowing down climate change. And of course, in these discussions, our climate action and our approach to climate action will probably be the most important aspect of what we're talking about. So I think there's, you know, there's many ways that we can hopefully help the sort of cross-border pan-Arctic approach to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now I want to turn to the Erik Solheim. He is now a senior advisor for World Resource Institute, President Green Belt and Road Institute. He's a man who gave me the mandate to become the UNEP ambassador, and really appreciated this. And of course, you're now in a new role, which is give you a chance to continue to fight for the good of the life on our planet. And of course, you're one of the biggest expert regarding the Arctic problems. My question to be, as the former head of the UN Environment, how do you perceive the landscape and debate around Arctic issue having involved?
Thank you so much, Slava. And first of all, allow me to congratulate you with the re-election to the Duma. I think that was good news, because it will give you a platform to continue your struggle for the Arctic and for a green development in Russia and beyond. So I'm looking forward to partnering you in many great struggles for a green environment in the years to come. I believe we need to change our perspective, because in the past, environment was nearly always about the negative. How do you avoid negative outcomes? How do you avoid pollution, or how do you avoid destruction of the planet? In the 21st century, that should not be the perspective. Now we have moved into all the win-win solutions. All those ideas and policies which are good for the environment and Mother Earth, good for people's health and well-being, and good for the economy and jobs at the same time. And that are the policies we should always go for, because they have a much bigger possibility to galvanize support. And underlying that is, of course, the fact that when we were in Copenhagen 12 years back discussing climate as we are in Glasgow, no one considered the fact, not one single person considered the fact that in the next 10 years, the price of solar energy will fall with 90%. Because that's much more important for the planet than any outcome of Glasgow. Because it's the political economy which is driving the change now, not so much diplomacy. And if we move to the Arctic, there are any number of possibilities for win-win solutions. Let me mention a few. First, offshore wind. Many Norwegian and many other companies are now developing offshore wind, still floating wind, windmills floating in the open sea, still a bit too expensive, but that's just because the market is not scaled. As soon as the market for this is scaled, as it was with solar, because the price will come down and it will be possible everywhere. And this is a form of energy where there are nearly no negatives. No one is seeing the windmill, it's not destroying the sleep at night for anyone. There are very few birds there, so there's very limited impact on the environment. It's just a win-win solution, good for environment, as well as good for the economy. And of course, many parts of our Arctic are far from the main markets. Then offshore wind could be combined with green hydrogen to turn the offshore wind energy into hydrogen in the Arctic. You can transport the energy basically to any place in the world, and you get again win-win, good for jobs and economy in the Arctic, but also great for the environment. In Norway, we have now developed electric ferries. Well, they are often built or constructed in Korea or China, many other places, but Norwegian ship owners are developing the technology for electric ferries. We have electric ferries crossing any number of fjords, and we are the world leader in electric ferries. This is because the government made an offer to the shipping companies. You will get better tax rate, more subsidies, more support if you do this. On the other hand, we will penalize you if you continue to stay with the old. So good government policies have made an enormous surge in electric ferries, because that can be done all over the Arctic. And you can also, over some time, develop electric shipping for the more heavy vehicles and link it to offshore wind, where ships can get the energy while in the open sea, crossing the big oceans, maybe even crossing the Northern Sea route north of Russia. In Norway, there's also a number of companies now experimenting with open sea fish farming, which is not in the fjords, but out in the open sea, which will mean that you can do fish farming in the Arctic with very limited, there are of course environment concerns which need to be addressed, but largely it's an enormous opportunities again for jobs in the Arctic, while providing food and good promises to the world. And finally, green tourism. We need to protect the very vulnerable ecosystems, all the enormous beauty of the Arctic. You do that better if you can gain some income from it. And of course, green tourism is a way to galvanize the money and the support for protecting, whether it's Franz Josef's land in Russia or the Spitsbergen Island in Norway, whatever part of the Arctic you want to protect and conserve. So I really want to shift the perspective from this old environment of avoiding the bad into the new era of environment, which is the win-win solutions. Good for the Arctic, good for Mother Earth, but good for jobs and prosperity at the same time.
It's very good examples, Eric, but I want to ask you something a little different. Norway is known as a country who is still chasing and develop the gas and oil development, and of course it's make the Norway one of the richest country in the world. When do you think the turning point will come and Norway will start transition from the producing the fossil fuel?
We need to shift fast, and I agree with you, Norway is far too slow. I disagree with the policy of the present and the previous government, who basically still want to continue to do oil while at the same time move fast into the new, because there are lots of investments in Norway now in green hydrogen and offshore wind and in all the technologies which will replace the oil. But basically the majority of the politicians want to do both, stay with oil and move into the new. We will get help from outside. What we just heard from Mr. Mann from the European Union is incredibly helpful, because Europe is basically now the center driving the environment policies, also Norway, it's not Oslo. And when the European Union say, please stop oil in the Arctic, it's very, very helpful for the debate in Norway. I will add that a number of the companies now take the same view. A number of oil companies have said we do not need to go into the Arctic to do oil exploration. We can stay in some other areas, and there is no need to do this in such a difficult and dangerous place and with so high cost. So I believe that if you take a 5 to 10 years horizon, you will see Norwegian oil exploitation dwindle down, while you will see Norwegian business going far into the green. If I just may add, when I was Minister of Environment of Norway a few years back, we had a very limited oil spill in the Oslo fjord. It was our Icelandic friends who sent a tanker or a ship there which made this spill. It was in January. There was absolutely no available technology to remove the oil from an icy fjord. And I'm not aware of any technology now available which could protect if you have an oil spill in the Arctic. The oil will stay for decades, not disappearing in a few months' time as it did in the Mexican Gulf. And we don't have the technologies to pick it up in the ice. So let's very soon move into all the new exciting opportunities for the Arctic, the nature-based solution, the green tourism, offshore wind, fish farming, green hydrogen. We have so many good technologies now to replace oil and gas, and they're creating many more jobs. So I think we will do it.
Yeah, thank you, Eric, to congratulate me to be re-elected to the State Duma. But I want to ask you, when are you going to get back to Norway on a political stage? Any plans soon?
I have not given any promise for eternity, but at the moment I'm mainly working on environment projects in China with the so-called Green Belt and Road, and in India, because whatever you say about Norway, China is a lot more important to the world. And I'm also very glad to see that you and your institute is now partnering with Chinese very reputable environment institute, so you can get the really this green link between Moscow and Beijing as well. And I'm very happy to support that great work.
Yeah, you're the man who built the roads and built the bridges to connect the people and the businesses and the countries. Okay, good luck, and yeah, I hope we can see you in different capacity. Something been done with you, your project right now. Okay, move forward to the Jan Dusik. He's now lead specialist on sustainable development, WWF Arctic program. His longtime friend, worked with Eric in UNEP. Yeah, we did lots of things together. Jan, WWF is known as an organization dealing with nature conservation rather than climate activists. How do these two connect in your work, and what should be the takeaways from the Glasgow COP that would help your Arctic effort?
Thank you very much, Slava, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this event and to be part virtually of the Glasgow conference. Yes, you're right that WWF is mainly focusing on biodiversity, but especially when you look at the Arctic, but also if you look globally, there's such a huge impact of climate change on biodiversity that simply protecting the biodiversity cannot happen without addressing climate change. And the speed of the climate change that is happening in the Arctic also dictates that we need to address these impacts very soon. So it's not just enough to talk about what's going to happen in 2050 or 2060 when countries get net zero economies. We need to look into what happens in the next 10 years. Because the rate of the warming and the impact that is already happening on the ground in the Arctic is massive, and therefore we hope that the Glasgow conference will make significant steps in reducing the climate change footprint already in the coming decade. And of course, there is a delayed effect of climate of the emissions of greenhouse gases. So any change in the emissions now will only have a real impact on the ground after many years. So with having that in mind, and the fact that the change is happening and will be happening, we also need to think how to be more resilient for the people living in the Arctic, for the species and the ecosystems that exist in the Arctic. We don't want to see a different Arctic that we don't know, that would be without ice, without snow, where we would see disappearance of species, disruptions of various ecosystem services. So we need to make sure that as much as possible we can prepare for the change that is already coming, while at the same time looking at how to limit that change. Several of these were mentioned by previous speakers. The impacts of permafrost thawing, of melting of the sea ice, the wildfires that are becoming more and more frequent. These are all impacts that we need to prepare for, and that can be done through the national governments, but also through international cooperation, marine protected areas, or other effective areas-based conservation measures. Alongside the climate COP, we also see that there is the biodiversity global conference ongoing, and hopefully at the end of that process there will be a new global framework for biodiversity, which again should find its reflection in the Arctic and the planning for Arctic biodiversity conservation in the years to come. Last component of all these moving targets is that it's not just climate change that is impacting the Arctic, but also it is opening economic opportunities. And we see that there is various thoughts about where these economic opportunities should be utilized in the Arctic. And we want to make sure that any planning of economic development is actually mindful of the fragility of the Arctic biodiversity, the vulnerability of the people living in the Arctic, that is taking care of the interests of people living there who need to have decent jobs, but who also have their knowledge that can be utilized for finding good balanced solutions. So it's a big construction field which has been triggered by climate change, and we want to make sure that this is a construction that is good for the people who live there and who hopefully will continue to be living there and living in harmony with the nature that surrounds them.
Yeah, and look like you're in summer clothes, but in the back of you it's Siberia or Arctic. What is it in the picture?
It's northern Finland. Yes, I'm actually in France, and it's it's unusually warm here. You're right.
That's good. I want to ask you one more thing. Since there's the perception of the NGOs would like to turn the Arctic into the museum, which should stay untouched by economic development, ignoring the desire of the people living in Arctic to have equal development opportunities. How do you address this dilemma?
Yes, it can be often the perception, but I can assure you that we are not thinking of turning the Arctic into a museum. We are perfectly aware that it's home for 4 million people, and that these people need to have the prospect of good life. And we see with all the changes coming that there is a time of transition, and we want to accompany that transition, which means that there needs to be economic development, but such that does not compromise the other values. So looking at the opportunities, and we have looked into it, there are various ways where the economic development can be going. And we believe that there are prospects to work on areas such as sustainable tourism, sustainable fisheries, the development of agriculture, but also the the addressing of the needs of the people and also of the biodiversity protection. So, for instance, management of the natural assets of the Arctic. These are all areas where there can be potential for green development and green jobs at the same time. We note that Arctic is also rich in resources, and there is a pressure to utilize those resources. To an extent, this can happen, but it should be done in the most sensitive way. There is no such way as of extraction that is fully sustainable, but it can be responsible, and it can reduce the impacts. And it should always be in the mind of decision makers, of the countries, of the companies, that any economic development in the Arctic should primarily be addressed to the needs and well-being of the people living in the Arctic while respecting the Arctic environment. So it should not be an extraction of the richness of the Arctic region at the expense of the local people, of the indigenous peoples, and it should really be balanced. And this is what also WWF is supporting, that this balance is achieved.
Thank you, Jan, and continue to practice ice hockey. We still was looking to play one day in the North Pole. Before I'm gonna turn to the offline with my distinguished guest, I want to get to the far away to the United States and ask the Fran Ulmer, Senior Fellow, Arctic Initiative, Harvard Kennedy School. Fran, the US Arctic means mainly the state of Alaska. What's the significance of the COP for Alaska inhabitants, and how the Glasgow conclusions can potentially influence their lives and economic perspectives and prospects also?
Thank you very much, Slava, for the invitation to participate and to have the opportunity to listen to the other speakers on this panel, all of them really stating quite clearly how important change is to the people of the Arctic, to the region, and to the rest of the world. For the 4 million people who live in the Arctic, yes, what happens there in Glasgow is incredibly important. But let's say that it's not as important. The statements and the speeches are not as important as the action and the follow through by both the nations, but also by the companies, the universities, the churches, the investors, the banks, the many, many, many ways in which all of us as individual citizens of this planet can help make progress. To give a little context in terms of the Alaska experience, let me just say I have lived in Alaska since the 1970s, and the Arctic of today is very different from the Arctic of 50 years ago, and the Arctic of tomorrow isn't going to look like the Arctic of today. And particularly for the indigenous people of the North, in Alaska, that means the Inupiat, the Yupik, the Athabascans, in many places, the Inuit and many other cultural groups. It has tremendous impact because the indigenous people can trace their roots back thousands of years. And as they have developed their culture, their food security, the way in which they actually relate to the lands and waters, very intimately related to the health of the ecosystems. Needless to say, given the rapid rate of change in the Arctic and how that has affected everything, it is impacting people in Alaska, just as in Russia and Canada and Northern Norway and many other places. So the ways in which we see those impacts, both in terms of infrastructure impacts, as has been mentioned before, that are tremendous impacts on communities that now have to move. We have a number of villages in Alaska that are in the process of moving because it's no longer safe for them to be where they are. So making the kinds of changes that are required to slow the rate of warming? Yes, incredibly important in Village, Alaska. But it's also important for industrial institutions like the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, which has had to change its support mechanisms because of thawing permafrost. Same situation that is found in Russia and many other places. So yes, this change is essential in terms of governmental policy, in terms of commitment of resources, in terms of changing our energy reliance from fossil fuels to renewables and to green options, absolutely essential. But as also has been said by a number of the speakers already today, it is really important to begin the important process of adapting to the changes that have already happened and to prepare for those ahead. And I'm really happy to say that there are many efforts underway to mobilize action, both in Alaska, in Canada, actually all across the North. And recently, because of policy changes in the Biden administration's approach to a whole of government attacking climate change action, but also in the most recent infrastructure bill, there's almost $50 billion for adaptation, which is absolutely essential, not just in the Arctic, but in many, many places because of all of the things that are changing that humanity thought were fairly stable and no longer are. So things like, well, the Harvard Arctic Institute that I'm part of that's focusing on resilience efforts, partnering with the Arctic Council Sustainable Development Working Group. As Nikolai mentioned, the Arctic Council working groups are very much a part of helping communities, whether they're in Alaska or Russia or anywhere, make the kinds of necessary preparations to do the resilience preparation, the adaptation preparation. And I'm happy to say that the recent infrastructure bill passed by Congress is going to be in part a step in the right direction, a small start, not anywhere near what is necessary. And hopefully the second infrastructure piece of legislation Congress will also adopt, which has more money for the mitigation side of climate action as well, which again is important not just for Alaska, but for the entire US, for North America, and for the world. So Slava, the answer is yes, what is happening in Glasgow is incredibly important, but not as important as delivering on the promises made, and not only to mitigate and slow the rate of warming, but to prepare communities and people, whether they are indigenous or others, for the changes that are ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Fran. I want to ask you, the Alaska, one of the most popular destination for the tourists worldwide, and how are you dealing with that? Because it is extra pressure on the nature, and also, you know, it's how you regulate this, and this making money is going direct to the improve the life of the Alaska, or they going somewhere else?
Well, both the tourism, the fishing, and even the oil and gas industry are in the process of changing how they do business because they have to. I would say that the oil and gas industry in Alaska, just like in Russia and in Norway and other places where there has been, for at least 5 decades, a heavy reliance on oil revenues, it is very difficult to make the shift to not only a renewable energy source, but a very different kind of economy. As you've already heard from other speakers, that is happening, maybe not fast enough. Tourism and fishing, I would say so far, in spite of, well, the COVID pandemic was a hiccup in this, but both of those industries were continuing to experience some changes as a result of the climate change impacts, but nonetheless still providing a very bright future in terms of sustainable development in our state and in many other places in the world. I previously served as the chair of the Arctic Research Commission for the United States. So I had the opportunity to travel all over the Arctic. And I see incredible opportunities in the green economic development, both in tourism, in fishing, in green energy production, and in new technologies that work not only in the Arctic, but in other places. So yes, it's a shift from what was to what will be. We are in the process of doing it. We need to do it faster.
Thank you very much. It's early, right, in your place? Fran?
Yes,
it's early
I'm sorry?
morning, right? It's early morning. Can you in your home right now?
Yes, it is early morning. That's true. And it's really a joy to be with you, and not in the middle of the night, at least early morning. Yes. I might just add one other thing, if I might. A couple of other speakers have talked about nature being part of the solution. And I just want to emphasize that as we think about government commitments to things like green energy, government commitments to having land and water management systems that help nature, that nature will then help us help her. It's a round circle. And Jan Nusik mentioned it, that WWF is working in this space. I chair the board of the Nature Conservancy, the Global Nature Conservancy. And we talk a lot about nature-based solutions because we have many different paths we can take to achieve the goals that we have all set for ourselves and that Glasgow right now is debating about how to achieve. We have to remember that there are many paths to do what needs to be done. And I don't want people to be discouraged if just one path doesn't work. Nature-based solutions in terms of protecting forests and land management strategies, wetlands, all of these things play an important role in helping us achieve what we need to do in order to have a livable planet.
Again, thanks a lot. Fran, you probably the most optimistic speaker to the Arctic future, and I hope it's everybody going to be looking forward with the same attitude. And of course, good luck in everything you're doing. And I hope one day I'll be tourist to the Alaska or catch the good fish. Okay. Now we start to discussing. Sean Pryor, lead advisor to the Clean Arctic Alliance. Thank you very much. Yeah, yesterday we play hockey. Yeah, she's unbelievable. She knows what the ice is minute in the reality, and she's a good player. Sean, shipping in Arctic is clearly on the rise and is often referred as the option to reduce environmental impact of bringing the goods across the world between Asia and Europe. It is or can it be a sector which can actually reduce the environmental footprint of the global economy, and what your expertise and knowledge can tell us.
Thank you, Slava. And yes, we did play hockey yesterday and it was wonderful, but I was not a good player. I was probably the weakest on the ice, in fact.
Can I judge who is good, who is not, please?
Maybe.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I'll leave that to you. Thank you. And thank you for the invite to speak here today. Yes, I think shipping in the Arctic can be part of the solution. It's clear shipping in the Arctic is clearly increasing, especially the destinational shipping. That's the shipping that's going from Arctic countries out to into the ocean and back into those countries. But increasingly in recent years, we've seen more and more transit shipping as well. That's the shipping that goes across the Arctic from one ocean to the other. So from the Pacific to the Atlantic or back the other way. As I say, I think shipping definitely can contribute to reducing the environmental footprint of the global economy, but not if it continues operating as it is today. As we've already heard, Arctic sea ice is diminishing rapidly. Some cryosphere scientists believe that we might actually see the first days of summer sea ice free Arctic as early as the 2030s, maybe even as early as 2030 itself. The decline in Arctic sea ice is dramatic. Shipping is part of that problem. It's contributing to the global warming, and it is also contributing specifically to the black carbon emissions that we've heard about from previous speakers, and it's having a huge impact in terms of the Arctic itself. Black carbon is produced by ships and from many other sectors as well, but by ships when they burn fossil fuels. The black carbon goes up, it's a short-lived climate forcer, and it goes up into the atmosphere where it's hot to start off with, and it absorbs heat. It stays there for a matter of days or weeks, and then it settles out onto the snow and the ice. In doing so, it contributes and speeds up the melting of the snow and the ice, but then it also, as a consequence, leads to larger patches of dark areas in the Arctic as the land is exposed and as the water is exposed underneath. And these areas then absorb even more heat. This is the albedo effect. And shipping, I take the point that was made earlier that a lot of the impacts in the Arctic are coming from outside of the Arctic, but I think shipping is one of the areas where the impact is coming from shipping both in the Arctic and outside of the Arctic. The impact of black carbon is over 2,000 times greater than that of carbon dioxide on short time scales, not in the long term, but on the short time scales, sort of 20-year time scales. So it's having a massive impact. If shipping is to reduce its environmental footprint, it must reduce its emissions dramatically. And in the case of black carbon, this can actually be done very quickly by making better fuel choices. Switching to diesel fuels, which are lighter and less polluting, and using particulate filters can actually reduce black carbon emissions by over 90%. Even just switching to diesel alone can reduce black carbon emissions by around a third, but with the particulate filter as well, it's as much as 90%. And in the coming decade, it's also going to be necessary for ships to start moving away from fossil fuels completely and moving to greener, more sustainable alternatives. And I think it's only with these changes that in these ways that we can see Arctic shipping becoming part of the solution to reducing the impact of the global economy.
Sean, it's we discussed yesterday a lot about the problems which is shipping caused to the melting of the ice, and of course this is probably a very quick solution to solve the problem. What do you think the governments and the international bodies supposed to bring to the table? I think it's to find its proper fuel, reduce the pressure on the Arctic. It's not going to cost lots of money, but all you need just to put the regulations, and especially in the areas like Arctic, to restrict the technology which is bring the most damages. What do you think? It's probably people doesn't look at this as a problem, or they try to make some money, but what's the end of the day going to be cost all of us to fix this problem? It's nobody calculated.
It's money is the cause, the base of the problem and cause of the issue. The fuels that are being used today are cheaper, and so that is why they are the primary fuels that are being used. But to switch to cleaner fuels, to make that transition, in fact, the first step of that transition to switch to diesel fuels is not actually very technically difficult, and it's not exceptionally costly. The longer term changes that are going to be needed, not just in the Arctic, but across the world, will be more costly. In terms of switching to black carbon, switching to diesel to reduce black carbon, as I say, it can be done quickly. It is simply a fuel choice, and the costs can be then spread across the commodities. And even if you just look at the fuel switch, the costs are likely to be in the order of 10 to 12% more expensive. But if you spread the cost across the commodities, which is inevitable, that's what shipping will do, that's what shippers do, you're talking about 1 or 2%. And you can see really big changes as a consequence of this. It's not the solution. We need to move away from fossil fuels entirely, but it's a start. It's a step in the right direction. It can be done comparatively simply, comparatively cheaply, and it can give us a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of time in which to then put in place the longer term strategies that are needed to decarbonize shipping completely.
Nikolai, don't be relaxed. Nikolai Karchinov. You know, this problem is supposed to be on a table for the Arctic Council, do you think?
I miss your question. Sorry, Slava.
This is about the fuel, the shipping the companies used in Arctic zone to pollute the Arctic zone, which is create the fastest melting the ice in the Arctic zone. It's going to be good discussion during the presidency of the Russian Federation in the Arctic Council.
Well, first of all, I like to mention that mostly that is the IMO, the organization where the ban on heavy fuel and other related issues are discussed because they are universal by its nature. What is the Arctic Council could be useful? We first of all have the expert group on shipping. We sharing the information forum for best practices in shipping. So we contributing to elaborating the recommendations on sustainable shipping. And for Russia, for example, the Arctic shipping is very important because of the economy, the Arctic zone of Russian Federation, that is the integral part of the entire economy, entire economy, generating more than 10% of GDP, 20% of export, and the Arctic shipping is particularly important for providing the transportation of the metals and including rare earths, badly need, which meeting the growing global demand in the context of the energy transition. That's why the Arctic shipping is important to achieve those Paris Agreement goals, because it's for me hardly imagine how all that stuff could be transported to Europe and Asia, which and to meet this global demand. And for the second time, the second reason is that the Arctic inhabitants, including indigenous people, they are dependent on the Arctic shipping. What is the importance is to make that shipping sustainable one, and for that we have different views and different experts discussing this issue outside the Arctic Council. But what is this anthropogenic burden to compare the Arctic routes with Suez Channel and CO2 emission, taking into account the shorter distance between the Asia and Europe, which Arctic routes provide. So that is not a part of the Arctic Council agenda, but we are following all that discussions and welcome that. Thank you.
Nikolai, can the Arctic Council, all these countries could be agreed to not let cheap fuel to be used in Arctic zone? This is probably very simple, in solution to stop using the cheap one to kill the Arctic. I think it's responsibility of the countries who is in Arctic Council. Do you think?
It's responsibilities. First of all, we should look at of course, that is national responsibility. Different countries have different resources, different technologies, and we welcome the sustainable Arctic Sustainable Finance Platform. We welcome the institution of sustainable development of the Arctic, including for sustainable shipping. That is the sustainable shipping is a part of the global sustainable development picture of the Arctic, so to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nikolai. Doctor, can we send the proposal to the Arctic Council from our panel?
Certainly can. And we can speak. Jan and I will be attending the shipping expert group later this month, and we'll also be at the International Maritime Organization, which has an opportunity. Nikolai is quite right. This is the prerogative of the International Maritime Organization, but a strong message from here and a strong message from the Arctic Council there will make a big difference. But they have an opportunity to adopt a resolution on black carbon in 3 weeks' time.
Okay. Roger Mannings, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Russian-British Chamber of the Commerce. Thank you for coming, Roger. Just a little while ago, was speaking about the ecology and the climate situation in Moscow a little while ago during the EU conference with business in both countries. And I think it's same rules and regulations could be, it's crucial right now to get the whole standards, to stop pollute, to stop destroy, to stop killing. Though I think this is the responsibility of the business. Russian business and significantly engaged in Arctic region, being on the board of several major Russian companies. Do you foresee then willing to change their business models? Do you think they're working on a transition to the net zero future, what you're discussing during the board of directors meeting?
Yes, Slava, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this discussion. I've been enjoying the comments from everybody, and frankly learning a lot. I think, as you say, my contribution, such as it can be to this discussion today, would be to talk about the progress which Russian companies are making in terms of what's called the ESG agenda, and in particular in terms of environment. Just to quickly stress the importance of Russia, which I think everybody on the panel will know, but some of our audience may not. I mean, over 24,000 kilometers of Arctic coastline is Russian, 53%. A fifth of Russia's land mass is above the Arctic Circle. I think in excess of 2 million people, which is over 50% of total people living in the Arctic, are in Russia. Two largest cities in the Arctic Circle, Murmansk and Norilsk, and more of Norilsk later, 300,000 and 200,000. But critically, I think also the rivers which drain central Siberia, some 8,000 square kilometers, drain north into the Arctic Ocean, and 3 of the world's largest 10, I guess, the Ob, the Yenisei, and the Lena, So that will be a concern from perspective of permanent or organic pollution, as well as the areas we're talking about here. And of course, Russia has the presidency, and it's great to see Nikolai here, the presidency of the Arctic Council at the moment. In terms of, you may be asking why a Brit is commenting on Russia. So a quick explanation. I'm on the boards of 3 Russian companies, as you say, Norilsk Nickel, and you will have heard of the horrific incident we had just over a year ago in Norilsk. Lukoil, which has oil and gas interests in the Arctic, and Sistema, which has a major forestry company, and also a huge agricultural concern. So potential polluters, all of them. I managed to find myself in this position because I ran KPMG in Russia for 12 years, and I also ran KPMG's Global Energy and Natural Resources practice. So I guess if there's any sort of competency to comment, that would be it. I'm an independent board member on all 3 companies. So let me just say a bit about what drives the attitude of an independent director. I think good business is about meeting the needs of societies and economies in a way that takes into account the needs and responsibilities of and is fair to all stakeholders. Profit's a result of good business, of meeting societal demand efficiently and well. Good business demands, as we've heard several times already today, openness and transparency. There's just no room for spin, or in the context of today's discussion, greenwashing. Spin at the corporate or governmental level, and goodness knows we see enough of it, is not only dishonest, it's the enemy of efficient progress. It's part of the independent director's role to ensure that business is conducted and reported efficiently with due cognizance of all stakeholders, and that performance is reported transparently and accurately. I should add that I'm not a scientist. I've got some skepticism about precisely which and how factors are causing global warming and to what extent, but there's absolutely no doubt that it's happening. The more we understand the impact of various factors, then the better and more effective solutions we will find, and solutions which do not cause other attendant problems. Again, there's no room for hype or falsehoods here. We need accuracy in facts and everyone pulling together. The Arctic is one of the great concerns in a local and global context, with the recorded warming rate being 3 times, as we've already heard many times. And most worryingly, with rapid recent increase in methane emissions from melting permafrost and subsea changes. So to my observations, impressions, my first is that there's been a dramatic increase within companies in Russia in the need to be cognizant of and act on the needs of all stakeholders over the last 5 years, and the trends accelerating. The causes of the acceleration, I think, are uncertain, but I'd cite hard scientific evidence of increasing methane emissions surrounding the thawing of permafrost in some areas of the Arctic, black carbon, as we've heard, and carbon dioxide generally. Russia failing to meet its own emission targets it set from 2007 to 2020. The physical evidence of the loss of integrity of permafrost, most markedly demonstrated by the collapse of the diesel tank in Norilsk, which sent 21,000 tons of diesel into the watercourses. Independent analysis identified that approaching half of the tank foundations had not been properly piled onto bedrock over 50 years ago. That said, permafrost had prevented that negligence then causing a problem until the increasing warming summers of 2019, 2020. There's a rapid and unequivocal response of the Russian government to the problem in Norilsk, and the president decreed an emergency. The attitude of stock market regulations around the world, as we heard in the last session, and global suppliers of financial capital and market influencing institutions. Less tangibly, I think, the fact that a number of Russian senior business leaders, a bit like me, well into their 60s and 70s, and probably want to leave a legacy of a better Russia and a better world. Inherent paternalism in the Russian approach to business responsibilities, which I see as a strength. By that I mean the acceptance of wider responsibilities to stakeholders rather than just financial capital shareholders. The very powerful voice of young people in Russia and globally, Generation Z. I've got two daughters, a bit old getting started, but I have two daughters who fall into that category, and I can tell you that they're on my case all the time. And finally, the pandemic, which made us all aware that despite our sophistication and scientific advance, we're certainly not masters of our own fate. This list is clearly not exhaustive, but what has been the result is a dramatically enhanced approach to the preservation and restitution of the environment, to the extent that many major Russian businesses are amongst leaders internationally in their approach. I commend to you the websites of Nornickel, which is exceptional in its analysis and description of where it is and what it's going to do, of Lukoil, which sets out how it will conduct its principal business of producing oil and gas in a number of scenarios, depending on how quickly hydrocarbons can be replaced, while working out how to continuously reduce emissions and produce cleaner energy more efficiently. And Sergeja, the paper and pulp company, which sets out how it renews and keeps whole its vast timber stocks. All three set out on their websites how and by when they aim to achieve the UN goals and how they will measure progress. And to those not used to dialogue and communication with Russian people, I'd add that in my experience, they're usually not given to misstatement, overstatement, or self-advertisement. Norilsk is a classic example of the way things have developed from its beginnings in the 1930s and through the 21st century to 2015. It had operated a nickel smelter more or less in the center of Norilsk city. And from its Nadezhda nickel enrichment location, it was pushing about 1.6 to 1.9 million tons of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere each year. It closed the town center smelter in 2016, and is now well into the project to cut its sulfur dioxide emissions by approaching or just over 90% by 2025, at a cost which we expect to be in excess of about $4 billion. It's the largest, I think, capital expenditure program in the Russian Federation at the moment. This progress was underway before the tank collapse, which caused a thorough re-engineering of the processes at Norilsk and business structure to focus on ESG matters, doing things properly. I mention these companies because I'm involved with them, but you'll find that most major Russian companies have markedly improved their environmental performance and plans in the last 5 years or so. We've covered Russian stated aims in the Arctic, so I won't go any further on that. Sustainable development is I think, fundamental for all the reasons that we've been given, with due cognizance of the needs of the indigenous peoples and of the environment. So what are my conclusions then? I think the first is that Russian companies are making rapid progress on the ESG agenda, especially on environment, and in the way the Arctic environment is being protected and where relevant restored. And the Russian government, with its own strategy for the Arctic, will keep the pressure on companies to do that. We can, though, never move quickly enough in this fundamentally important area. That awareness has become increasingly obvious and widespread in recent years. We're globally behind in the game, there's no doubt about that, and the pressure for faster progress must be constantly maintained in every country by everybody. We have to get the balance right. Pressure must be constructive, though. We must recognize the real challenges inherent in managing diverse factors to get the best end result, like any management issue, and particularly where we do not have a complete analysis and understanding of the complex causes of warming in particular areas. That should not slow us down, but we should constantly seek better analysis to avoid inefficiency and unforeseen consequences. Against this background of careful development and pollution prevention, my principal concern is that the release of methane in the Arctic and the effect of that may be a multiplier in that warms, permafrost melts, more methane, more warming, more melting, which is far more difficult to deal with than we currently anticipate. Thank you.
Roger, it's a pretty good description what's the big business in Russia, you know, it's doing right now to stay in the market, to produce what's the people around the world gonna still, you know, it's asking for. And I want to ask you, you mentioned about the no risk, no nickel, spending lots of money, $4 billion to make the factory one of the most probably in their sector of the economy to eco-friendly. But I know the fact, I've been in no risk right after the catastrophe has happened and talked to engineers and find out information which was, you know, it's I couldn't understand why the world was sanctioned. Technology is supposed to be used in a new factory to be built. This is for me out of my mind, you know, how we build, you know, its future for all of us. We try to, you know, it's challenge the biggest problem for the humanity, and all of a sudden we sanction something which the big company wants to do for the better of the life of all of us, and especially for the Arctic Circle. Do you think it's the time to not to sanction any green, blue, white finance or technology which is supposed to give us chance to liquidate what was in the past, and to see with bright future to use this in any part of the world, especially, you know, it's in a big country like Russia, who got the potentially the biggest sources of the, you know, it's water, forest, I don't know, it's minerals, etc. What do you think? The time now to stop to sanction anything regarding the future development?
It's a very interesting question, a very deep question. So I should say that I've never been a fan of sanctions of any sort, and in particular in the green area, it doesn't make sense, as you've already said. I think we should look for a world where world leaders talk to each other regularly in open language on difficult issues, and issues should be hammered out in that way. It pretty much regularly happens in business that you sit down, you have a really tough conversation to get to the root of a problem. And I think politics should be the same. I worry that things are done for presentation purposes rather than for long-term benefit of humanity. I think those times are over. I think we have to move to a situation where we have differences among us, of course, and those differences are extremely valuable. We shouldn't try to change other people's values when those values have been developed over hundreds, thousands of years, but we should be able to talk about those differences and find ways through the difficulties that we face. So I don't think sanctions do that. I don't think not talking does that. Our own government in the UK didn't talk to the Russian government for a long time after the horrific affair in Salisbury. I don't see that as a solution at all. We should have been on the phone straight away saying, you know, why did this happen? So in answer to your question, you're really preaching to the converted. I don't think sanctions are the answer. We should be using, if in terms of an existential problem, everybody should be pulling together to solve the problem. We should take egos out of the position and have everybody pushing towards progress.
Roger, this is the opinion of the many progressive people around the world. Now it's, I think, time to stop all these political disagreements. stopped all these sanctions war who benefits a small amount of people around the world, and everybody else is suffering. And now we challenge the bigger things. You know, it's 30,000 people came to the conference, 120 presidents or prime minister here to solve the biggest problem we all face right now. And we just begging is, please don't sanction what we need to continue to live. And of course, you know, it's I think if you're human, if you it's here to look straight to our daughters and grandchildren and said, okay, we did everything in our power right now to do anything to continue to fight the problems. And of course, without the unity, without building the team, we cannot reach the goal. We cannot get those gold medal. I think it's ridiculous right now to discuss what's supposed to be life-threatening. I don't know, it's policies, whatever. It's somebody making these policies.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It requires people of open mind, people who want to reach a constructive goal. As has already been said, we need to act rather than talk. But you have to have a goal in mind. Where you differ in the aim of that goal, you have to sit down and discuss it as quickly as you can and sort out a route. I mean, that's what you do in a business context. We should do that in a government-to-government context.
Business understand we need to get same rules and regulations.
I have been,
and the government doesn't talk to each other. What's that?
I've been absolutely shocked by the speed with which businesses in Russia, which is my experience base really, have really got behind environment and the ESG agenda generally.
And I hope, you know, especially when I talk to many young people and students around the world in different parts, you know, they all understand we're taking away their future. You're not discussing on a high possible level. I think the COP26 is supposed to be pre-discuss every moment which now is stopped to implement everything. We need to be taken as a roadmap or the start to acting, not to talking. You know, it's, and of course, you know, it's a big countries like United Kingdom and Russian Federation, China, United States, India is supposed to be leaders to unite everybody else and stop all this. I think unnecessary in this situation, all these conflicts. I think it's the time right now.
I think an important starting point is we accept that there are different value systems around the world, and all of them have their value because they've been built up by societies over many years.
Thank you, Roger. It was spontaneous. Yeah, Q&A. And I hope we're going to continue to discuss and force everybody to make the right decisions. Okay, Professor Peter Neynau, we hear you many times about your position as a professor of the glaciology School of the Geoscience in University of the Edinburg. Again, thank you for hospitality, and I think this is the place which you can rely on to get the good feedback what's going on around what you now it's doing for your life. I want to ask you, has the science spoken enough to sufficient clearly about the Arctic impact of the climate change? Or are there significant gaps in the knowledge? And do you feel that the politicians are now sufficiently listening to scientific advices, or is still in a dark zone?
Okay, well, thank you very much for inviting me to speak here. So in response to the first part of the question, I think that the science is speaking very clearly. I would say the evidence for climate change and its impact, for example, on the cryosphere, which is my area of expertise, is unequivocal. And we've already heard about it from a number of different speakers, but if you look in the Arctic, whether you look at the snow cover, the sea ice, the permafrost, or the land ice, which is actually my main area of expertise, the changes are ongoing, they've been sustained, and they're accelerating. And the losses across all of those areas of the cryosphere are increasing. And I think it's safe to say that, the evidence is unequivocal. And the thing that's really enabled us to see the rate of change has been actually the onset of the satellite revolution and satellite technology. So our ability to really monitor the change in detail has become sort of much stronger over the last 3 decades. But the net effect of that is we can see, so for example, if we look at land ice, which as I say is my area of expertise, whether we're looking at Alaska, the Canadian high Arctic islands, Greenland, Svalbard, and then coming across to the Russian archipelagos, the loss is unequivocal across all of them. The causes for the loss vary a bit between regions. So for example, in the Canadian high Arctic, it's really atmospheric warming, climate driven, and I would absolutely argue, as would scientists, human induced climate warming, which is driving atmospheric warming. That's really what's driven ice loss from the Canadian Arctic. If you look at somewhere like Greenland, it's actually a mixture. About 50% of the ice loss from Greenland is as a result of atmospheric warming causing basically more ice on the surface of the ice sheet to melt and run off into the ocean. But also we've seen the oceans warming as well. And anywhere where we've got glaciers in effect dipping their toes in the oceans, which is particularly common in Greenland and Svalbard and the Russian archipelagos, if that ocean is warming, then that also leads to ice loss because those glaciers thin at their front and they accelerate. And in Greenland, these glaciers, what are termed tidewater glaciers that are flowing out into the ocean, they've been accelerating. And of course, if you speed up the rate at which a glacier is flowing into the ocean and increase the rate at which you carve icebergs, you lose more ice from the ice sheet. So for Greenland, over the last about 30 years, about 50% of the loss has been from surface melt, from atmospheric warming, and about 50% of the loss from these tidewater glaciers speeding up. And then if we sort of move across into, I guess, sort of more relevant to the Russian Arctic, the Russian archipelagos of, for example, Novaya Zemlya and Severnaya Zemlya, again, there's clear loss going on. And what appears to be happening is what's been termed by the climate scientists Atlantification. So basically increased warming coming up through the Atlantic. And so, for example, we've seen a lot of warming in the Kara Sea, and that's both an atmospheric signal and an oceanic signal. So if we look in Novaya Zemlya, melt rates have gone up because the atmosphere is warmed and the ocean's warmed. The melt rates there are considerably higher than further east in Severnaya Zemlya because of where the Atlantification is coming from. So it's basically the warming is spreading across the Kara Sea. And again, there's lots of evidence, we can see that occurring. And again, the net effect is therefore ice loss. So I think the evidence is unequivocal. The evidence of warming is unequivocal. Are there gaps in the scientific knowledge? I mean, absolutely, any scientific field, whatever it is, there are gaps and unknowns. So for example, if you take this issue of the glaciers that are draining into the oceans in Greenland or Severnaya Zemlya, trying to predict how their speed will change into the future in a warming climate is extremely hard. But what I think we mustn't get caught up in is worrying about how good those predictions are. The key point is everywhere where you see climate warming, everywhere you see oceans warming, these glaciers speed up. So our predictions will always have errors in them, but no predictions are suggesting melt rates are going to decrease in a warming climate. No predictions are suggesting that these tidewater glaciers are going to slow down in a warming climate. So the net effect is that absolutely there will be errors in the projections, but they're all going in the wrong direction. And if we look at the last IPCC report from 2013, we can see again that sea level rise, we're tracking above the worst case scenario in terms of ice loss. So people can say that there are errors in models, there are errors in future predictions, but what we mustn't do is use that as an excuse to say we don't understand the science perfectly, and until we do so, we don't need to worry about it because we don't know whether it's going to be, you know, the best case or the middle case or the worst case scenario. The real point is at the moment we're tracking on the worst case scenario, but even the best case scenario is bad news in terms of ice loss, not just for the Arctic communities, but for, you know, for wider communities across the planet as well. So there are unknowns, but I think it's almost they're scientifically interesting, but actually I think the science is already clear, and what we need is stronger action. Is that taking place? Well, I think there are people with, you know, better experts on this panel than me to answer that, but I think what is clear. So actually one of my best friends from university is Nigel Topping, who is the government's climate champion for COP26. And you know, when I was meeting him a few months ago, he was saying that the thing is, Pete, you've done your job, the science is clear. Now it is up to the politicians to take that, and the businesses, but to take that and actually act on it. And I think at the moment, certainly from a cryospheric perspective, it's clear the action isn't fast enough. The point is, even if we stabilize CO2 emissions now, we'll continue to lose Arctic sea ice, we'll continue to lose Greenland, alpine glaciers away from the Arctic are certainly going to disappear. But if we really want to be pessimistic, the point is if we look at the CO2 emissions, they're not even showing an inflection. They continue to increase exponentially. That there's not even an indication that with all the different climate conferences over the past few decades, that anything is even starting to turn that CO2 dial down. And we've heard about other things, you know, methane going up. So I think at the moment, from a cryosphere perspective, it's quite hard to be optimistic, because the rate of change that's required is so fast, and we're not seeing that from a political or a business community. Even though they say change is happening fast in those, but it's not fast enough to change the climate signal or the sort of temperature dial for the cryosphere.
Peter, I think it's governments not hear enough from the scientific world. I think you should draw the picture. If you're going to do this, and that, it's going to be a problem. If you're not going to do this, and that, it's going to be more trouble. I think it's the example of the stop to using cheap fuel in the Arctic zone, which is reduced, you know, its melting time radically. And now we cannot make the decision because you didn't draw the bad picture, you know, like, you know, it's in a pandemic right now. Now everybody knows it's how many people get sick every day, how many dying and stuff like that. And everybody start to worry about it. Now we cannot see the problems, you know, because it's somewhere, you know, it's Arctic, it's far away. The fire in Australia is far away. All the peaks in the mountains, they melting like, you know, it's never before. And now it's many politicians use the prediction of the scientific world 30, 40 years ago. They said, okay, it's another million years, we can live easily, it doesn't need to do anything. But now, you know, we see the ice melting 4 times faster than was any prediction. Maybe you're not, maybe you're too shy. Maybe you're not use your power of the scientists to scare all of us. He said, okay, if you're not going to do this, you're going to die tomorrow. And you have to also know it's no such a easy answer for the solve these problems. Of course, it's no vaccine for the ecological catastrophe. It's supposed to be, you know, it's action, not just talking and listen. What do you think? Maybe you're too shy. Maybe you can bring the same opinion from different parts to the table and said, okay, this is the opinion of the thousands of the experts, thousands of the professors, doctors and stuff like that. What do you think? Why did the governments because they're humans. They have against family. They build the plans for the future. And all of a sudden, there's no future there if you're not gonna take under consideration and be scared what's going on right now.
I think so. I think the science is clear, as I've said, and I actually think the scientists in documents like the IPCC, which are used by or looked at by governments. I don't know how much they're looked at, but they are looked at, and the messages are very clear.
They're not look like.
But I think the problem is, so if you look at the BBC News or the popular media, over the last decade, there's been so much on loss of the cryosphere, for example. I almost don't think it's possible to sort of make it any clearer of the changes that are occurring and the fact that they're driven by human-induced climate warming. But I think it's the political systems that are the problem. So David,
political system, well, not the scientific reports, not the opinion of the people who know what's going on.
Well,
I know it's the BBC would be discuss about the new sanction against Russia more than discussing the problem in Arctic Circle. You see, when the society going to take this seriously and they're going to force the political news politicians to do what's necessary to do, we're all going to lose. This is
absolutely.
That's what my point to you, Professor. Do you scare us enough to act, not to talk? Do you scare us enough to bring the message? If you're not going to do this and this, if you're not going to stop to use the cheap oil and cheap fuel in the Arctic, we're all going to die. No ice on the planet.
No ice.
Can you? Your colleagues and then just draw the picture.
Yes, and I think that the truth is that we can't scare people enough. So if you go back a few years, I think one of the certainly the sensible things David Cameron said, and I'm not actually sure whether it was before he was Prime Minister or when he was Prime Minister, was that we need to take global climate change off the political agenda. It's too important for point scoring within the political agenda. It was a great soundbite. I completely agree with him, but of course it hasn't happened, and it won't happen while we roll for. I mean, just take the UK. So that's one just small country, really. But the politicians are working on 5-year cycles. They're desperate to get re-elected. They're not suddenly going to say we can't have any 4-wheel drives anymore. You can't fly anywhere. It's all about moderate change. We can change. But it needs, that's the thing, it needs sustained change. Exactly. And I mean, I think there's an important discussion about the thing about values. I mean, I actually think ultimately values have got to change. I don't see how we've got a world that's driven by capitalist greed. We somehow need to change that model.
The social country too.
and so as a result, I sort of think what we're trying to do at the moment is sort of nudging. It's as if we think, if we do a bit of this and a bit of this and a bit of this, it will occur quickly enough. And certainly from a climate, from a cryosphere, and I'm sure we'll hear from but from other environmental
concerns.
Going to
conclude everything.
It won't.
But let's Roger bring us something.
Yes,
to the table.
just to comment on that, Peter. I agree with you. I think we had a very interesting session before this one, where the girl who's deputy CEO of Газпромбанk set out very clearly that the value system for businesses has changed, is changing, and should change more. I think we should understand that the purpose of business is to serve a need in society or an economy, to do it as efficiently as it possibly can, using resources as efficiently as it possibly can, and of course cleanly, taking account and being fair to all stakeholders. And the result, if you do it well, is profit. But profit's the result. It's not the purpose.
Good discussion. Who is worried about the future of the planet? Prince Albert is not re-elected. This can see, you know, and planning everything, you know, because, you know, he's responsible for his family, for his country and stuff like that. Maybe we should change the political things, you know, before you get in big trouble. Oh my goodness. I think this is the very interesting ending, but best for the last. Ilse Meyer-Smith, Counselor Fellow, Global Change Research Group, University of the Edinburgh. Ilse, I know you hear everything, you know, you should conclude. I don't want to ask you, you know, what's going on. I know it's permafrost and tundra, one of the biggest part of the Arctic. And I'm scared when I hear and I see how fast the permafrost is melting. And so what's in there, especially in my country, you know, it's what's the barrier there, you know, it's people to know it's never going to be melted. What kind of surprises we can expect in this very fast melting the big portion of the land? What do you think?
Yeah, so I'll try and touch on many of the topics that the panel members have raised today. Bring it all together. Let's see if I can do it. So yeah, we've talked today about how the Arctic is warming at 3 times the rate of the rest of the planet. So this is more rapid change than arguably we're seeing anywhere else on the planet. But these are really cold adapted ecosystems, and ice and the sort of thaw of that ice is one of the sort of fundamental changes that's going on as we warm the planet. And so the thawing of permafrost is sort of the underlying sort of element of change that's going on with Arctic ecosystems. And in that permafrost is stored huge stores of the world's carbon. So that could be released to the atmosphere as CO2, it could be released as methane, and that could accelerate climate warming for the planet as a whole. And it's the plants, the tundra ecosystems that are on top of all that carbon and that frozen land that are helping to keep that carbon in the ground. So you have these large scale feedbacks at play in the Arctic that could, if they get out of control, accelerate warming for the planet as a whole. And I would sort of argue, following on what Pete was talking about, the role of us scientists is to sort of bring together the evidence, but not necessarily to instigate the change. So what we're working on as ecologists, as people studying the cryosphere, is trying to document exactly what has been going on, what's going on right now, and then thinking ahead to the future. And one of the sort of critical things that I think we maybe are the sort of pressing challenges for scientists is figuring out these tipping points. So they're happening in the cryosphere, they're happening in the ecosphere, and we could see more rapid change than we even expect at this stage in the coming decades. And then that will influence all the topics that we've discussed today. So in my own research, we're really interested in how the warming climate is influencing those plants, that protective layer that's keeping the carbon frozen in the Arctic right now, and then what the impacts of that might be for other parts of the Arctic ecosystem, so the wildlife on which indigenous people and local people in the Arctic depend. And so the challenges of my research group and my collaborators and colleagues working around the Arctic is to put that information together and really to share the data that we're collecting, working with local people and bringing it all the way through to reports like the IPCC, but also thinking about the biodiversity side of things too, which we mentioned earlier. It's that interaction between climate change and biodiversity change that's playing out in the Arctic really, really rapidly that we still don't have a full handle on. So we know what actions we need to do in terms of trying to limit climate change, but we don't know what the future Arctic is going to look like. And that's, I think, the goal of this whole panel is to think ahead to that and think about adaptation and think about limiting the impacts we're having so that that future Arctic, which is going to be different, I think that's clear. The changes are baked in to a certain extent, but thinking about how we can all subsist in that new Arctic, whether it's indigenous people or this planet as a whole and the big scale climate feedbacks that might be occurring.
The same optimistic as a Fran about the future of the Arctic?
I'm not sure I'm as optimistic as Fran. As a sort of ecologists, you see so
You're
much.
in the same color though.
There you go. I started off my scientific career actually working in Alaska in the boreal forest. And I am optimistic about the indigenous peoples and the youth of the Arctic, who I think have so much energy to work for change in these regions. So as a scientist, I see the really dramatic changes that are going on. I document those, but I'm looking towards the current youth, some of whom are at the COP conference this week, for sort of stimulating all of us to take the actions that we need to take. So that's where my optimism lies.
My dear experts, online, offline, anything you wanna say? Because you got pretty interesting discussion of the session. We got 10 minutes to go. If anybody wants to say anything or conclude or ask.
Can I jump in, Slava? Michael Mann, can I jump in?
Yeah, Michael, yes, please.
Yeah, it's been very interesting following the discussion, and I noticed the sort of very interesting comments about how A, business has such a key role to play, and B, how it is difficult with the electoral cycle. All I would say is that, I mean, the way we sit in the European Union, we are actually a group of 27 capitalist nations, and we have been able to agree a very ambitious target of climate neutrality. It's not ambitious enough for the Fridays for Future people, but climate neutrality by carbon neutrality by 2050 and 55% reduction by 2030. And we think that obviously business and entrepreneurs and science have a role to play, but I do think they need a nudge from policymakers. That's very important, and I think that's what we're doing. And I think there is an understanding amongst our member countries that they do need to make that nudge. And secondly, what was the other point I was going to make? Yeah, the other point has left my mind temporarily, in fact, but anyway, I think it's important that policymakers work together with business and with scientists to try and, yeah, the other thing I was going to say, it's come back to me now, is that we have also seen an increase in our GDP in the European Union, despite the fact that our carbon emissions have been going down rather markedly. So there isn't actually a contradiction in our view between helping to save the Arctic and fighting climate change and also growing businesses. I mean, we see the growth of green businesses, of green energy, et cetera, as a major opportunity for Europe to play a leading role in a sector that's only going to get bigger. So A, I think policymakers have to give the lead, and B, I think that there is no contradiction between a successful capitalist model and cutting down on carbon emissions.
Can you talk to us, please?
Yes, Slava, I would just add this. There is a tremendous amount of tension between short-term and long-term. That's really the problem here. And there are many of us who previously served in elected office who have the dilemma of trying to explain to people who are interested in short-term action on things that they care about and things that we know are important versus taking the longer term view. But as a grandmother, like many of you, I really worry. The science community is not to blame. They have done the hard work. What we really need are the translators between the elected officials who have to sort of be paying attention to what their constituents are expecting of them in the short term, and what we learn from the science and from the data. Those translators involve all of us who have any kind of position that can give us voice, whether that's in business, whether that's in government, whether that's at universities, whether that is artists and people who are covered in the pages of newspapers. We all can give voice to the need for action, which helps push the public's expectations to align the shorter term interests with these longer term goals. That's why I'm optimistic, because an event like Glasgow, in and of itself, to the extent that it provides this additional validation from many, many different voices, from many different perspectives and many different countries about why these long-term decisions are actually in everybody's short-term best interests as well, in terms of the green economy and the jobs that are possible. That's why you hear President Biden talking so much about what this can accomplish in the short term, not just the long term. Again, thanks for organizing this, and thanks for paying attention to the Arctic, which is such an important piece of the puzzle.
We're gonna follow your optimism, friend. Jan, you want to say something?
Yeah, I would add one thing. I think we know the extent of the problem. We know what solutions are needed. We also know that businesses know the solutions, and they are basically waiting for the governments to set the level playing field so that the transition can progress. So where it boils down is to the politicians taking the right steps forward and enabling the transformation that needs to happen. And we know that for the Arctic, it needs to happen very rapidly. The Arctic Council has adopted a new strategic plan that bridges over the periods of rotating presidencies, and it has climate change as the first in the list of priorities. And so now Nikolai and his team in the Russian chairmanship, of course, have the chance to translate whatever comes from Glasgow into making sure that the best possible outcome for the Arctic climate can follow. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Eric, show us the way.
Absolutely. Allow me, Slava, to start quoting Lenin, the great Russian revolutionary. He once said that there are decades when nothing is happening, and then there are years where decades are happening. And the last years, the COVID year, was a year where decades were happening. There are enormous shifts in the world, and we don't see it because we focus on diplomacy. And this shift is not about diplomacy. It's a shift in the political economy. What the European Union is doing, as Michael Mann said, on the taxonomy, is setting Europe on a completely new direction. It's led by the European Commission and European Union, but it's shifting European business. Volkswagen just said, we will not spend one more calorie on the gasoline engine. It's a thing of the past. We go all out for the electric. Move on to the United States. I mean, what President Biden has proposed to the Congress is much, much more important than any outcome of Glasgow. In Glasgow, we are calling about $20 billion. The package to the American Congress is at the moment $1,700 billion. Not everything is green, but the vast majority of that package is green. And it's much more important for developing countries that Biden get this through, because if America is investing big in solar and wind and electric mobility, it will drive down the price and will make all these technologies much more affordable, also for Malawi and Madagascar. And then, of course, in our Western arrogance, we don't look to what's happening in India and China. In India, Prime Minister Modi just launched a green hydrogen mission for India. Fantastic progress. He's moving into solar by the day. Promised that by 2030, half of all Indian energy will come from basically solar, from renewables. And of course, China is now the lead on every single environmental technology. Half of all solar in the world last year was in China. It's by far the leading nation, green hydrogen, electric mobility, wind power, electric trains. 99% of all electric buses in the world are running on Chinese roads. There are many more electric buses in Shenzhen, one Chinese city alone, than there is in Europe, Africa, America, and Asia outside China combined. So let's get our kind of pessimism away. There are enormous shifts now happening in all the major economies, in Europe, in America, in India, and China. And we need to speed up. It's urgent, but the direction is a completely new one. And what we also heard Roger speak about from Russian business, I think is typical for business everywhere in the world. Business is now ahead of politics, but politics is moving fast. What is not moving fast is diplomacy. but it doesn't matter that much because it's the political economy, not diplomacy, which is driving the world.
Thank you, Eric. It doesn't need to be rocket scientist to see in different parts of the world what's going on. I was born in Moscow, and as a kid, I was skating outside from October till April. Now it's impossible. You can take a look in each of you place you was born and see how much been changed in the last couple of 3 decades, I would say. It's not to see this, you have to be too blind. And of course, you know, it's lots of expectation from the Glasgow, even more expectation from the Arctic Council, because this is the most dangerous place right now. And you have to take under consideration, this is the time not to talk, time to acting. And of course, you know, it's discussion like that, of course, can bring us together as a team, as a teammates. What we're proclaiming here, you know, is we need to build the strongest team ever to fight the biggest problem. And again, it's I want to thank organizers. Nikolai, oh my goodness, Nikolai Korchinov. I know you're writing down many things. Give us optimistic road or way. Okay, please, Nikolai.
Thank you, Slava. It's not so easy to find the right path to follow, but let me make some conclusions, or maybe personal findings. First of all, we welcome harmonization of international relationship and the cooperation between the states. It's one of the main preconditions for our efficient moving on the path of the energy transition and on the path of effectively addressing climate change in all its dimension. I think that it is very important. Any political for what we envisage is that the different speed of the countries sitting at this table will move to the carbon neutral economy, and that is the short-term goals and long-term goal. What was said before, it is very important. Then speaking about the Arctic, we should admit that the fossil industries, that is the considerable and important part of the economy, both for Norway and for Russia, and the economy people employed there should be not taken as a hostage of the and not be as a collateral damage on the way to this energy transition. And we should find such solution how to transform all those industries without getting them badly hit on the way to the new type of economy and the energy transition. That is very important. And one of in other areas which we in particular within the Arctic Council would like to focus on is to more attention to the topic of restoration of wetlands and conservation of permafrost. And we would like to explore the topic of gas hydrates and the phenomena of the degradation of permafrost, and all that is such a huge and horizontal area that I could admit that the Arctic Council is very constrained in its ability to address such a huge issues in in an efficient way. But we scheduled our senior Arctic official meeting in Salihard, and hopefully it will be in person, and we are planning to discuss all those issues, and all issues which are on the agenda of the Arctic Council have the climate dimension. It's in itself is a important dimension. Thank you very much, Slava.
Nikolai, I hope we're going to give the polar bears a good present for the Christmas, to stop using cheap fuel in Arctic zone. I think this is the in our power, it's society and the scientific world, and it's the countries who members of the Arctic Circle. I think it's not a big deal. I hope we can be celebrating with the polar bears, this decision. Okay, it's we're working since 9 in the morning. I want to thank organizers, and especially University of Edinburgh and our crew, cameramen, and the operators, and host for the helping us to organize these 3 round tables. And never work so hard to be speaking at previous 2 and I got experience to discuss very important issue about Arctic zone. And one more time, it's we have to bring together, its governments, business, and the people. I think this is the only way to Roger.
Yeah, thank you. Slava, on behalf of everybody who's taken part today, could I thank you for the role you've played in bringing it together. We talked about nudging, quite right. We should all nudge each other, challenge each other all the time on this issue. I think it's great to see the COP26 conference simply because it brings everything right into the front of everybody's mind. So thank you very much indeed for inviting us all, and thank you for chairing.
Thank you, everybody. Fran, I got the Scott Gomes. We played together and coach him. He was native of the Alaska. He told me a little while ago, there's so many changes lately in the beautiful part of United States. Yeah, and of course it's young people, they can see what's going on around the planet. And of course, it's to be optimistic, it's a proper way, but to rely on the knowledge and to feel the danger. This is the part of the humanity development, and look forward for the future. Again, thanks a lot for everybody. And it's probably one of the most productive day in my life, and I look forward to get good outcome from the conference in Glasgow, and I hope to see it in discussing the nearest future in different fields. Thanks a lot.